Okay, good. Hello everyone and welcome to episode 40 of the LightBringers, and I just realized that I had echo, so that's going to be started again. Good job. Oh, we can just build up the hype. That was mega
hype with the echo.
It was
really good.
I'll do it this way. Guild Wars 2 LightBringers, episode 40. Welcome everyone to the 40th episode of the LightBringers, the pre-show before the post-show of the no, I don't know what's happening. Ender Dragons is coming out soon. Are we excited, chat? Please get excited. So we have an amazing set of guests as well. Woohoo! See, thank you. Woo's in chat. We're all wearing hats as well, which means it's even more interesting and fun. Oh, such a failure. I had to fail massively there. There we go. Hello, our friends.
Hi, everyone. Hey, everybody. Hey.
We thought we'd have the hype music before, because that's so good. If you're listening to the podcast, then you may not be kind of seeing our faces, but we're very smiley today. It's a good time.
It's like we're really excited and happy about this. I mean, we put hats on for it. I don't know exactly what that means, but I mean, I think it means everything. If you don't know what level of hype we should be at right now, it's put a hat on your head level of hype. That's where we're at.
It does.
Exactly.
Don't forget, people.
About to just put a cap on.
Don't forget, people. I appreciate the comments about the hype voice at the beginning, because that was what I did during PvP. So I missed doing that. I missed doing that very much so, because it was all go all the time, and it was just, I missed doing that. So we'll do that every single episode now. I'm sorry. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 hat, Heart of Thorns t-shirt, repping. We've got Kruf's got the flipping DX Racer hat on.
Is the DX Racer somewhere?
We're all here. We're all here doing the things.
Blue shirt.
Orene's in the background.
Blue shirt.
RAAVA's here.
I've got a sweatshirt on that's a zip on.
Rook is donning the yes, exactly. Okay, we'll switch this audio over, which might make the screen look a little bit for a little bit of a second. So I'm gonna do that and do this. I hope everyone else in the chat is awesome. I'm going to do this very, very quickly, because it's something I feel like I feel like I should be doing as a person. I'm not removing the hype, because the hype is still there. Our excitement and joy of what is coming in the next few days is very, very real. But I just want to quickly just but just say to our friends in Europe, to our friends in Ukraine, to our friends in Russia as well, that we are with you. We support you, and we are here if you want to talk. We are here, we will listen, and I hope you are safe and well. Do whatever you can to be that way, and I'm sorry for what is happening at the moment. And I'm sure I speak for everyone here in that respect as well. But otherwise, I hope this is something that can bring some light to your day, especially with the excitement of the expansion and everything else. Everyone, I know we're all feeling it as well, whether or not you're from England or America. Like, there's something going on with all of us right now. We're all feeling this heaviness in the world and what's going on. So, you know, we know that this is a thing they're all thinking about, and it's in the background. We're still thinking about it. We can still be excited about things. We can still be happy about other stuff as well, because that is what we're doing. This is what we're here today to celebrate an awesome expansion coming out. And I need to take this hat off. It's too much now.
Jebro.
It's too much. I'm the bald guy.
Raid us.
I'm the bald guy.
We need to find another host.
Hey.
This is our new outfit for becoming our own street gang in Kaineng.
Oh yeah, true. All right, well, here's the first question. If we were going to be a street gang in Kainang, what would be cool? You can do that during your intro. That's the intro question. Good job.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, so we have fantastic guests, as we do all the time. Kroof, no pressure, you're first. Intro.
Oh, I love it.
Intro, and also the street gang name. Never thought I would ever...
Ooh, that's the question. Which gang in Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons would you affiliate yourselves with?
This is a new gang. This is a
like
new
it.
gang.
No. I think
What?
I would be a part of the speakers. If I was...
it.
I don't care.
This is my show now, Jebro.
No, that's
I'm
fine.
wearing the hat.
No.
No one else is.
If you're not wearing a hat, you're the host. Do you see what happens?
wow.
Do you see what happened, everyone? Do you see that?
We're gonna get derailed really fast. But if I had to choose a gang from End of Dragons, I probably would affiliate myself with the speakers because I have a fondness for nature. And also Tetra. That's all I have to say, period. That model, she looks amazing. I'm so excited to play Echovold Wilds and get to see what that storyline is all about. But yes, I'm extremely excited about that. Hi everyone, I'm Kroof. I do a lot of YouTube stuff and I stream here on Twitch Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. And because End of Dragons is coming up, I'll be streaming Sunday and also Monday. Very excited about all that stuff. So thank you for being here. Kroof.
Woo, Kroof, wow, yeah, woo.
You just cut out at the end. Did you say something else?
Oh, I did. Oh, I said thank you for being here. Appreciate all of your faces.
Oh, okay. You
And
said,
for inviting
it's the
me,
faces.
of course.
Oh, for inviting you as well. Okay. You were just here. You were in the call still, so I thought I'd include you. You were just from like a couple of weeks ago. It was like, oh, Kroof's still
Kroof
there.
just never left.
Never
Hangs out in
left.
here all week waiting for LightBringers to start.
Yeah.
I'm just here like, hello, anyone there?
Where am I? I'm in a glass case of emotion. Sorry. Rook is here as well. The street gang question and also intro. Go for
All
it.
right.
You've only done this maybe 37 times? 36
Yeah, something
times?
like that. You'd think I'd be pretty good at it by now, but it's always a bit of a hit or miss situation.
okay.
Hey everybody, I'm Rook, aka Rookery, and you can find me everywhere online at Rookery. So Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, it's Rookery _ though, because I was trying to be cool like Kroof. Everywhere else, Instagram, all Rookery. I play a lot of MMOs, but primarily Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy 14, and we are all about creating a diverse and inclusive, aka
You just combined
diversive.
Yeah.
Sort of environment where we talk about the games that we love, we get hyped about them, and we're not afraid to have discussions that matter. So yeah, that's me. And the gang is the Kestrels, obviously, duh. Kestrels. What are you
I
talking
forgot about him.
There's so many Tengu in there, and you all know how I feel about bird people and dragons, and
obviously hate
Kestrels
them.
is where it's gonna. I hate them so much, so I'm gonna go join the Kestrels, and I'm gonna destroy all of them, and I'm gonna be the cause of their downfall. But actually, I'm also just gonna hug them and love them and hang out with them and protect
Amazing.
the forest with people. Because I love what they stood for and the fact that they opposed the Ministry of Purity and helped shelter people, so they're cool in my book.
Okay, I don't need to say anything else. Nick Hernandez, I'm sorry. You weren't here. You clearly didn't watch the previous episode.
Aw.
Because if you did watch the previous episode, you know about the void and the screaming into it / other areas of bodies. So you need to go and watch that first. Which is, warning, it is a long podcast. And then come back. So we may not be live. Although actually it was 2 hours, so it's not too bad. But oh wait, there is probably a clip. So if anyone could forward the clip to Nick Hernandez.
No matter what you might see, I am still human.
No matter what you might see, don't worry, it still won't probably make a whole lot of sense, but it was something we all experienced and we lived and have integrated.
Yeah, that's true. It's difficult to integrate that, but it happened. What are you doing, Crew? Every week, every
fruit
week.
fly.
You know, has anyone seen the
Crew's
art?
clapping.
Has anyone seen the art that was? I put it on Twitter, but the artwork that was done of the Lightbringers, it was boots as well. On Crew's screen, like the shot of Crew, there's just literally these flies, and I'm like, what? The fact that someone has noticed that for so long, and when I haven't, is amazing.
I eat a lot of fruit, and there's a fruit fly that just like flew into my eyeball. Sorry.
You need to get rid of the skins and they won't be there. Get those little hangy things. That's what I do. It doesn't happen much in Seattle because we are devoid of sun over here. But like up here, sorry, we're not that far away. Anyway, the intro's been about 15 minutes. So I probably should move on. RAAVA, you're here again. Your face is very much awesome and welcomed. Both everyone's is, obviously, but RAAVA is like, you're here doing stuff. Your mic is also very pretty. Intro, tell us about yourself, and also apparently the gang you would affiliate yourself with. I don't know.
Okay. Can I make my own gang? I like that question.
You can make your own gang.
I'll make I listen to the host, you should.
Yeah, thank you. RAAVA is not sucking up at all right now.
All right.
RAAVA is allowed to come back. You're both fired.
So hi, my name is RAAVA. I just changed my name on Twitch to RAAVA from RAAVAlicious, so there's that. And I also make YouTube videos, but this time it's RAAVAlicious. I make some meme content, but also helpful guides for like fractals and raids. So yeah, and I'm live almost every day. And every Fridays I do mental health streams, which are good. They help.
Yes.
And if I was part of a gang, I would make a gang. I don't know how I would call it. Maybe like the Wholesome Turtles or anything that has to do with turtles. Like I want a gang where we like, the turtles.
I did an eye roll there because I did an eye roll there because I am not surprised.
You could call it like the Shell. Like that's kind of a catchy name.
Ooh, I like that.
Awesome Shell, like something. And also, if anybody has a cup, hit me up. Thank you. I love you.
Oh, I need to go find one of those.
There's one in Seattle. I'm not that.
There's one down the street.
Can you get me one?
Give me one.
Yeah,
Think about it, actually.
Yeah.
For anyone who doesn't know why we're all yelling about getting cups, there is a promotion that's running right now.
There isn't a
We
cup
don't just
shortage.
want like Kroof to go get cups and then send them to us and be like, Kroof touched this and now I can drink out of it. There's actually a Guild Wars 2 promotion that's happening currently, where if you go to a Hardee's or Carl's Jr.'s?
Yes.
Carl Jr. is what they call it. And you get a large beverage, you can get it in a Guild Wars 2 novelty cup, which is awesome. Lots of people will be looking at that and being curious about Guild Wars 2, and it has Siege Turtles on it. So extra fodder for RAAVA to need one.
You just ruined it.
Kroof, if you get me a cup, I will send you a wombat.
Oh.
RAAVA, you can't do that. That is illegal. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. But like,
I'll take it. I will take it.
Maybe a toy wombat. I don't know. But they are quite cool, but also scary as hell if they are literally in your garden. When I lived in Australia in Melbourne, I had a fruit tree. I had a tree out the back. It was is it pomegranate? I can't remember what it was. But like I used to have like swarms of bats in my back garden in the tree next to my bedroom window, and like it was like, so I was like, look outside, and I was like, wow, I know what Batman feels like now when he's going through his cave and stuff. But like, it was just.
But wombats are cute, not bats. Wombats.
I know. Bats are cute as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Anyways, wombat against a cup. Think about it.
Fair trade.
Amazing. All right then. And I am also Jebro, host of this show. And yes, it is the 40th episode. It's actually the last episode of the LightBringers podcast, season 1. Okay. Before you think about even saying anything, it's just season 1 ending, because I thought it's the 40th episode. Season 2, there may be a change in the general look of the podcast. You never know. And also, we got End of Dragons, which is a new beginning for the game, really, especially when we think about who's back, who's in charge, staff-wise, and we think about the ethos, I guess, of like, how they're thinking about moving forward as well. And communication, all the things. And we're going to talk about in the podcast. If you do want to follow the podcast, twitch.tv/JebroUnity every Friday at the moment. It probably will be for a little bit of time when End of Dragons comes out. There's lots to talk about, no doubt. We will do our best to try not to spoil things for you here and there. And also, there's also the VODs on YouTube, and also we're on Anchor, we're on Spotify, iTunes, all the things. Yes, it's very good. And we're going to start the podcast. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a video. Oh, look at that. Way back. Do you remember? Actually, first thing I'm going to ask everyone. Wow, Jesus, the music. No. Do you remember that when we were all at home, okay, during COVID, we see Ruby's amazing face on our screen in their home doing guild chat from home. Do you remember that? We were there like August 2020. That was only a year and a half ago, almost.
Cool.
And we get this amazing kind of like, I think Ruby, what did they say? I should go back and actually play that. But we got this. I'm hoping this is going to come up. Don't break. Yay, it's not going to break yet. There we go. And we get this trailer and we're like, oh God, what is this? And it was obviously, you know what it is. I'll just play it. It's only a minute long. Let's have a look.
This land, it's a monument to mortal resilience. They built new lives upon the very thing that sought to end theirs.
Mortals are little flames, brilliant, hot, then gone. Those who face eternity easily forget what a lifetime means, what an ending means.
You know it doesn't have to be this way.
No, Kunavine, it does. They need me.
God damn the hype. It's just like,
I know.
I memorized those lines so fast. I was on repeat.
yeah, it was. I just felt it just then again. I was like, I was back then, but I think even more so now because it is literally a couple of days away. Just kind of first, I mean, how are you feeling watching that now, obviously? And how are you feeling like, do you remember what it was like back then when you saw Kunavang? And also the fact that we've barely seen them since, which is interesting as well. Mm-hmm. And I think we've never really talked about that much, actually. So, like, I don't know if anyone wants to pop in first with thoughts and feelings about the actual trailer. And then, why haven't we seen much of them since then?
Oh, this trailer gets me so good. At the time, I saw it and of course, you all know me, my brain immediately went, oh, Dragon. And I was really excited about that. And so I just had to watch like 5 times to get over that initially and then get to the actual meat of the trailer. Mm-hmm. And we didn't have a lot of context then to really understand what this could mean or how it could all fit together. And it was beautiful, but again, it's like kind of ambiguous and everybody was like, who's the other voice? One of them has to be Kunavang. And there's this whole discussion about it, right? Which I thought was a really great way to kind of kick things off. But I have to say, having like done such a dive recently into Canthan history and then like replaying this trailer while I was doing it, I straight up teared up. Like I was caught completely off guard. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. And with all the other context of like, the resilience, and they built their lives off the back of the very thing that tried to destroy them, in the context with Dragon Jade and like all the different terrible things that have happened in Cantha and the Jade Wind, and how the people again adapted and overcame and like continued to try to find a new way to live, to turn that into their strength. I think this is a beautiful little trailer, and I actually am obsessed with it even more than I was when it first came out.
I think visually it was very impactful. It just was an overview of the areas that we now know of Xingje Island, New Canning City, the Jade Sea Echo. We didn't actually really see a lot of Echovold in that trailer, which is kind of interesting, but it was so nice just to have a visualization of like, oh, this is where we're going. Previously, we did get confirmation to a degree of the concept art of Xingje and the bell thing, which was like the big bomb drop. I was like, oh my god, it's so cool. And then with this trailer, it was just so beautiful. The voiceover is so well done. It was a kind of a mysterious tone to it, because it's like, what are they talking about? Like, how is this all going to culminate in the final moments? So I have a lot of fond memories of this trailer.
Yeah. It was also really good, the fact like the way that, I don't know if I can say filmed it, but like it feels like, because it's like kind of a first person view where like you get in there and like you just get to discover it yourself. So it's like your own experience and you're going there and this is where you're going. And as someone who's not as well versed with lore and who hasn't played Guild Wars 1, it's just like so enticing. Like you see that Jade Sea and you're like, oh, I want to go there. That sounds really cool. Yeah, it was incredible. The first time seeing this, I was just like, oh yeah, okay, this is starting and we're here.
Awesomeness. Yes, it was that. I got that feeling again, you know, the goosebumps from the very tips of your fingers to the tips of your toes, you know, that kind of like, that might sound corny to people, but I am a little bit corny sometimes. And like, it is just like, wow, as I choke on my own hype. Like, it was very, very exciting. Don't don't make me laugh now. It's okay. Don't make me laugh. I laugh way too much on the show.
General.
Okay, thank you very much.
You want, General.
We went to it.
Thank you. Everyone else has got goosebumps now. But yes, it was exciting. It was very, very awesome. And that was August 2020. So we had no idea.
Cool.
At that time, when we were going to see this expansion, we had no idea. We started to get an idea of the end of 2021, and obviously that changed. So it's been a while since then, a year and a half, which I think is kind of good in a way. Like it kind of for Guild Wars 2 is a bit weird because that is early hype. Because Path of Fire was like almost, it just felt like it just came and it came and gone. The energy, especially right then, was completely different to Path of Fire, like energy at the start. Heartthorn's a bit different because it's PAX South. It was like first PAX South ever. Like we're here, we're in this amazing stadium, and we're in COVID right now, you know. So they've had to do a very different thing, and I wonder what would have happened if it wasn't. I wonder if they would have done the same kind of thing. But I actually don't think they probably would have. I don't know. It was very fun. But the online experience is also very good. But yeah, so there was that. And does anyone think like we should have seen Kunavang more from then up until now? Or do you think it's better to kind of leave it as a mystery more so?
I think, oh, you know what, Kroof? You look like you were ready.
Maybe not.
I think I really would love to see more of Kunavang, of course, but we did get little snippets when they were doing the voice actor reveals. Rina Hoshino is voicing Kunavang, and just hearing the voice actors talk about their characters, even if we're not directly getting information about their role in the narrative, it's still nice to see. But I wonder. I always have my fan theories of like how Kunavang and Aureen will, if they will encounter each other, how their relationship is going to be. Because in that trailer, it seems like Kunavang, as it was confirmed, is speaking to this mysterious voice. And that leads to ideas of like, is this voice mother? Is it the deep sea dragon? It seems like Kunavang has a close relationship with them. If Aureen comes into the picture, how is that going to change the dynamic around the dragons? So I always like to play with those ideas leading up to it. And I'm really excited that, you know, as we were talking about, this was back in 2020. It's now 2022. It's going to arrive in 3 days. Time has flown so fast. So I'm excited to see more of Kunavang.
I think we need a timer to like basically say how many times we say that. Because I think we are going to keep reminding everyone that it is coming in 3 days. Number 2. That was from Kroof. Kroof is number 1. Yeah, very, very good points. That's true. And I think Rook wanted to go.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where there has been so much and we've gotten so much. And like when you look at everything in its grand scope, we have all these pieces of what's coming, right? And yet it feels like we didn't get like one whole trailer that had all of those pieces together. You know, here's Kunavang and this and that and the Jade Brother and Kaidang and these things and the Aether Blades. And so the closest we got to that was our most recent sort of features-esque trailer that we got. And that seemed to give us the most anchor point. But I still know a lot of people who are like, I'm so curious about like, what is even going to be happening in Cantha? And I think on one hand, it's really good because I do love that we will get to just experience it. And I think people forget that sometimes, that like being able to actually go in and experience it. And I have no doubt this narrative team, we are in good hands, you know, like they've done some incredible things, and having an expansion to really put all that work in and polish it as one thing is, I really think it's going to be fantastic for them. So I have no doubt, but I am curious. I want to know how they all fit together. And there's all these thoughts in my head, like you were saying, Kroof, like, why are those two so close? Are the salt spray dragons like dragon minions of the deep sea dragon that we're going to learn about? Is it that like there are just these different types of dragons, and that at some point there was this wild thing that happened with the elder dragons that made them different from others and so powerful? It's just, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
Yeah.
RAAVA, anything to add, or you
well, once again, I feel like I'm always the noob who, you know, I'm like, but like,
It's okay.
I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Like, just the only thing I can say is like, I'm so hyped. And like, what Guild Wars has always been really good at doing is like throwing those curveballs that you don't expect, and all of a sudden, like, you're looking through the story and you're like, oh, with those really awesome cutscenes and stuff. Like, one that comes in mind is the last cutscene where like you have the two dragons fighting. Like, so whatever happens, it's gonna be great. And I'm just really excited, and I'm excited for that jaw-dropping curveball.
Yes. And maybe to quickly jump to the present day for a moment, we're talking about like the trailers and not seeing Kunavang. I feel like a lot of the dragon stuff was with the CGI trailers and of course the teaser trailer. I have a feeling we still have a launch trailer that we haven't gotten yet. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if those CGI moments will be more about the dragon storyline, because the feature storyline seems to be about like the Aether Blades and actual like content. So I wonder if we might get a launch trailer that might see more of these things that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense, especially linking. I do think it's interesting how End of Dragon, it's very funny because like we see the first thing we saw with teaser trailer was it started with a dragon, you know, which is kind of interesting, starting with a dragon in the trailer, but the expansion's called End of Dragons and we've barely seen a dragon, so we started with a dragon but we're ending with a dragon. That was something about that. And then like you say, you know, I think you're right, because I think the mega Heart of Thorns trailer, which was so epic, we really did tie in the story more so than anything else we ever saw. So I think you're right. I think Monday, hopefully, we're going to see like a mega, like, you know, launch trailer, because we've not had the launch trailer. We've had feature trailers. We've had the Story Last Far trailer, which I think is a prologue kind of thing. I don't know. And then we had the other one, what was it? The Accolade trailer, which came out today. So I love how they're naming all these trailers so that they haven't said, so people aren't confused that this is the launch trailer, because I think sometimes we've been like, our launch trailer have actually maybe misnamed what that thing is. So yeah, it's just interesting to see. The footage I've got in the background, I'm not playing it through massively because this is actually the first look, interestingly enough, was in July of 2021. This was a good 7 months. No, this was a good almost year.
It's a year.
That was almost a year. Not 7 months, it was almost a year, yeah. Until we got our next snippet of information. This was the next trailer, basically. This is like a 15-minute trailer, basically, that they'd filmed and put together. And we heard about legendaries, we heard about strikes, we heard about, what else did we hear about in that stream?
Siege turtles.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Legendaries.
Fishing and skiffs.
Fishing skiffs.
Yes. It was pretty damn awesome. And I still remember us talking about it to this day. Like, it was just like, this is so much info. I remember that. I'm not sure. I wonder how long that podcast was. Probably still as long as the other ones, 4 or 5 hours sometimes. You know, just sitting here hour after hour. But yeah, it was just awesome. Just any thoughts and feelings about this kind of when this trailer came out? Well, not trailer, when this stream was out. Like, what was the feeling then? I mean, obviously, the turtles were coming out. Like, you saw the turtles for the first time. Like, what were your thoughts about the turtles?
I have 2 pet snakes, so I'm a massive like reptile. Like, I just love reptiles, and I think it's so cool. Like, who would think about a turtle? Like, you know, when you think about mounts, you think about like horses and whatnot, but a freaking turtle, like, that's just you know, and just there. And I just love the design of it. Like, I love, like, they did so much research on that turtle. The way it moves is incredible. The way it's designed, like, I went on a rant about this, but like, they like they actually took 3 species of turtle and turned it into one, and it's so well done. It still has this reality like aspect to it, but it's also very mystical. I also love the fact that you can raise the turtle. I just loved it. So yeah, I was just really happy about it. Like you know, after gliding and mount, you're like, okay, what can you do now? Like, where do you go from there? And like, obviously the Jade Bot is incredible as well, but just a turtle that you can also like ride with. And like, there's so many challenges that can come from that. Like, for example, as soon as this turtle hit, a friend and I are going to do map completion where I don't move, and he has to carry me to everything on that turtle. And I'm going to make a video series about it because it's just epic. Like,
that's such a good idea. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? What's the major thing about the Siege Turtle that you just didn't say, but you did say in a way? Like, what's the main thing is the fact that it is the first 2-person mount in Guild Wars 2. Like, that is huge. But like, as per usual, Guild Wars 2 don't F about, you know. They don't. They're just like, okay, we're gonna give you a mount, but okay, it does all of this stuff. So we're gonna give you someone else can join you. They don't even have to have like mounts and stuff. They can sit on the back and they can literally activate like weapons and stuff. Like, they can fire cannons, they can do all this kind of extra fun stuff, and you can do damage. It's not just about that getting from A to B. Like, and honestly, like pretty much nearly every other MMORPG is. I know there is like arcades, a little bit of stuff. I know in some games you can fight when you're on the back of the mount, but I think like the MMOs that we mostly play, there isn't anything else that happens on those mounts, and you wish there could be.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that is so impressive to me about Guild Wars 2. It is never just like there's just this thing in the game, right? It is always an experience for the people involved.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to think about other games, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, where, you know, you get a mount and everybody can, you know, get on it. And it's like, okay, well, now I'm going to go get some popcorn and you have fun taking me there. I'm going to check my Twitter feed. I'm going to do whatever. But it's not like an interactive thing that you can all do. And of course, will people still probably be like, hey, can you mount up so that we can conveniently get to this place? I do need to go get my food that just arrived, or whatever it is. But the fact that you can actually have an experience together, and, you know, that even in some of the map events and stuff that we've seen, right, there will be roles for this mount to play, that when you're going out around together, both the pilot and the person on the mount that is, you know, manning the siege elements, both of you have things that you can do. As you level it, it gets more efficient. Like, all of those things are so fantastic, even down to like the skiffs and fishing that they revealed during this, where it was not just like, and then you just sit in a boat and you fish. It's like your friends can boost you and you can do all this stuff. And there's this interactive element that is key to the heart of Guild Wars 2.
Big on the social aspects, which was nice to see. The first look live stream was a really nice treat to actually get a decent pool of information, because we had waited so long. And I personally just directly gravitated towards the Virtuoso when they revealed the Virtuoso, the weapons, the utility skills, and then they left the traits for later, which was pesky. It was like, we're so close to getting the full package. But I really enjoyed the first look live stream, and I thought it was really well done.
Okay. Anyone else got anything to say? We're just getting excited. How did you feel in chat about the first look live stream? I know there was something we talked about legendaries a lot. I think.
Yes.
I think there was the excitement of them, but also I think a controversy came out of this stream for sure about legendaries and them being like a Black Lion set, right? And they're very much changed when, you know, things happened and we found out more information. And as we find out, like, most of the time, maybe we should wait a little bit longer rather than, you know, going onto Reddit and blowing off our steam potentially. You know, it's still not a lesson that some people have learned. It's still, you know, a little bit of drama even today. But, you know, That is a thing.
I mean, I for one, you all know from my rant, my enthusiastic ramble that day. I don't think I've ever spoken
That is one of the highest clips on my channel. I'm not even joking.
I know, like, I was so powerfully moved by these Aurene themed legendaries. I went on like a moving speech about like how this wasn't just anyone's legendary or their legend. This was our legend. This was our legacy. Of course, letting us all have a weapon that reflects that and the role we've played and the champion we've been and the dragon that's been at our side. I was so invested in that idea, not only because I am obsessed with Aurene as a character and she is a dragon, but also just because, like, to me,
Are you sure?
again,
I'm kidding. That might have something to do with it.
she is a really well designed and voice acted dragon, so that does not hurt, to be honest. And it's one of those things where, like, for me, in so many games, I think I have wanted them to go that extra step. You know what I mean? It's like some legendary, interesting creature gets introduced, and you're like, oh, cool, I get to play a role with them for 5 seconds, and then they're like, goodbye, and they just leave, and you sit there like, are you kidding me? Like, I could have had a dragon, and then you were like, see you later, we don't want to animate them anymore. Like, whatever it is. Like,
They're too big.
They're too big, too hard to deal with. Bye.
And they were doing jazz hands as well. Like, jazz hands means to be a thing.
That's how dragons fly.
Okay,
I'm immersing you in the experience. Yes, this is the energy that I
you.
feel and how we fly on dragons. No, I just, like, to me, again, it's like Guild Wars 2 picked something and they were like, in this world we have dragons, and they made them dragons. And you have a dragon and she grows and you are with her and you grow with her and you have, like, to me, I loved that. And everybody will have different feelings on their relationship with that and their character, but like having this weapon set that reflects that, and then also reflects, as we found out, the legacy of all the elder dragons, I just am like, that to me is phenomenal. And it's so funny because you mentioned the community, right? And the reaction. And sometimes I think there are knee-jerk reactions to things that people don't expect, or like, you know, in their mind, it's been one way, so they don't really know how to shift gears for a different way. But, you know, along all the complaints that I had heard about other things, the idea that like, oh, we don't get quests with like legendaries anymore. Oh, we don't really feel as connected to them. We don't really. And to me, this was the answer to all of that. And so I always think it's important to like look at it in a rounded way. And I'm so glad they're doing this, because if this means that we get some context for this set, we get this thing that's really meaningful to our character and the legacy that we've had and the journey we've taken, that is like, it's so good. And I loved that even when this whole like launch day live stream was happening, I was so hyped for it.
Yeah.
You really enjoyed those legendaries. I thought they were totally fine for me.
Just go back to the memories.
Like,
oh, you
yeah,
really
No, I must say, you did a really good job at convincing me more than I already was. I wasn't right out of the gate negative about it. I was like, okay, it's all the same set. That's kind of interesting. As long as we actually get a full set, I think that's good content. And then you're like, but think of the storyline about you being Aurene's champion and the direct connection.
Right.
And I was like, oh, okay. I see the web that you're weaving. I see. So you made it a lot better. And then of course we got news that there are more variations, and that just like took it over the edge. I was like, oh, absolutely, full steam ahead. Let's go.
Plus, like, you know that scene, like that stream with Kanang where you actually see like one, I think it was Ruby who had them. Like, they just look gorgeous, and they really don't look like a Black Lion skin. Like Black Lion skins, like they're like most of them, I have enjoyed them, but that does not look like a Black Lion skin. Like, and just the effect, like, you know how we were talking about like how dragons are too hard to like design and stuff, so it's just like you know, but like it's a prismatic dragon. Like, it just, the color and the reef, like, it's just, it must be so hard. Like, I know nothing about art, but just when you see Aurene, you know, and she, in the Eye of the North, and she looks so beautiful, and you get to carry that around, and that's just one set. It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be epic. Like, the problem is, like, you know, people have anxiety about things, and I think that the anxiety takes over, and then they go to Reddit and they like let out that anxiety.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But it's like, the number one cure to anxiety, well, not cure, but that helps, is mindfulness and being in the present moment and waiting for things to show up, right? So just wait and just get hyped, and like that you don't ruin your hype in a way.
I wish I could. Well, no, I mean, yeah, I don't have anything to add. I just don't. I think we're all in tune now. We're in tune to the point where I can literally take us to the next subject and shut up. I'm good. I'm enjoying this as much as everyone else is. I think if I'm going to add anything, maybe rewind, and when RAAVA said Aurene in the Eye of the North, and then you see Rook's face, then that's something you should probably, if you want to find out about who likes Aurene probably the most in the Guild Wars 2 community, you could probably see who that is. Just because Rook's face, I can't really do it again, but I think everyone in the podcast should probably give it a try. It was kind of like this. I don't know. I'm not sure if I gave it like much because I'm a bald British man, and like I don't think I gave it enough like gravitas. I don't think I gave it justice.
A lip quiver?
But there was a tiny one.
Those who ask shall receive. In the chat, everybody was like, "Where's your statue, Rook?" And I'm like, "Right here, next to where I am every day at my computer, so I can look at her." Yes, I am obsessed with dragons. This is clear. I say it over and over again. I don't want anybody to forget it. It's very important to me. But like all of that to say, yeah, that moment for me with her was really moving because like, again, like I said, you don't see things change a lot of times in games. There are characters that we've had in other MMOs where it's like these children should have grown up 50 expansions ago. There's like, all this stuff. And so like the fact that we have actually had a journey with like the evolution and the passing of time and the characters, and that first time I thought for sure when Aurene did her Ascension thing, Living Season 4, again, I was like, this has been so amazing. Living Season 4 was incredible. And then there was that Ascension moment and I was like, this is one of the most beautiful cutscenes I've ever seen. But I thought that was them being like this has been fun, bye. That we would never see her again. And the fact that like when you get to Eye of the North, she is there. That look on my face, it was actually because, again, it was that extra step. It was that we designed her. This is what she looks like growing up. This is the context and evolution of Glint, and even how Glint was conceived like back in Guild Wars 1 into something like this. The idea of a prismatic dragon, the way she looked, the tinkling sound effects when you get near her, the little glisten of rainbow. Like the details are unbelievable, and the statue does not disappoint in that regard. Unfortunately, I also at launch had the glitch where she popped up and then disappeared forever. So like she appeared and I cried and then she was gone in Eye of the North for like a week until they patched it.
She saw you and she was like, I need to get a restraining order right now. Bye.
Was she talking when you were there, but she wasn't there?
She was gone. There was no dialogue. She wouldn't appear. I was on stream and anytime I'd turn around, I kept saying on stream, I was like, this is so weird. I really thought she would still be here. And finally somebody was like, Rook, she is here for everyone else. And I was like, why has this happened to me?
Of course it was you.
I know. But all of that to say, even in these trailers that we got with her in them, again, it just shows that like Guild Wars 2 and from this like live stream and the turtles and everything, right? That they do not compromise on the fantasy world that they've created and that the designs are just incredible. Like, so even seeing the stuff with this launch day live stream, I was just so moved. And even now going back, I'm still so moved because it's just gorgeous. And that trailer, like the CGI trailer, oh my gosh. Oh, it's so beautiful. I keep going back and getting screen caps from it. I keep like, it's just so gorgeous.
Can I have someone who talks about me the way Rook talks about Aurene? Like, that's just what I want, you know?
Or just in your
I'm
stream?
right here.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Might I just also add briefly
No.
the first look live stream?
I mean, yes, you can.
I'll add.
No, you can. You can add briefly. We can talk about
No,
what you
no,
want.
I won't add briefly. I will add in long form essay
Please do.
sentence.
Yes.
For thou as to me thinketh the first stream of End of Dragons. I just want to say that was the first moments where we actually got like a couple of the soundtrack bits.
Oh, yeah.
And the music. When we're doing, they were doing like the 15 minutes until the stream, and they were just showing the concept art process and also showing snippets of the soundtrack. That was when I was like, yes. So appreciation for the music department, and it was so good. I definitely recorded some of those bits, and I isolated them for video use, and it was great.
That's right. I'm playing it now in the background. That's actually very true. I don't even know if we talked about that during that podcast. To be fair, I don't know if we did. I think we'd say. I mean, there's probably a good reason. There was a lot of stuff. Sorry. I'm doing very good today. There's a. I'm talking about swearing, people. I'm not getting to the point where you even know I'm swearing now. So, just saying.
Did I miss something?
No, yeah, exactly. I didn't say it. I was like about to say it. Like I was about to say, I don't even know. It's gone now, Kroof. Because again, we're just here in my life, and this happens every week. But yeah, the music I didn't even notice at all. It was that's. I don't even know if I've heard this. Remember this song?
You must.
I mean, I must have when I was there, but I was too excited. Like I was just like hype. I don't know. I don't know if they played it again. Like I actually didn't realize I was there. That's awesome. Thank you very much for pointing that out. That's why you're on the show, you see. Not fired. You're okay.
I always get fired, and I find a way to come back in.
You do, yeah.
I'm like,
that's true.
the door's open. I'm just gonna like sneak on in.
I also wanted to say, aside from my embarrassing monologuing about Oreen, sorry about that, everybody. It goes and it goes. The one thing I really remember from that.
Never apologize for your enthusiasm, please. I will not let you. I will not let you apologize for that.
I have a lot of feelings, everybody. But the one thing that was kind of funny about that I did want to mention is that because I did the pre-show, that was the first time that I had done anything like that. And so I did the pre-show event with the story summary live before that. And one thing that I remember from that event that was just kind of unique was that, one, I had like no sleep and I was just trying to do it the best that I could. And it wasn't until afterwards that like people were messaging me and, you know, had like screenshotted the chat, and like all of you had done like reactions, or you had sent me like messages that were like, you just did amazing, you're so great, you're gonna do so good today, you're gonna like, and I was going through everything, and I was just so struck by like how incredible this community is when it's at its best, and like just how much of a family and how connected this game has made us over the years to one another, and like even the kindness of strangers who were just like, this is hype and I'm excited about it, and I was like, I am so glad, like I'm so glad, because it's really scary to like put yourself out there like that, and then also to do this monumental thing that is like a whirlwind that you do live for that one, like. Yeah. So that was just one thing I also wanted to mention, because I think the community's hype at that point was also so beautiful and so wonderful to see.
Well, you contributed to that a lot. Like, you just did such an incredible job. Like, honestly, it was just like we were all watching. Like, I remember I was having a watch party. It was 4 a.m. for me when that came out in Australia. Oh, and like, I was just like, I just want to die. And then you showed up and you started telling me about stuff, and I'm like, let's go! Yeah, I'm the commander! I will do it! You know? That was from you.
Yes. So. RAAVA, your radiance is very close to Oreen's as a person, and because of that, I just want you to know how much comparing you to Oreen, like, you know, you've heard now, you are beautiful and radiant like a prismatic dragon. Thank you for those kind words. It's
and you're a siege turtle in my heart, baby.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
I think RAAVA called you chunky.
I am fine with that. Hey, you know what? That's good with me too.
Hey, are you crap talking the siege turtle?
It has jets. That's all that matters.
I am sturdy, I am powerful, I am ready for co-op, and I'm very good at snuggling. So I am ready for that, if that's what sturdy encompasses.
This is definitely the more rated R podcast of the Guild Wars 2 community without saying any words specifically. I'm just saying. Hi,
Wow.
everyone. No,
I wasn't even
didn't.
taking it that direction, Jebro. What is happening?
No, I didn't even say that. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about just generally over 40 episodes. Like, you know, obviously Boots is the most filthiest person we've had on this
yeah, Bruce is
podcast.
disgusting.
Exactly.
Inappropriate, yeah.
Very terrible. Okay, I kind of wanted to leave the music in the background, but I've got to change it. It's so good. There's the next song as well. I've heard this one. You can't hear it at the moment, unfortunately, because otherwise it repeat a million times. But
Also, wait.
awesome. What?
Have all of our slides changed?
Oh yeah. Oh.
Jebro!
I'm the only one that's right.
Why has that happened?
guys-
Was it like that at the beginning? Why has it changed?
I haven't noticed.
Guys, I'm Jebro. Yeah, welcome to
Wait.
RAAVA.
Oh no, I know
I'm
why.
gonna send you a
I know
wombat.
why. I know why. It's because I moved the order around in this scene.
Oh,
So I moved the order and
okay.
I've got them linked, and I changed them. So like, I changed all of our names during the stream because I'm an absolute ninja. So I'm gonna do it again, and I'm just gonna leave that in the background. Also, tell me what was next? Let me see what the next thingamajig was. Balls! I can't believe that happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh my god! I will change them back, but that's why. It's because they're all linked. It's a fun time. So
I was Jebro for a little bit. I enjoyed it.
as long as it was fun. It's gonna take 2 seconds to fix. So yeah, Rook's has literally remained the same because Rook's always been here, so Rook's name has never moved. Like everyone else has, including mine apparently. So
Yeah.
I get
It was real weird how you pieced out on a couple episodes and made me host it. That was great.
I don't actually know what happened, so I'm sorry about that. But yeah, so the expansion's coming out on Monday. Cool. I'm just gonna have no name, and that will do.
3 days. 3
So
days,
sorry.
everybody.
I'm really when it comes to technical stuff, I'm really like kind of about that stuff. So I did it for like 10 years. I used to like direct and produce and used to do graphics and set design, loads of stuff. So like whenever I see something like that, I have to fix it. Like otherwise I'm not able to be present. Okay, and that's very unprofessional. Ha ha ha. Okay, so now we're here.
Yeah.
Now we're here. The next thing that came out was the expansion trailer, which actually was the same day because we had that. It was during that show, so I think I actually will show that because it was only 2 minutes. Very awesome trailer indeed. So we're gonna go back to the other screen, and you'll see our faces once again. I hope. There we go.
Like a song.
This is the one we saw. You can talk over this. This is okay if you want to. I know it's a bit delayed for you lot because you're seeing the stream, but.
It's my girl.
Okay, Rick. Right. This is why I wanted this screen. I didn't want to just have the trailer. I was like, because I need people to see everyone's faces, especially Rook's, who is like. Most of the time.
Shing just looks so beautiful. The colors.
Yeah.
Yeah. That like sweep up, it makes your heart just like leap. Like it's so gorgeous.
And then June here. June's hair. The unit is so good.
So good.
It's so good.
No, and the prismatic bubbles, they just look so good.
Yes.
Even the bubbles, they're incredible.
Well, the
I'm
bubbles.
still-
Is that the bubbles from the end of the last season? Oh, it must be, right? I guess. I don't know.
I'm still convinced
Bubble heavy.
I'm still convinced it's a bubbles nod. Like two bubbles. You know what I mean? Like it feels really purposeful in that
That's
sense.
what I was thinking.
Just because it's so excessive, for a lack of better terms, that I was like, oh, this does feel more like a nod to like Cantha, Bubbles, Deep Sea Dragon.
Yeah.
Just because it's just like thousands of them.
There was a lot of bubbles in that trailer.
There were a ton. I'm also so glad we actually know who Anka is now because I remember from the first time of watching this, I was like, who? You know, like you get that shot of her and it's so dramatic and it seems so important, but because, you know, it was featured in such a way that, again, it sets it up as almost, again, like this is maybe an enigmatic component or the antagonist or the, and I was expecting that we would have somebody that I recognized, and she popped up and I was like, who's that? And then of course, like you get that zoom and like my trend and people were talking more and we all dove into it more, but it was so nice to finally get the pieces of, oh, she's the new first mate, you know, to my Trin, and she actually worked at the Thaumanova power reactor and all that stuff that we got later from the live streams.
It was a good trailer. It was a very good trailer.
It was. I think that the bubbles thing is definitely like, Anet has always like pulled little things like this where they put it right in front of your face, like and then you don't really pay attention to it, and then that curveball, like I've mentioned earlier, happens, and you're like, oh, it was there all along, you know. So
yeah, I think they have one thing I know about the ArenaNet and the stuff. I think just maybe just gamers in general are like these kinds of things, that there is a lot of similarities to popular culture at the time as well, like Marvel movies, for example. Like they have little things like poking in here and there where you're like, oh, if you'd been watching here you might realize that this is like the reason this is happening, or this thing is appearing in different places, or like the end of the thing episode, like this is going to link to, like I've always been like, oh right, yeah, I wonder if they were watching, oh, this movie came out around this time. I get the feeling of this, like, you know, just, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just interesting how culture can, I guess, influence video game design, and even just like be such a strong influence at the time of designing different things. Like that's what I'm kind of interested about the expansion. Like, if you've ever played Destiny 2's story, good lord, it was just like, I am basically Star Wars, Star Trek, and anything sci-fi in one. And yes, there is the light side, and yes, there is the dark side, and yes, there is the literal empire. And you were like, well, maybe Destiny 2 took a little bit too literally, but I like Guild Wars 2 and how they are able to do that. But I don't know. It's just fantastic. This was a really, really good trailer. Solid. Yeah. What was the next thing? Does anyone else want to say anything about that?
The very last thing is that this is one of the few places where we've actually seen the tagline, the cycle is reborn, as opposed to the cycle ends or the cycle. Ooh. So I'm very curious. That has been in my mind. I'm very curious about that, and or again, what role the Elder Dragons or the dragons or this energy will play in the future.
I actually did not even think about that, but now that you mention it, I have noticed that some of the taglines have changed.
Orin looks so good.
I like we're just talking about like this lyric and like RAAVA is still watching the trailer.
RAAVA, behold her. Just behold her.
I just love that trailer. It's so different.
It's good.
Like, that really got me hyped, that trailer.
Well, that's the thing, because interestingly enough, then this was the role. This was the role of everything. This is when, so we had over the course of August 25th, 2020 to July 2021, we only really had 3 main trailers, and one of the trailers was shown during the first look. So 2 real big, impactful movements towards an expansion. Then it was October, and then it was just like, hey, we're just going for it now. We are going full steam ahead, full hype. Like, it was just like, here's the music, here we go again. Like, you know, it's like, it was just so awesome. And we had 10th of August, Elite Specialization started to roll out. And they started to show us the trailers, and I know crew from me and crew specifically were making videos about every single one, and we'd make a video about the actual thing, and then when it came out of the footage we'd make another one, and these videos hit really well. Like, especially I gained a lot of traction on YouTube personally, and especially because my YouTube has just died because I just didn't pay attention to it for a while. I just left it for like 5 years, and I just released something every like month. But then it just picked up again. It was just like, what? You're literally watching and just fit. Oh, okay, sorry. Wait, what's happening? What am I watching? What am I, the chat's happening.
Avatar: The Last Airbender. You refuse to watch? the cultural phenomena that is Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Jebro, are you telling me you have not seen Atla?
No.
Oh my god, Jebro.
Jebro.
I never take the piss out of you not watching like Back to the Future and stuff. Oh, who was that?
I have seen Back to the Future and I do love it, but also Avatar: The Last Airbender is phenomenal, Jebro. So
I mean, is the main character bald?
Yes.
I should probably watch it then.
Like, and the Legend of Korra?
I don't know.
Like, I'm not even lying. I need to take a quick break because I need to just like hype it up because Avatar: The Last Airbender is a standout show. Jebro,
What do you mean it's a standout show?
This is akin to like Game of Thrones. Like you have to watch it.
Well, no, if it's like the last season.
No. But like season 1 to 5, you can watch Game of Thrones. You should watch Game of Thrones.
Okay.
But like Avatar, you should watch it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you need to give it a few episodes. You need to give it a little bit. Like by the end of the first season, you'll be totally sold
So it's
because
not
again,
Final
they were
Fantasy
like,
14.
but it is
Sorry.
it's different in that regard. It's just that like any show, any game, it has to kind of get its footing, right? So like if you watch the first 2 episodes, you are not going to understand why we are hyping it so much right now. But Kroof, I did not realize you were also such an Atla fan, and I am. We should do a watch through together. This is such a tangent.
We should.
Like, watch through together, please, Jebro.
Well, it'll be my
cat
first time.
is called Iroh, by the way. Just gonna put that out there.
I love that. We really did just go down an entirely different cave. We went down a secret tunnel, you might say.
Like, this
but
is
hey,
this is the Guild Wars. This is the Lightbringers. When do we not do that?
And like the thing is, like even your chat mentioned Ba Sing Se, and you had no idea what they meant. That's a shame on you, Jebro.
Shame on you, Jebro.
not
Look
the
at what you
table
made
slam.
RAAVA do.
Good
RAAVA's
Lord.
always sweet. Look at what you made RAAVA do, Jebro.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you say I don't know nothing about Avatar in the chat, but I don't actually. I
But
mean,
see,
I don't.
you need to connect with your audience. Your chat has taste.
Hey, I don't know
But
who
you
that person is.
cater to
I don't
your
know who that
chat
person is. It's the
because
first
you
time.
don't know
It's the
what
first time
Ba
here.
Sing Se is.
I don't know who that person is.
My heart.
So, are you
But you're-
excited for the next season?
Okay, well, we now realize that we need to all have a big watch party with Jebro so that we can correct this terrible, terrible crime. But, I mean, let's all of that aside. End of Dragon's hype.
Yes.
Let's
We
get
can
back
do
to
that.
it, although I'm going to be haunted by this the entire rest of our discussion.
Yes.
but-
Well,
we had to
I
do
My
mean,
like-
day
yes.
is shattered.
that is something we can possibly. Actually, I can't say that because of copyright reasons, so I won't say that right now because that would be totally illegal. But like, I'll talk about that in the potentialness of the Lightbringers Discord, which may be launching today.
Oh, it's a today thing.
Well, not the guild specifically, but the Discord, because I want everyone to start getting a bit hype. The Discord looks amazing. We're not going to launch it. I'm not saying right now. Don't read it. Don't worry. It's okay. We got hours yet until the end of the podcast. It can be any time during the podcast. It's fine. The podcast, like the crew, like Really Geek and Brylus have done an amazing job with the Lightbringers Discord. It is literally. It just looks so good. Like there's just so much. You're gonna be excited, and like content creators, there's gonna be alerts going off for people, and it's all opt-in stuff. It's very much inclusive, but it's also not gonna poke you with all the things. It's gonna be great. So if you're interested in joining our guild as well, do ! Lightbringers in the chat. Just fill out a form. If you want to belong to an all-inclusive community of awesome peeps who are just legendary. Content creators as well are coming together to organize events. There's people who are just joining so that we can basically, it's going to be a hub where we can connect people to different communities, to different events that are going on. And it's going to be very, 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 very exciting. So make sure you come and join our guild. I have sent an invite. Kruf's in there right now. I think Rook's in there. I know they've probably sent an invite. I don't know. They're doing an iFace thing, so probably not. RAAVA's going to join as well. Everyone's in there, and we've got some cool. There might be quite a cool little thumbnail on the Discord thing as well for the Lightbringers Guild. And if you haven't seen it, you will see it soon when you get invited today. Pay attention. In the future, we'll do it. There's a form in the chat if you want to join now. If you don't, you don't have to. Right, okay, I'm going to show the next thing now. So elite specialization.
Yes. These elite specs were
I just
amazing.
had to do that. I had to do that. It was a little bit of a, and if you're listening live, not live recorded, you can come join as well. It's okay. Like, just hang out with one of these people. That's how to do it. And join their guilds as well. Okay. Well, it is their guild. You know what I mean. Anyway, this is the first one. I was going to call it Vampire. I've been playing that game way too much. That Vampire Survivors game. This was the... Why is it going out of my head?
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso. It's V.
Virtuoso.
Sorry, I was at
I got
what?
you.
I think Virtuoso for me is not my favorite. That's probably why I don't really care about it. But I do care about it in terms of it looks cool. It's just not my jam. Like, that's all. And that's okay. That's absolutely fine. It doesn't mean I can't not be excited for everyone else that is excited for it. But how did we feel about when we first saw the Virtuoso? I'm going to stop talking because I've been talking for like 10 minutes.
Really cool. I love the direction they went with a long-range dagger. I like the new shatters and how you just have daggers consistently around you. They don't despawn. They're great for pre-casting. And yeah, I really, really enjoy the Virtuoso. I'm very interested to see where the Virtuoso goes in the future, because I personally had a little bit of issue with some of the trait lines. I think that's kind of where I had a little bit more criticism. But other than that, I actually loved playing the Virtuoso. I liked how it felt. I liked how it just maneuvered, and it was a difference from, which we'll get into, the other ones where it's not all about fast movement speed. It's kind of more methodical. You sit in a location and you do your spells and your long range attacks, so I enjoyed that.
Would you say it's kind of snipery more so than anything?
A little. I hope they go down that road a little bit more than what seems to be this close to mid-range situation, even though a lot of the abilities are max range. I think that's a little bit of a dissonance in my mind, so I hope they go down that more sniper
I like
route.
that word. That was a nice word.
Yeah, I was like, virtuoso music, dissonance, mesmer mentality.
really
I was
good.
like,
I like it. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
It's a good. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about the fact that I play with really high ping because I play from Australia and there's no servers in Australia.
No.
And one of the hardest thing when you play Chronomancer or Mesmer or even like let's not even mention Mirage, because Mirage is like not the worst in terms of the class, but for someone with high ping, Mirage is very difficult. Like finally where you don't have to like manage like those clones. And like, you know, you're trying to produce those clones and shatter, but because of your ping, they shatter before you can shatter. Like, it's so good. It's so good because you don't have to manage that, and it's so much easier. And at first, I was like, the first time I saw it, I'm like, oh, it's just another Mirage. I won't be able to play it. But then I played it on the last beta, Elite Specialization week, and it was so good, and it's also so visually pleasing. Like, you just play it and you get like, you lose track of like, you know, how like I do raids in fractals, so technically you have to focus on your DPS and your rotation. It's impossible to do that when you play Virtuoso because it's just so beautiful. You're like, oh wow, okay, yeah. But yeah, it's a really good like smooth class for all kind of players, I think, and it's not going to be as hard to pick up as like, for example, Mirage, where you need to remember where like your stuff is or your clones and stuff. It's just really good.
The visuals on this too, come on. Like, oh my gosh. I mean, you all know I talk a lot about, I love the artistic side of games. And so a lot of times people will talk about practicality, the numbers, the parsing, right? But for me, such an integral experience of these games and how we embody the characters and the fantasy that we want to have is that flair, it's that design, it's that aesthetic. And Virtuoso just absolutely knocks it out of the park. It is so beautiful, and like using each of the skills is a little fun discovery in and of itself. What does this look like? What does this do? And I really enjoyed how it played, honestly, as I got into it. So yeah, I mean, everything Kruv said, I totally agree with. Everything RAAVA said, totally agree with. But I also just love like the visuals on this. I think it is
gorgeous,
super fun. And even if it's not like everybody's absolute favorite one, we have such a great range of elite specializations.
Yeah.
I think each of them offer something really fantastic.
And what's like one thing that's really good about all the elite spec is the animation of those attacks, of those skills. It just looks so good. Like if you look at your character, you're like, huh, that I look cool. I look cool doing that. You know, like you throw your dagger and you look cool.
Virtuoso
yeah,
is my
it's really
favorite looking elite spec. They really, that art department, they came through. It was really good.
Okay, well, let's move on to one of the best actual ones.
Oh my god, we're talking about Vindicator? I'm so excited.
We're talking about the Harbinger. Yes. We're doing it in an order, okay? Harbinger was, you made a really good video about this actually, with the realization that not many people had actually come up with, Griff, if you remember rightly.
Me?
Yeah, with Harbinger, the screenshot you took and you put it on Twitter.
Oh yes, I think I was one of the only
You were the first
individuals.
one, absolutely.
I think I might have been the first one to
You were the
detect
first one. I'm telling you live right
You
now.
definitely were.
The
You
first
definitely
person.
were.
I
Yeah.
knew. I thought I saw something. I had no idea what it was.
In my experience, I was the first one to catch that there was
Do you want to say that again?
dragon.
We have told you. Yes, you were the first person.
It's called being humble, Jebro. You should learn it sometime.
Proof no humbleness here, because I literally remember on like while we were watching the live stream, you went, I wonder if it has a little something to do with Zaitan. Like I remember
I think
you
you said
saying that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then when they go into Harbinger Shroud, there's actually Zaitan's face in the clouds, and then I had just coincidentally was taking screenshots and I saw it super clear and I was like, oh, Zaitan is a part of this. And I really appreciate lore when it comes to the Elite Spec, so that I posted that on Twitter. I was like, oh my gosh, everyone, you all have to see this. It's Zaitan. We have some Zaitan stuff. And then come to find out, New Kaineng, the Wave, there's Unchained in the area. Really cool.
It just looks so good. I'm just watching the trailer, and once again the animation, like the attacks, you just look badass playing a harp, like, and it was my favorite, and it's still my favorite. Like I just love it. It's not an easy spec to play. It is very squishy, and there's a lot of management hack to do. But when you play it, like, it is so worth it. Like, you know how a lot of people make the memes about Ellie, and it's like, oh yeah, Ellie's fun, but it's squishy. This isn't the new Ellie. Like, you can just pump out the numbers, but you'll be squished to the ground if you ignore mechanics and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just so good.
It is like it is literally a harbinger of like Doom, but at the same time, it is like you have to manage. That management is quite good. I like the interplay with the elixirs. I think it's such a there's a class in another game, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's something about, you know, I mean engineer as well. Like, I'm an engineer player and I love Necro. Necro is probably my second favorite class because Reaper is one of my favorite elite specs in the game, even though I main Engie. And this gives me the whole like Reaper vibe as well. Like, whereas Scourge was like the name was cool, but for me that was about it. And like I didn't connect to that class at all, other than the healing and support like utility, which he had, which I loved, but then it was just too powerful. But this was just like, I've PvP'd in this, and I had this 1v2 clip that I put like on Instagram and stuff, and I just loved the mobility. I loved the acrobatics of it. I liked the fact that it felt like I was playing an engineer, thief, and a necro all in one. It was just like, it was so fun. And I know there are people that don't connect to this class, and that's okay, but for me, this is one of the... It was just so nice. I really want to emphasize, like, for Guild Wars 2, for when they design elite specializations, I love the fact that they go to the opposite end of the scale. And I've said this every single time. And that's why Mesmer was quite good as well. And even though I don't like enjoy Mesmer that much, like that elite spec playing it so much, they went to another place. They took away the actual clones of people, and they gave you daggers, like, and they went long range with a dagger. Like, you know, that's the opposite end almost for me, you know, that's the opposite end of the scale for Mesmer. And this is kind of the opposite end of the scale compared to Scourge. To this, like, it's still conditions, but you've got a gun for a start, like on a necro, which is completely different. And you've got like mobility, and you've got like a lot of, but Shroud has still got these like defining parts of it. Like, Shroud still does a lot of CC, and it has a lot of power, but you have to manage this like this health, and like it's just I just love it. I cannot wait to play this in PvP as well, and I cannot wait to run around the world in it. It's gonna be
and Yeah, it also has like a support component, which is really awesome, because if you think about Scourge gives barrier, and that's awesome, and it gives a little bit of might. But like, so in like those kind of group contexts where you're trying to get all those boons, it's like, you know, like you will not, like, you will pick it as a high DPS, like you'll just pick it, but you can't really do anything with the boons. And then they just throw in, hey, if you throw elixirs, you can have all the boons in the game, and it's like, okay, I'll take it. Like, I think like some of the best designed classes are those classes that can pump out numbers, but like can also give 1 or 2 boons. Like, for example, Condi Quickbrand is so strong, and it is fun, but you also get to do supporty stuff. So like it's like this hybrid roles, and it just gives like so much possibility. And like that's why like they did such a good job with like creating really hybrid roles, so that there's no like meta like comp, or like, you know, you have to run this because we need this type of thing.
I mean, there is kind of, but I know what you mean. There is the
Not
attempt.
as much.
Yeah, there is an attempt to definitely push it. And I think they're doing that more so now, rather than just going like the line of, which is why they're changing the like spirits and banners, for example. Like that's a very good point, Rather. Like you said, they're probably going more that direction now than ever. Yeah. Okay.
They're already moving all 10-man boons. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
No, you're right. Like, I really love that too, because I like when classes, I mean, I love support and I love healing, and Guild Wars 2 is always so unique because, again, a lot of times what you're doing, it's situational given off of like what kind of content you're doing and what kind of stuff you're doing. And when you're just like out roaming in the world, you probably have more of a hybrid build. You might flex or change what you're doing. So like, I love that they are adding more options for that and trying to like spread the love a little bit. This was actually the only Necro class that I vibe with. I love this elite spec. Everybody always goes to Necro and they're like, Necro is like so great and it's so amazing in Guild Wars 2. And I have just never, I don't know, I just have not vibed with the aesthetic. I don't know. It's something about the squishy meat boys that follow you around. I don't want them there. I don't want to. I like imagine how they would smell, and it's bad. The answer is bad, and like the idea of them being around me at all times is not the vibe that I want in my life. I want prismatic dragons. So you know, it's like either side of that spectrum, and definitely.
Did you say sweaty meat boys?
No, I called them meat boys. Did I call them squishy? Squishy meat boys.
Squishy. I was going to say sweaty.
I mean, we want to talk sweaty meat boys.
Raid is on that, man. I mean, they're close, but
they're just like, I think they're funny, but I think they're gross too. And so many people think they're cute, and I'm like, that looks like you took a whole bunch of meat from the meat store, or the butcher as it's called, and then you slapped it together, and then you just put some magic on it. You're like, look at this beautiful meat sculpture I made. And I was like, oh no. And he went, I animated it, and now it will follow you everywhere. So that's my nightmare. So I have not vibed with Necro.
I'm sorry.
But they give you life force.
They do give me life force, but like, I mean,
these minions are serving me life force.
Yeah, but I hate them. Ew.
Some people love it. They love it. And I'm like, I'm so happy you do. I don't want it. I don't want to wake up in the dead of night and see that floating rib cage making squelching noises at me. I just don't.
Oh my God. You should have seen Haughty Chicken. I think all of you know who Haughty Chicken is now. Maybe Kroof, I'm not sure. But like when I've been just raiding them every single time. They've been playing Guild Wars 2, and much love to Haughty Chicken, who is amazing. But she was playing with her husband, and the heal minion came out, and her face was like, but I think she was like, they're really cute. I think she was like the opposite side, but also not sure, and it was just like this mix of like, that's cute, but also wow. Like, damn. What is this thing? And I was just like, I loved watching them, like, because they're playing Necro. Necro is their main character, and they started a new one. It was just leveling up. It was just wonderful. Please go watch them. If someone can put their link in the chat, that would be good.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, absolutely wonderful. You're right. You're right. They are kind of gross, but like,
they're gross.
but like, that's a necromancer, right?
I have a question here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So you feel like those are disgusting, but you're okay throwing different types of liquids and forms of elixir on yourself and on your allies that could positively like be corrosive
Yeah, they don't
or
look gross,
acidic.
though.
Rava, you're missing one crucial component here that Kroof discovered, which is that this one is about dragons.
Oh, that's where it's okay. As long as
But
it's
it's
a
about
dragon.
a dead dragon, like a rotting dragon. It's not
Look.
Maureen, right?
If I'm gonna go and I'm gonna scrape off some nasty, gnarly, undead infused jade and then turn it into a foul potion that hurts me while I drink it to be closer to a dragon, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in this world. And I also personally just really enjoyed the look of it, the feel of it, the gameplay of it. Like that was the big thing. Like jumping around is so fun. Going into that shroud, the aesthetic is so real. Like I am all about that kind of necromantic stink cloud. Like I am so into it. And so that for me, I was sold. It was one of my favorites to play, and it's the first time that like a necro class, like, and don't get me wrong, I truly do think that for all my joking, I do think that the Minion Mancer and that feel and the Reaper, like all of that is such an incredible necro fantasy, even if those ones are not my first pick, you know? But this one, I was just like, yes, yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
still
I'm here.
waiting for that Summoner Elite
no,
spec.
I agree with you.
When we go to Zoteka, give me that Summoner Elite
Ooh.
spec.
Well-
Anyway, but I also really liked Harbinger. I thought it was really good.
Yeah.
I
know what
didn't
you're
love it
gonna
as
say.
much. I just wish I think there was a possibility for slightly more interest with mechanical side of it. But I think overall, the
Oh,
actual
you've
Harbinger
changed your
shroud is
mind a
fun.
little bit then, because you used to not like it at all.
I'm trying. I'm just excited. Okay.
I know there was like elixirs, not like it, not like it at all. But we had these discussions, didn't we, about elixirs more?
That's the
But they
most
did
succinct
change
way I
them.
can say it. Was
Yeah.
they changed them? They changed them. I'll leave it at that.
I like
I
the
agree with
hair.
you.
The hair.
I
flick
agree with
there.
you, Kroof. I
Very
do
good.
think that's one area of the class that it did feel like it could have been pushed further. And like I
Yeah.
totally agree, because I think it's neat. But again, yeah, I remember when we were talking about it initially, it kind of some of the effects and like maybe them not being quite as punishing as it even seems with the other buffs and passives and stuff that you can do, and like they didn't totally feel, I guess, wholly unique, or there's like a mix of different things in the gameplay, whereas it felt like maybe something could have been done that was a little bit more interesting in the way they interplayed into all of it. Yeah.
But I think the Harbinger Shroud, which is like kind of the statement piece of Harbinger, is a standout. It's really good. It has a lot of mobility for Necromancer that a lot of Necromancers were asking for, and I think I'll give it a decent shot. I think I can see myself playing Harbinger
I
every
thought you
once in a
were
while.
going to say out of 10. I'll give it a 7. Maybe we should have done that at the beginning. Okay, so this one's going to be interesting because this is probably the one where I'm like, Now, I did get hyped with the trailer for the Guardian Elite specialization. Is it the Guardian? Actually, I don't know if it was the Guardian. Oh yeah, because we had Willbender. It was Willbender. Yeah, sorry. But I can't
Rook and I
remember.
probably have a lot to say about this.
Well, I do as well, because this is the funny thing, because Guardian is like one of my... I play support Guardian in PvP the most, and then probably play Guardian the one of most... I think it's the second spec I played the most in PvP. But, like, this trailer is very good. The trailer is very awesome for the spec. But personally, it was very difficult to connect to this elite specialization. It still brought a lot of hype, and it feels like it should be a thing for Camphor, you know. It's got that. What is it? You're essentially one of the elite guard, right? Someone's going to tell me the correct law phrasing, but like
You're the Canthan guards, the bodyguards to the throne of Cantha.
And there's this like martial art theme to it. There's a lot of physical abilities. There's, you know, it's like a lot of punching and kicking. It's also got one of the best animations in the game. It's got the spinning bird kick thing from like Street Fighter, and like, do you know what I mean? I think she goes upside down. I can't remember. But like, I think it's more Ryu Ken. Anyway, sorry, Street Fighter references. Street Fighter 2 is amazing. Still is. Street Fighter 6 coming out soon, even though the...
You know what else is amazing?
And the dress.
The Legend of Korra and Avatar: The Last Airbender.
That is
Hey, yeah, I'm there with you. I'm there with you. Okay, I've seen it many times. 17th watch. Yeah. I based my whole hairstyle on the lead character. Sorry, what?
You should do cosplay with the arrow.
What's the lead character's name?
Don't dare look it up on Google.
Airbender. Legend of Avatar.
You nailed it. That is his name.
It's Jebro, actually. That's what
How many subs and Jebro role plays is
I will put that in the borderthon this weekend. It will be one of the goals. If you get 50 subs in like the space of an hour, I will watch it.
Where's my wallet?
I will watch it live. No, not live. Sorry. But yeah, what do we think about these specialized? I know that it's had some changes.
Willbender.
Can I start? I'll be quick. I'll be
Okay,
very
sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I'll just start.
Also, listen. I'm just gonna nip over there for a second. Keep going.
Okay. So once again, talking about hyping, war spec with hyping. I'm sorry, it's great. If you have hyping, it's just a movement spec. You move, and if you have hyping, you haven't moved because the ping it doesn't catch up. It's unplayable. It's cool. It's
High ping. High ping.
What did I say?
No, you were just so excited. You were talking so fast.
Oh,
I thought you
hyping.
meant I thought you meant
Like hyping the game up.
No.
I thought you meant this class
a
is
ping.
garbage at hyping anyone for End of Dragon.
Okay, I thought RAAVA had been unleashed and is going off. I'm like, damn, RAAVA.
It's the panda again.
No, it's the ping. It's the latency issues. Okay, that makes sense a lot more logical.
Okay, so in terms of latency, if you have more than 100 ping, it's the worst. But it's very sad because it's as if you're on the sideline looking at the cool kids doing high kicks and moving super fast and yeeting away, and you try to do the same thing and you're just a snail or is something
when you think not about the ping.
It's cool, but I didn't enjoy it.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
I actually think that's a really important thing to note, though, right? Because RAAVA, this isn't something that's just unique in Guild Wars 2, but Australian servers and there is a huge population of players in Australia who particularly do love MMOs. And it's only been very recently that we've actually seen almost any game give servers that are unique to Oceania or to the region there that would cover it, right?
Yes.
And so there is an entire portion of the player base that is dealing with stuff like this. And the fact that an elite spec might not be accessible to you because of that, that's totally valid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I'm a Guardian main. I love Guardian, love Dragon Hunter. I have main Guardian since it came out, so I was the most excited about Willbender. And then I saw it and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then a little idea in my head, I was like, haha, wait till you try it. And then I tried it and I was like, oh, yeah.
It's like Thief though, right? It's like all those classes of Thief Mesmer. It's very difficult to play. I remember when I go to EU and I try and watch and commentate the PvP tournaments, it's almost an impossibility for me to do because lag is so bad.
Yeah.
I think Rook is totally right, actually. Not actually, you're right very often. I didn't mean to insinuate that. Yes.
You seem to do it a lot, Jebro. I think you've apologized for this multiple times.
Yeah.
Sometimes I say things that are okay. Yeah, it's so weird.
Are you doing your Thank you.
Classic.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. If you're listening, we did the hand on chin, thumbs around, which is what I'm calling
finger
it.
gun.
But
the chin finger, the pondering finger gun.
Yes, I think it's important for them to do the finger guns, and also to put. I think they should. We need to see some more Australian servers. I think that one server should. I mean, the tech, and I don't know how this. I don't know how this works. I just don't. I
don't know how it works, but just do it.
Just do it. Because didn't Final Fantasy 14 put one in Australia recently? I know that this is
They just did.
They just did. So I might test it out.
I think New World did actually as well.
Yeah,
I
New
think
World
so.
did have one. Yeah. Lost Ark doesn't. WoW has one. Like there's just Guild, but like for me, like it's a shame because like the Guild was like gameplay is the most dynamic of all the MMOs I've ever played. Maybe like Lost Ark is also super dynamic, and it's the same thing. You know how Oh, sorry, I'm going over, but like there's a lot of movement skills in those two games, and there's a lot of like for example, think about it, PvP, they're incredible Australian PvP players. They mostly play on NA because the ping is like 100 less than on EU. But like for example, you have Nudie, I don't know if he's incredible PvP and World v World, and but like he is like, if he didn't have that ping, he would probably be one of the best player. But like if you watch me play PvP, I'm not really good PvPer, but if you add the ping, I'm just playing the piano on my keyboard, but not like, not Mozart. It's like it's just horrible. I can't do anything. And like people are like, oh, RAAVA, you should have predicted that he did that. I'm like, I can't predict it. It hits me in the face before it's happened. Like
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
love that so much.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
But-
go ahead, Kroof, you go.
Sorry.
No,
But I think to go back to Willbender, and
Oh, yes.
kind of tying it back to the visual aspect, if it's okay if we move on to Willbender, if you wanted to say something about the ping, Rook, you can.
No, I was going to talk about Willbender, so this is
Okay. So, connecting it back to the
This is
visual
LightBringers
aspect.
podcast, by the way, episode 40. We're talking about Guild Wars
Yes.
2 and the Dragons.
Yes, big hype.
Continue.
But for the Willbender, as we're kind of talking about Virtuoso, and you almost, I feel like you almost hinted at it, Jebro, about this trailer and our initial reactions. This one, and I know, Rook, you've talked about this as well, the visual aspect of Willbender was slightly lacking, in my opinion. And the elite scale, where that giant palm comes down and slams down, that's the visual impressiveness that I was like, oh, that's really cool. And I would actually kind of like to see more of that spell effect used, like when you're doing the fist flurry. I think miniature like blue fist should like
That's
come out and
very
help
good.
strike.
Good point.
Hire me, but
Wait,
and
hire you
even
for
like
what? Punching things?
just ideas or punching things. If the coin is right, I'll
That's a
do
great
it.
job.
But in terms of the visual aspect, it is nice, and it's a lot about the mobility and seeing your character teleport to places. That's really cool, but it was maybe missing just a little bit for me to really be like, oh, this is Willbender, this is going to be an epic elite spec. But playing it, I thought it was really good. Of course, balance is an ongoing thing, and everyone has their own opinions about that. But I thought Willbender was a pretty solid middle-of-the-road elite spec this expansion.
Yeah, I feel basically the same as Kroof, to be totally honest. It was one of those classes, like some of my favorite classes in games are ones that you can tell when you first get your hands on them, you're like, this is not the peak of fun I'll have with this. And I mean, of course, some classes you're going to be learning, there's a learning curve on every new class that you get in a game. But there are some with an elite specialization when you can tell, like, this is not second nature to me yet. And that is what is keeping me from, like, really, really having the flow on this.
Yeah.
So, like, from that point of view with Willbender, I definitely got the impression that it is something that will shine more, particularly in modes like PvP World versus World, where like spontaneous and free movement and positioning is something that will be really crucial. In stuff like other things, open world and things like that, I was kind of like, this will probably be fun, but again, like, how many times are you going to need to like really strategically zip around, to try and get the upper hand on a mob that's in like open world? I was like, you might not have as much tactical gameplay. You can do it for your own enjoyment.
It's definitely
but
more
again,
of a PvP thing.
yes, and that's
Yeah.
fine. Like, I think it's great to have that. But to me, I do agree that like I could tell that because I didn't yet have all of those movements perfectly, instinctively, intuitively, like when I was hitting them exactly at the time when I would want, that it really did detract from my enjoyment of the class overall, just because I was like, I can't move in the way I want to right now, and that's on me. Otherwise, I thought, like Kroof was pointing out, and like we talked about before, I agree. I think the visuals on this class just don't quite do it justice. I think the core animations of the martial arts involved in it are great. That spin kick is great. That fist punch, like you mentioned, is great. Even that like bit of sort of like branded sigil work that you get in like one part, like that's kind of unique. But the actual just like generic blue flames, I don't necessarily feel like the extension of the martial animation is really being highlighted. And like you pointed out, Kroof, like all it would take is like when you do a punch, you want to feel as though that punch is having some kind of impact that's intuitive to the class. So like if there's a fist that extends off of that kind of like D&D monks, right? Like spectral arms, and like when you're doing that kind of thing, or even like the amazing television show Avatar: The Last Airbender, where they took various martial art forms and then enhanced the like actual forms and movements of those in a way that like working in the different elements, right, extended the lines, the feel, the way those things land, the embodiment of the energy of that type of martial art form. To me, it just doesn't feel like those two things work totally here to sell me on it as its own unique thing. It's like, well, we got some more fire, like Firebrand, I guess, and then there's like some, I don't know. But I do actually really like the fact, and this is something I just thought about now when we were talking, the fact that it uses dual swords, and that we know that at least from the legacy of protecting of the throne, like Shiro Tagachi, for example, who was a bodyguard to the emperor, wielded dual swords. And I actually hadn't even thought about that until like this moment as we talked about lore, but the idea that like some of that connection could tie into those and the forms and the way they've changed over time for the actual elite group that guards the emperor. I thought that was really a cool detail. I don't know if that was purposeful. It probably was.
No, I mean... Oh god, you're right about the animations. It does suit. It's just like the animations are so good. And you're right about the porting around and the mobs and you know how useful that's going to be. I guess, yeah. There is a lot to think about. I think, and it's interesting because you know when we think about the elite specializations and testing them in an environment which isn't End of Dragons, that is always interesting because we have our preconceptions of playing them in the old world, which is important because they're going to be viable. They should be viable everywhere. But if we think about the content that's going to be coming out, like why they must have had some influence around the new stuff and like mechanics and stuff like that. Like how might this new specialization be viable / useful specifically in this case, in a story instance, in a strike, in a future thing maybe. Yeah, so it's always interesting to think like maybe now we think about this spec in this way, but in the future we might be like, you know what, this is actually really good in this expansion. We really actually do need this, like in some events, and like specifically it might be cool. You know, I mean, it's just look at that spin kick. I mean, Jesus, that thing is so good.
Oh, this is such a little detail. I also loved that one part where like your hands glow. Maybe that's silly.
Wait, my hands glow?
No,
oh, yeah.
with Willbender.
All right, okay.
There's a thing with Willbender. I don't remember what it was specifically, but like it makes your hands glow, and I actually loved that.
Is that the punchy thing you were talking about, Griff?
Like the fist flurry animation does kind of have some spell effects around your hands, but I would have just liked if it was like the actual like full on. Because I mean, even with the scepter too, the smite. There are already blue hands.
I love that smite animation.
So it's like, if they just kind of incorporated that into the fist flurry, I think that would have been delicious.
I mean, even that leap that we just saw where like she leaps up and she's got the swords behind her, that feels very like martial arts film, like with the rigging almost. Like you can kind of see there's like a very specific artistry to those types of films and the way that martial arts are depicted in them. So I do think like Willbender, there is so much potential for this class. I think that for people who it clicks with, and like if you spend the time to really get like flow with it, it's going to be so liberating in a way that many other classes aren't as far as movement goes. And yeah, like even if we have little critiques about other ways it could have been visualized, I do think it's unique. I do think it does something fun, and I think people are going to enjoy it. So I'm excited to get more comfortable with it, honestly.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next one, unless we want to talk about anything else. Oh, it's kind of interesting.
What's the next one?
It's kind of interesting that Vindicator is next. Yeah.
It was.
Well, I think we definitely had mixed feelings about this, and just because us four have these thoughts and feelings about this spec specifically doesn't mean that you won't enjoy it. So if you're listening to this with the idea of like, oh, I want to get into Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons, and we don't sound hype. We are hype. We're just being honest and genuine, which is important.
Yeah, this is a reflection podcast on everything that has led up to this moment.
Which could take a while. It won't, hopefully. We'll see. Today I'm just like loving it. We're building up hype towards the expansion. Vindicator, very unique. 2 legends in one. 2 for the price of 1. Okay.
Love.
I mean, it is visually very, very beautiful. There are like going for the great sword as well. Some similar animations to Reaper and some other great sword classes, of course, because like, why not use those animations? That makes sense. Easier to produce and whatnot. But this, the one of the most unique things about this class is the dodge, specifically, and obviously takes on that similar mechanic that Thief has, but launches it, and I mean literally, into the stratosphere, where you disappear off of your screen and you come back down, blasting an area and the big AoE circle, which does different effects depending on how you trait it, and very much so in this expansion, just to note as well, is depending on how you trait your class. It feels like you are really specifying, like for the dodge specifically, you know, and it's like Harbinger for the elixirs, like that AoE effect as well, that AoE effect that you produce out. It's very similar with the Engineer Elite Spec as well. Why are names eluding me today? But like, I don't know, my brain, I've got too much stuff going on.
Too much information.
Yeah, exactly, Mechanist. There's this idea of programming your mech, so it feels like this very intricate. I just feel like the traits are different this time around. Some of them don't make sense, and we've had that conversation, but I think in some cases I'm just like, it can completely just change your gameplay. It really does on Mechanist, it really does. Harbinger as well, and I think Vindicator feels similar. Maybe like, I don't know, Griffin might have some thoughts about that. But like, how do we feel about Vindicator? I'm excited for it, but at the same time, I'm not like, I'm going to play this is going to be the first thing I'm played. I'm like medium on the road, like medium level hype. But I really like that dodge. That dodge is so fun and impactful. It's probably actually one of the elite specs I played the most randomly, especially off stream as well. Because I was trying to get that dodge to like jump up into different areas. I was like, can I jump up? Like, you can't. But like, it was still fun. Anyway, someone want to take it away because I've got to fix this.
Yeah,
And stop talking.
I think Vindicator. Okay, I think Vindicator was in my first impressions of Vindicator when I got to play it was, I don't know about this one. It's a little difficult to actually get a grasp on, and I feel like if they didn't change it, and I'll get to that in a minute, it felt near impossible to actually have a setup or a strategy when playing this, because it was so all over the place with the flopping and the flip-flopping of the utility skills. So first impressions, I was like, ooh, I don't know. They changed it to where you now just can swap in between each of the legends much more freely. And with that simple change, Vindicator has become one of my top three favorite elite specs in this package. I think the idea of channeling both the Kurzik and Luxon legends is really cool. The traits, most of them feel impactful. There's maybe one or two which I'm like, oh, this is a little kind of samey. But I think overall, it's a really solid elite spec. A lot of fun. Great sword is a great weapon for Revenant. And
it's fitting. Very fitting. Yeah.
It's now one of my top three.
Oh yeah, really? Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Who's next? Well said.
Sorry. I think I just want to go back to the fact that you mentioned that it feels very different. Like, I find that all those elite specs feel so different from everything we've ever seen before. Like, before we kind of had like the same kind of setup where you had like one spec that could be tanky, one spec that could be healy, one spec that could be DPSy, but it feels like all the specs like have a bit of everything. They can tank, they can heal in a way, they can give burns, they can support, and they can do DPS. And the mechanics are so different. Like, it's like, you know, the Harbinger, you like hit hard, but you get hit hard as well, which is so different from Scourge. And the Vindicator, for me, like, I was super excited by it the first time I played it, the first beta week. And the problem here is like, again, it's just like how it works is I was confused. Like, I was like, yeah, okay, wait, where am I? Do I do the DPS right now or do I do the healing? And what, and then the jump, like there was a lot. It was very overwhelming, like between the swapping of the legends, but the jump and different thing, and then the skills. But it was really fun. I haven't played it the second time around, But what I really like, it has so much barrier in the first spec, but I think they removed it, and it was like one of the most powerful damage mitigation like class I have ever played. It even like took the spotlight from Scourge, which was like one of the highest mitigation like spec, because it gave so much barrier, and I thought that was fun. But that's where it stops. Then I didn't replay it. I'm just very confused by this. Like, I think I just need time.
Even now, do you think now it's easier though, since they changed a lot of that, since you don't switch the utilities?
I think it's much better. Yeah, I think like there was a lot. It was really cool on getting, and I'm sure like a lot of like people who are more like you know, adept with like focusing and understanding would have picked it up really fast, but it wasn't accessible for everybody.
Yeah, but that's, for me, I mean, it should be like a basic level of understanding a class. You shouldn't need to literally have like a, you know, a degree in quantum mechanics to flipping understand a thing, or like, you know,
like,
or physics.
I don't really like bringing this into the play, but I have ADHD, and someone with ADHD, I really struggled with that class, because I would be like swap, and then I'm overwhelmed, and when I'm overwhelmed, like I can't do anything, so I'm like
Interesting.
And that wasn't just like an isolated experience. I would consider myself someone who picks things up fairly quickly and has been playing for some time, so it might come easier to me. But even with the first, I shared that same exact. I literally was like, okay, what mode am I in now? So that was not just like lost on you. It was a little bit iffy.
It's funny because I think I was one of the only people from anyone I've talked to that liked the flippy cars. I liked them. Here's the thing. I can like them and then at the exact same time say, yes, it makes sense why they made the change that they did. And I think, as you are all saying, it is probably far better for most players, and is something that even for myself in many situations would probably give me a better outcome of control over what I'm trying to do. But I'm also one of those really weird people that likes strange little mechanics in classes. And so when they were like, and then you flip it, and then you can flip them all, but you got to be careful about which one you flipped. I was like, ooh, tell me more about it. How do I flip them? And then that'll do what? So I got like weirdly into that. Like my brain enjoyed the idea of, okay, well then if I use this one, but then I know I can have my full card flip afterwards, so that I'll flip them all because I'm going to need some healing because they're going to hit me with those things. And then I'm going to do this. And again, it was clunky. That's not to say that it didn't have moments where I was like, oh, oops, I messed everything up and now I'm screwed. And you should never have that experience in like an elite spec, right? You should, I believe, in any class, in any game, with the tools at your disposal, be able to adapt or do something, right? Or like understand very fundamentally, oh, well, I goofed this and that's absolutely why I died here. I could have used this better or stuff like that. As opposed to like, oh, and then I set this up and then I flipped it. Oh, and it turns out this thing I wasn't expecting happened and now I'm just going to die because I don't have what I need for this, or I can't, respond or whatever it is. So I agree. I do think that overall it was a better change. I really like the idea of this class, and I think the lore of this class is fantastic for Cantha. I had somebody ask me recently, why didn't they do Master Togo for this? And I was like, that's actually, it's an interesting point to discuss, because I do think that Master Togo is an entity and spirit that would be really important, right? And we may even still see Master Togo at some point, with the mists being a whole thing. We don't know. But for me, I hope so too. I very much though felt like these two were a really good choice, because not only is there interplay with Shiro, who they effectively killed or helped kill twice in the history of Cantha, but there's also been this long-running thing within Cantha, right, about the idea of conflict between people, factions in and of itself, the history and the starting point of Cantha being between warring tribes, which is very true and like very interesting in many of the periods and historical periods and groups. Even China immediately came to mind. Like, there's so many interesting things there with different groups and cultures where over time they have come into conflict, or different, rulers have stepped up, or different dynasties have happened. And the theme for me with like bringing together 10 years of story and the Elder Dragons and the conflict between them and themes within Cantha itself, the Ministry of Purity, all this stuff, right? The persecution of Tengu. To me, it really is a story about finding common ground and working together to bring in peace and what that looks like when we are all very different people and entities in a world. So having these two who worked together to, you know, and they were representatives of these, you know, groups that were some of the most antagonistic forces in the history of Cantha, I think is really fitting for this expansion. And I can't wait to hear the interplay with them and Shiro. So
Yeah.
And to just comment on your reception of the flipping, I agree. It's actually some aspect of gameplay that I too really enjoy, and I would love to see maybe future elite specs or a future class have a system that plays on that mode switching, or you have to make a decision. I think my issue was like Revenant Ordi is a lot to handle with like the flipping and the dodge and the energy system, and you can also swap into other utility skills. I actually really like that they tried it, but I would recommend maybe in the future they try it on another class, because I share in your enjoyment of those like little interesting things where you have to make a decision.
Yeah.
So if anyone's watching, try it out maybe on another class.
Do it again.
I don't know.
I want to know chat's feels on the old Vindicator. Let's know what you think in the chat live here. Again, if you want to react live when you're watching this on the VOD and you're like, oh, when is it on? 12 p.m. Pacific Fridays. Twitch.tv/JebroUni. 12 p.m. Pacific is 8 p.m. GMT currently. Will be different in the future. Okay, so we're going to move on. Unless anyone has anything else to say. Next one. Let's go and have a look. It was Vindicator, then it was... Ooh, this is an interesting one. Bladesworn. I think I often forget Bladesworn. I don't know why. I don't know if anyone else can link to kind of what I was feeling there. But like, there you go. Kroof held up a finger, which means... they're leaving. Actually, I thought that meant that you felt the same. Yeah, I like it. I think I was like, I think so. I don't know. It was kind of like, it feels like it could be really. It's this stop-start of like this spec though with Bladesworn. When you stop for a considerable amount of time and consider your move, which is could be really heavy damage. And there's almost this like it does feel very unwarriory at the same time. Does that make any sense? Like it's as a warrior, and especially as in Guild Wars 2, you're always on the move, right? It's really sells you on this fact that combat is just always running around. Very action-based, very fast-paced, and not standing around, waiting for something to happen. And when you use the main mechanic with Bladesworn, I'm like, you kind of sit there for a bit. And I'm not sure about that in Guild Wars 2. I don't know if either of you kind of had that feeling. I don't know, or if you just really liked it.
I loved it. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But I loved it. I mean, we talked about this when we were even watching the preview and then when we got to play it with the beta, right? I actually think that in a game where you have frenetic action at all times, having a moment of stillness is incredibly impactful in a sense. And so while, again, I mean, like you mentioned, I think some of the points you brought up though specifically about like, how does this work within Guild Wars 2 is really important. And there were a lot of discussions about balance and all kinds of stuff coming out of PvP afterwards. You know, the potencies of some of those things, which they changed and adjusted. But for me, I loved this. I thought it was so streamlined as an idea. It felt like it all worked together so well, so smoothly, so impactfully. And having that moment where in the midst of all of it, I choose to stand and plant myself and ready for the assault. I was like, yes. Like, because you have to, again, make a decision with that. When am I going to do this? When do I think I'll have the moment? Do I have this protective wall up? Do I have this thing? And then you just get ready. And like that moment before the strike, it feels so cool to me as a player. And I think it's like, we related it to the standoff in Westerns. I remember now, back on the cast, that it's that like moment where you've got the hands over the gun and it's like, bow, wow, wow. And then you draw and go. And like, I love that moment of suspense. It's great.
They should have a tumbleweed like cast animation as you're charging it.
for me, Bladesworn, there's one thing that it's the memes. Like that class was, if you like memes, grab Bladesworn and have at it. Like, especially once again, like the content I do is mostly fractals and raids, right? There is so many possibilities for it to, like, for example, I don't know if you've done Sabbatha, but if you go on Sabbatha, she has that flame wall, right? So you're charging and you know you can't move for 5 seconds, and that flame wall is right here, like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. And then you have that like one skill, so you have 2 skills when you're in that positioning, right? It's like either you jump or you block, and you can actually jump that flame wall. So it was the first time, it was so epic. Like I was like, I'm so going to die, but I'm gonna try it. And so I'm charging and I'm looking at my bar charging and I'm like, either I hit her like a truck or I die. And I jumped thinking I was gonna die. And then boom, you hit her and you're like, okay, that it's just so there's so many memes to do with this class, and it's just it is fun just because of like how different it is and the meme potential of it. And it, like, I'll always remember the live, like the guild chat, or like when they presented that class and we were like, okay, that looks cool, and then like he just, like, the attack was 500k damage and we were like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I'll take it, like, you know. But yeah, in terms of like, it's, once again, I think it's a class for the memes and it's a fun meme class, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Bladesworn, once again, top 3. Loved Bladesworn.
Really? Interesting. Top
think-
3 with Vindicator?
Yeah. Top 3 in terms of the identity of what it
Wait,
is.
did you like the Ranger? Is the Ranger number 1? Are you just gonna completely twist my
Jebro,
mind around now?
We don't talk about that.
Okay.
We do not. Don't joke about that. Don't joke about that.
Poop Cloud Plus. Yeah.
But I think Bladesworn, when we got to play it, I played it and that was the first time that I had said to myself, this could be implemented into the game immediately. It didn't feel clunky. People
Yes,
might not
that's
have
true.
loved the charging, which they've reduced, but
That's true.
I appreciated that it knew what it was and it stuck with it. It wasn't trying to also be a boon provider and apply conditions and also give barrier and heals. It was just like, I hit like a truck, I do this cool stance move, I have a few gadgets in my arsenal that I can utilize. The only thing that I felt was maybe slightly less inspired was the offhand pistol, but I still think it's an okay weapon set. I think the main star of the show really is the professional mechanic of the gunblade. So I really, really enjoyed Bladesworn for the first time.
Wow. Okay. That's awesome. Damn. I was just like, yeah, it's okay. I think there was some. There was definitely some. I think the utilities, I felt like they were a little bit not unfulfilling, but like a little bit
Maybe.
kind of like, they just felt
I
like
think they should have been
Guardian.
called gadgets.
Yeah, we should have gone with gadgets.
They're
Gadgets should
not
have been the
called
reason.
gadgets, but
It's
they're
weird.
gadgets.
Like, yeah, they should stick. There is this thing with Arena that though they do this thing where they really want to introduce new stuff when it's not necessary, and it's that they don't carry on with a thing that's working sometimes, or they don't carry on with something and refine it specifically sometimes as well. I'm talking about raids and dungeons specifically. I think they are well aware of this by now. Like, there is a definite idea that they switch around a lot. I think it's a lot to do with direction. I think a lot to do with just trying new things and different things out and seeing what sticks, like throwing it against the wall. And I think that's fine. But I think with this specifically, and especially thinking about the interplay for runes, is the fact that, you know, if you got a gadget rune, like, then now another class can use that. Like, you know, like, that is what I miss, that kind of interplay in PvP maybe, or even just in any part of the game. But I do like the aesthetic of the class. The utilities are a little bit like, oh, that's a Guardian Reflect Wall that's orange now, and you get 2. Or not Reflect. I can't remember if it's Reflect or not. But it's kind of it's interesting. The theme matches the Ender Dragons. Like I said, you know, if we're thinking about opposites, it's a warrior standing still and is a little bit more focused specifically. I think maybe that probably does fit into the whole going the opposite end of the scale thing for a warrior. So other than being a full heal spec, which is what I really was hoping would come out of this expansion, I think there's definitely a slightly missed opportunity there, but it doesn't mean the spec isn't fun and all the other things. But let's go on to the next one. What was the next one? Oh, unless anyone else wants to say something about Rotor. Not going in massive detail because we've got loads to cover.
Wasn't the next one Catalyst?
Uh-oh.
Oh, Catalyst. Jebro's little uh-oh is definitely I mean, honestly, I think Catalyst will be an exciting one to talk about now that we have been through the journey with it, right?
Yeah.
Because it was really, I think of all of them, for me, Catalyst felt like it was the biggest journey throughout this whole process leading up to the expansion release. And a lot of stuff changed and happened with it. Such as, I was trying to give everybody else a chance to just hop in and go for it, but I can't.
I mean,
I while Jebro got the YouTube video up.
No, you did a good job. I was waiting as well. I was like, I'm waiting for people to talk. Let's go.
I totally agree with what Rook has said. I think that the Catalyst was not what I was hoping for, in the same vein as maybe you would prefer a heal warrior spec or something like that. I think with Catalyst, with Elementalists getting their 3rd elite spec, I was hoping for something with more range potential and really tapping into that magical spellcaster motif. The Catalyst is not necessarily that. It feels to me like a bulkier weaver to a degree. But with that said, people still really enjoy it, and I think with the changes that they made, it's the class that I had the least excitement for, and it has definitely risen in my ranks of tiering the elite specs. So Beta 4 was a change in a positive direction, and I hope with the launch we continue to see some more refinement of what the Catalyst is. And I think that's the biggest question for me, is like, what is the Catalyst and what is it specializing in?
Yeah, and I totally agree, because I think that that first iteration of it, it's funny because I feel like it was almost kind of the opposite for me from Willbender, in which with Willbender I was like, yeah, I can see how everything theoretically works here and could come together, but like, again, the visuals, I was like, they're okay. Same, I guess, maybe with the new Ranger Elite spec, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But yeah, the aesthetic did not sell me. Versus Catalyst, where I was like, elemental animals. Ooh, I do a wind gust. I love the visuals of this class. I think they are gorgeous. I think like that fantasy is there. And when we first played it, it was like, oh, but what's my reality? A disaster. Everything's a disaster. What's happening right now? What's up with the timing on these? Am I supposed to keep this up on my hammer, or am I supposed to deal with the wells? Why the well gone? I thought I'd have the wells all the time. Where'd my animal go? I want to look at it. It did not feel like the ideas within it worked together in tandem in such a way that it felt really satisfying and like it had flow. The ideas were great. The visuals were great, but it just hadn't come together. It felt like it was trying to do so much. I remember us talking about this at length, Curve. It just did not feel like it was totally cohesive in the way that Bladesworn that we just talked about was so streamlined and like, so here's the concept and here's the execution. With the changes that happened though, I think it came together. I didn't get to play as much of it later on as I wanted to, so I'm really, really looking forward to playing it myself, because this is one of the classes that are in my top. Like, I really am excited to play this one. I like what it brings to the table. And I just really want to see it come together in concept as well as in the aesthetic. But I hear it was much better with iterations going on. Oh no, Crib's making a face that tells me that it's not better.
Why? Oh no, it is better. It's better. I just made myself.
It's much better. It's much better now.
It's much better. I've made myself sad thinking about what the Catalyst could have been in terms of. Like the Jade Sphere, why didn't they just make that like the main hand focus, and you have this floating focus, and each fire attunement for your focus skills is based off of like the Phoenix and the Water's Kieran and the Turtle, and you became this summoner where you actually like summon the elemental like celestial things and they attack, and It would have been such a good
rather than having them in a
vibe.
well.
Yeah, rather
Yeah.
than just having them like placed down. What if they were actually used? I made myself sad.
No, it's okay. That would be amazing. I agree with you. One thing I will say about the Jade, Jade Orb. Hold on.
The Jade Sphere.
Jade Sphere, thank you. Is that one thing I think is cool that's a detail I've noticed since is that those Jade Spheres, that same look with like the rings and the Jade, it's actually used in a lot of the Jade Tech bots and all sorts of things. Like you'll see these hubs where you've got the exact same kind of technology and sphere like within them, and there's like the little moving parts around it. And I think that tying in that larger Jade Tech cohesion lore-wise is really, really fantastic. But I agree in that it does feel like, it feels to me like they wanted the wells to be a thing you put down and then you fight in, if that makes, it's got that more melee component with the hammer. But I do agree with you in that I would have almost liked to have seen, yes, I would like to have seen just some things, I don't know, just more with that where you could kind of move stuff around and change things a little bit. But I think that with the changes, it does feel much better to play. And I still like the concept a lot. And scene. I'll let you all know what I'm about to say.
I mean,
And scene.
I'm just gonna say it. There's a turtle in it, so.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
No, it's
We're good. Excellent.
it's a good one. It's a good one, but it's a complicated one. Once again, it can be a little bit overwhelming again. But I think like not as overwhelming as Vindicator used to be. And once again, there's this component of like, I don't know if they're gonna change that, but both elite specs, extremely high DPS, but also extremely high support. I think like a bunch of people were able to pull like 40k, which is enormous, while giving permanent quickness. So it is a pretty good class. Once again, I think it just will take time getting used to. And just yeah. I just need to see more of it. Like the problem is we got a little bit of a snippet with those beta weeks, but I don't think that was enough to fully comprehend it. Like, you know, Harbinger, you played it and you're like, I'm in love with this, but like Catalyst, like acquired taste, you know, I think. So that's my opinion.
I want to make a video now. This conversation is really good.
Well, this is why we have these conversations. This is why you collaborate with other people, so you can have other ideas. This is the whole consulting collaboration / thing, which is important in any work that you do. If you collaborate with people, it can improve your work because other people have awesome ideas as well.
Those bugs really getting you, hot curve. They're coming for you.
Are they?
Literally
Really?
just hovering around my head. I'm like, this is so distracting. I can't do this.
I should get the little window. I should put the little drawing of you in the little window.
no.
What were my thoughts on this? I think the trailer got me excited. I really liked I think the trailers and the design of these trailers has been very good. The transitions are always really amazing. I like the artwork. I like how they put still scenes behind them sometimes when they're moving. I like the real emphasis on the wind gust that we saw, like got me really excited. Hammer is cool. I was like, yeah, Elementalists, you know? Went for the opposite. They went for a melee weapon. They're sitting there. Whereas, you know, still there is a little bit of range to it, but still they've got this element of AoE as well as, you know, I don't know, more warrior-like. You know, more. I'm trying to think of the name. There's like an element of warrior and something that's just completely escaped my mind. Anyway, it's gone. Sorry.
Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Yeah, the Avatar, I'm sure.
Yes.
Like a kind of
You're talking
shaman.
about tough, right?
Kind of
Tough,
shamanistic,
tough.
I guess. Yeah. I'm not gonna hear the end of it until I've watched it, am I? But like, I like the look, and then obviously when we played it during beta, it's a beta, so you know the expectation was that it's gonna have some work. This is definitely one of the classes where it needed the most work. It was probably one of the classes where we're like, you know, this isn't where we'd like it to be, and they changed it, and it did improve for sure. I think I feel like this is going to be one of those classes which is still going to have iterations going on, and I'd be interested to see what those iterations are on launch, because we still don't know. We've not seen these classes for like 2 months, so 2.5 months. So there could be changes that we're not even aware of, and I'm kind of surprised we haven't actually had an update balance patch, I guess. Like there hasn't been a massive one that we normally see before an expansion. Normally we see that.
Well, they did announce one with like the whole like people freaking out over removing 10-man boons that's gonna come soon. So maybe that's why they're preparing the thing.
Maybe.
Like, because like if they were to do a balance patch before those elite specs come out, then I don't know if you'd have time to get used to it. Like it's better to just like these will be your elite specs. You don't expect 10-man boons. Don't expect like I don't know. I feel like it might be.
The reason is because they've done it before. That's why. Because they did it before Pathfire and Half Ones. They have this big balance patch with the idea that the expansion is coming to potentially knock the head off some of the things which may be troublesome when they come in the expansion. But maybe they did it earlier, and that was the earlier iteration, and maybe they're just a little bit more planned and ahead, or they're going to do it differently with their balance cadence, which they've actually come up with. I think they said 2 weeks after launch or something, or I don't know why I've got this every 2 weeks or something in my head. Twos, I don't know, 02 2022. I don't know. Was that this week? Toot. Next one. Next one.
I think it is. Let me see.
I like how this is a surprise for us because we can't remember. Actually, no. Actually, there was a break. No, there wasn't. That's all of them. No, it wasn't.
Well,
no, it wasn't. There was a break.
No, that's not all of them.
It's not all of them at all.
Yeah, we're missing 3, no?
Yeah, we're missing 3.
It was actually Shing Island was the next thing which came out.
These live streams.
Yeah.
I forgot about these.
Yeah, we did. There might be a reason for that.
There was a lot. No, I'm like, oh my god, there was a lot.
Exactly. If you think about the dates, like let me run through some dates. Here's the trailer. It's gonna roll in the background. So like I said, like the teaser was 25th, 2020. 27th of July 2021 was the first look, and then it was like October 2021, and they went boom. October 21, then it was 24th of August, then it was 10th of November, then it was 10th of November. I know that was all the elite specs in there. Sorry, then it was 10th of November, like Echovold Wilds and everything else. I don't think I wrote Shing Island. No, that was 6th of October. So this was 6th of October. Wow. The elite specializations all came, like 6 of them came out so quickly after each other. That was pretty cool. Okay, so what do we think about the Shing Island, the trailer, not the live stream? we don't need to talk about the live stream so much.
I was gonna say like it's gonna be a long podcast.
And we don't. I'm just gonna do that. I don't do that noise very often. Go on,
I like the trailer. It was beautiful. The Shing Island.
Yeah.
It's nice to see. I'm surprised we didn't see more mountainous regions. It felt like they were just like in the harbor area. It didn't feel like as much of a total overview as maybe the other ones did, but it was very beautiful.
Yeah, this zone just blows my mind. I honestly, like, I think that visually, even like in this trailer, just what we've seen, whatever you want to say about the live stream itself, like the actual trailer, just everything, it's so beautiful to me. Like, honestly, it's so funny to me that I've heard so many people that I think still, and this is something we've talked about over the time of all this release, the green color, which we'll get to with the Jade Sea. But hearing so many people complain about the green, when to me, I look at everything in these trailers and I'm like, this is so verdant, this is so lush. This color palette feels so intrinsic to what they are doing artistically with this region. And Shing I mean, it's just so, like, when I think in my mind about how this looks and how I feel the vibe of Cantha is, I see this color palette, I see this trailer, I see that gate with the jade inside of it, I see the, like, and to me, so many other games just play it so safe with, like, the range of palette and stuff they want to do. You go into a zone and you're like, brown, red brown, dark brown.
It's very autumn, isn't it?
Sand color. Sand with something. Like, it's just, I hate it. I'm not gonna lie, I actually hate it. Because if you are creating a game that is a fantasy world, why are you making your palette all this one thing? it's fine if there's something you want to communicate with that. And to me, this trailer communicates about Xingje. Again, the pastoral feel, the historical feel, the Tengu, I love the Tengu, all their designs, perfect. The mystery, that fog that we just, I'm a little bit behind because obviously I'm watching with the stream delay, but like, all of these things to me communicate what Xingje Island is, that it's a pastoral setting that's on the water. You get those greens, those teals, those blue, right? But that has a history to it. And that is Xingje. Like, and I love it. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah. If I were to compare it to something, like I'm gonna so the Lord of the Rings, right? You have this whole epic adventure, but to me it reminds me this of like the Shire, where it's like beautiful and peaceful, and you have that togetherness, and people are fishing and they're walking on their, like, it just like has this feeling of like, you know, we're going to go on an epic adventure in Kansas and we're gonna have to save people and save, you know, but we can always go back to like and have some little fishing with friends, and it's beautiful and it's peaceful and it's gonna be nice.
Have you had
that's how it makes me feel.
Have you had the Isengard song with Legolas in it?
I've heard about how this is amazing.
That's a blast from the past, Jebro.
Oh my God.
One of the first
They're
internet.
taking Orient to Isengard.
Yeah, exactly. It's so good. I need to find it and
Oh my
play
gosh.
it because it is amazing. It's actually probably copyrighted. But yeah, I just had that image in my head. I was also thinking about Lord of the Rings Online, because rather, if you've not played Lord of the Rings Online and you haven't gone through the Shire, you literally just have to go and play the game because of that very reason. Because Lord of the Rings Online is wonderful to walk through. It is so good. The Shire is huge as well, and you can see all the little houses, and it's so good. It is so, I love Lord of the Rings so much, and Really Geek and Radis from the mods got me into it and playing it. But like, you walk through and you're like, there's characters, there's like this, it is a solid MMO. I know we're talking about Guild Wars 2 and it's still around. Check it out if you like to be immersed in a world that is very familiar. It's very good.
Okay, you've just given me the reassurance, because I'm always a bit wary with like everything that's Lord of the Rings, because the book and the movies meant so much to me. So like, for example, there's no TV show, it doesn't exist. So I'll try it out.
Yeah, it's old school. But they keep it up. They've got a very loyal fan base.
Oh, cool.
But this does give me, I know what you mean, you kind of feel at home here, I guess, in this region. I like that it's very vibrant, and the green conversation is just, again, something that we keep seeing. Reddit, the crying about shit that just doesn't matter, and it's just like, yeah, we're good, this is gonna be fun. I think one of the things that I remember the most from this live stream, and which we can talk about the live stream a little bit, we don't have to talk about whether or not we thought it was impactful and how, like, you know, that way. It was definitely helpful for us to know what's coming with it. Because I think we had, because this is where the area where we first saw them do fishing, we saw them first introduce skiffs, and we also saw the training things, the dodging, like it was a harp.
Yes.
So that's a very important part of the game to remember, because this is one of the first places we're going to go. When we get into the game, and that's important to remember. Like, that is going to be the new player experience for a lot of people. Like, this is, I actually said this on my story last far coverage I did recently on my own YouTube channel. I was talking about how new players are going to respond to this game. Like, are they going to go straight to End of Dragons? Are they going to want to do that? How much emphasis is there on you can do this, and that's okay? You're not going to feel like you're missing out. Messing out is something
Really
completely different. So that's my interest. That's my kind of wondering, because they've not done that with any expansions, have they? They've not been like, here is a starter area where you can learn how to do different stuff like dodging and break bar management. I think there was as well.
There's a jump puzzle. They had like a little jump puzzle. No, it looked great. And like literally today on my stream, like before the podcast, I had people saying like, I've been really playing, I'm really trying to get caught up, and I'm at this point, but I think I'm just gonna go ahead and like, on one of my characters, I'm gonna skip ahead for Cantha because I really want to play with everybody. And like, honestly, do it, have fun. Like, however, like it's one of those things where like, yes, are you going to probably get more from the overall story if you've played it linearly? If you care about that, yes. But this is a huge thing for Guild Wars 2. It's been 4 years since we had an expansion. This is like a big thing. And if people want to get in on the hype of that and be in the expansion, I'm so glad they put this stuff in. Because yes, like literally today to those people I was saying, hey, do it. You can hop in, you can play, and then you can go back and play the rest whenever you want because the game's super flexible. So when you get in there, they're going to give you a mount and they're going to, you're going to be able to get gliders and you'll get the siege turtle when you get there in the story. And like, you don't have to worry about that. And the training arena is going to be right there. So it'll teach you all the basic things. So like, you might even learn some additional stuff if you've just been getting into it about what kinds of things you can do in the game. And I think it was perfect that they did this, and I love how they showed it off in this live stream. Yeah, I just think that's so great.
Is it like, and also we talked about this briefly in the past, it's a good way of promoting the rest of the game. Like, if you want to get these things, if you want to get this mount, if you want to get gliding, Heart Thorns, and you can ship your way back there and go and get those things. I mean, if you've got End of Dragons, you've got Heart of Thorns, but it just reminds you. Okay. Everyone's doing some hair fashion right now. That's fun.
I've
got my wig.
Like we're gonna get funky fresh with our hair, and then like why not? I'll get funky fresh with my hair.
The hat bill was like digging into my ears. I had to change.
Bill? I don't know if anyone calls it a bell, but okay.
I don't know hat language. It looks like a duck bill.
I thought it was a peak. Isn't it peak? I can't remember.
What? It's definitely not brim is one that I've heard more than anything.
Oh yeah, brim, maybe.
Brim, yeah.
But I've also heard Bill.
What about John?
Sorry, I took us on a tangent because I was
we don't do that.
household hair. Please continue.
I just want to cut through to do something. Is I was really hyped for EoD, but ever since we started this podcast, I just my heart is about to freaking explode.
Oh, okay, good. I thought you said the way you were saying it. I thought you was we made it worse.
I'm surrounded by the hypest people. There's literally the host that's gonna be hosting the pre-show and stuff. And now I'm just I can't. I need it. So yeah,
I was like, we're making you hate the expansion more.
No, I just the more we talk, the more we look at those trailers, the more we just discuss it, the more we're together. I'm just
this is why I
could
did
contain it, but now I'm just I can't contain it anymore.
This is why I wanted to do this, just building it up, remembering.
Yeah, it's just
the journey we've kind of been on because. We've been here every single time they've done a live stream.
Yeah.
Every single time they've done a live stream, every single time there's been any snippet of information.
Episode 14.
Siege Turtle one. Rook and I did that one by ourselves.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Jebro, you can't be telling lies.
We did the Darkbringers. We went rogue.
You were present. You were present then.
No. It was in spirit.
Actually, I did it. I did do it in the evening with you, Kroof.
And Astral, I think.
And Astral,
yeah, it was later that night. Yeah.
Rook wasn't around because you were sleeping.
Sometimes I get tired, I gotta go sleep.
Yeah.
Dreaming of Oreen.
So technically,
Every night.
Did I actually call it the Darkbringers? I think I did. Because I was
I know that
very
Kroof called theirs Darkbringers. We were joking about it.
Yeah, no, because it's a legit, it's an actual thing. It should be a thing. It definitely can be a thing. Anyway, gonna go on to the next thing. Pre-purchase the expansion. You've got 3 days.
Yes.
Do it. I'm pretty sure links as well will be in the description of the video / audio, which will be released early because the expansion is coming out and you don't want to listen to the audio afterwards because it will be weird. Wow, they're really excited for the expansion. Did you know it's already out, everyone? Everyone's going to be just screaming at RAAVA. They're just going to be, RAAVA, you can go play it now. It's fine. It's okay. I wonder how RAAVA's
Where's my turtle?
Yeah, exactly.
Give me my Jade robot.
Our priorities: turtle, Jade robot, orange.
It's a Jade bot, I guess.
It's a Jade bot. Okay.
Excuse me.
You take the row out of it. The rows are already in skiffs.
Row, row, row your skiff gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. That's the Elder Dragon.
That was
Oh,
not,
it's a
that was
different
not a
turn than I
good.
expected at the end.
Yeah, that was
So,
not a good
yeah.
song.
Okay,
The rhyme scheme,
Jebro.
not great.
Proof. It was a good song. The ending.
It
didn't get
was
the right
cool.
words.
We can work on it. We can work on
This
it.
is why you don't have a hat, Jebro.
Yeah.
There is one thing to be said about Shing Jae,
Sure.
which is that, with the precedent of Guild Wars 1 factions, you did start your adventure, Shing Jae Monastery, right?
Mhm.
And it does seem like with the
Yeah.
concentration of new player elements here and the fact that the little tutorial areas, and it does seem kind of a peaceful hamlet, and the tradition of Guild Wars 1 factions, I can't help but wonder if this is where we will be starting and like where we will be kind of setting foot again on Cantha. But what brings us there? I don't think anybody totally knows right now. But at the same time, I mean, it does make sense that with all the stuff that's positioned there from what we've seen in the previews, that this would be where people would be starting out in some way, shape, or form. Get that hair so right, Kroof. Get it right. Just sort it out. Just work on it. It's good. It's good.
Okay, what are we on now? Yes, Rook indeed. I think that was a good signing off on that one. We're moving over to skiffs and fishing though, because we saw the trailer for skiffs and fishing, which is on the screen right now, which was 24th of August. Wait, I think I've got this run the wrong way actually. Was it 24th of August? Let me just go on to here. I've written the wrong dates, I think, somewhere. No, it was 24th of August. I've just got the order of things around the wrong way on my little document there, so my bad. Yeah. We found out about it. We've got fishing now. We are an official MMORPG because now we actually have fishing. Because I think in any other game that I've played, fishing is definitely something that's either a launch or very close to being a launch, like as an actual gathering skill. And this isn't really a gathering skill. It's different. I mean, it is a gathering skill because it goes with crafting as well, but it's very interactive. Like, mining, you just go up to and press F, everything else. This very much fits in with skiffs as well. And there's that interplay there, as well as being able to use, I think you can fish stuff up for legendaries, right, as well. So like you can use stuff for legendary items, for food for raids, food for whatever the flip you want to use. And they said there was some other stuff. I think you can pick up like loot and treasure and stuff as well. I can't remember what there was specifically. I might be switching between New World there. But like, it doesn't mean they can't add that stuff.
I think they had mentioned that it's actually part of the legendary acquisition process.
It is, yeah.
So
Yes.
there will be more than just fishing or cooking. You will probably have to fish and hopefully enjoy fishing to gain.
Or fish and cook at the same time, Kroof.
Can we bring like electronics? Can we bring like a little electric stove on our skiff and have like a barbecue?
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
And
I don't know.
they did confirm that they've added it to all the maps. So everywhere fishing is accessible and guild halls. So you'll be able to also fish in guild halls. And I honestly just think it looks like so much fun. The idea of there being these really, really fancy legendary fish that you have to like go and figure out. And like, I love that too. I'm really curious how that'll play into it, or if that has something to do with the actual legendary collection, or what it is specifically. But I like this. I think it's such a good way to implement it, and the cooperative element of like boosting friends on the skiffs and cheering people on and all of that, and fishing together and getting like bonuses for that. Again, I think just takes it that extra step beyond the implementation in many other games.
And you know what would be cool? I thought about it, but like, you know how we have all those events, like Christmas events, like Halloween and stuff? It would be so cool if they come up with a fish that you can only like fish during those time periods. So like you would have like, with your friends, you're like, oh, let's try and go fishing for that, like fish this like during the season. And it's more interactive, like, a little bit like Stardew Valley with the seasons, but this time it's for events. Like there's so many possibilities that would just make this really fun, like a kind of also like collecting stuff. And yeah, I don't know, I'm excited
That
for
would
it
do
as well.
very well when you think about like the Festival of the Four Winds, because that area has water and it's only accessible during that festival time. So that's really interesting that you bring that up. That'd be a fun fishing.
And they could invent like, I don't know how feasible it is, but new mini game, like for example during Winter's Day, there's a new, like they put a pond or something and there's a competition for fishing.
Ice
or,
fishing,
like,
I was just about to say.
like it could make it like they just added an entire new like fun part to like the game with doing that. So it's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, fishing, honestly, it's one of those things where if you think about it as just like a crafting or gathering thing, it's like, okay, it's just like you can fish,
The
I
Rook
guess.
neutral voice is amazing.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine.
It's gone. Give us an official Rook term in basic MMORPG.
An official Rook term in basic? What do you mean?
Like what you were just saying.
Question.
Like,
What's the word? What were the
because
words
it
you just
sounded
said
like,
to
you know,
me?
basic MMO that has never been heard of by anyone, and like,
Yeah.
you know, you did the thing, you started.
Okay, yeah, just like fishing. Some people might think it's boring. That was the start. The end is that
You did the
I think
thing.
that-
You did a voice. You did a specific voice.
yeah, man, fishing is
You did it. There's
so
no what I'm
boring,
talking
the
about.
fishing.
Fine. No, you did it like a monotone voice. See, like Kers knows what I'm talking about. You did a voice. You were like, no. Like, you sounded like a robot.
Yes, I mean,
roar.
like, I think some people, if you want to try to distill it down to just like, oh, I don't know, it's just whatever, it's like fishing, and that's what the voice I think you're talking about. Then I mean, yeah, you can unhype anything if you try hard enough. You can make anything sound boring if you ignore all the other things that are happening with it. But in this case, fishing, I think, is a feature that they are adding, right? Not only that, they are technically adding another mount with its own unique masteries, boosts, and collaborative, cooperative, like, interaction, which I think is really fun. And then you also have this fishing component, which when you think about the fact that they are doing it worldwide and in guild halls and around, and that there are these all new collections coming with it, this gives people so much more incentive to go around, re-explore maps, look for water sources that they can think of in other places. Raid wings people were talking about in the chat, like all of these places where they could put fishing, and you could have this little extra discovery thing that you get to do. You can have this extra component that you get to interact with other people. You can think like, oh, hey, what are we gonna do tonight? I don't know, you wanna just hang out and fish and we can watch some Netflix or something? Netflix and fish. It could be a whole new thing. Like, there,
Awesome.
yeah, there's like a level of engagement with the game where we don't have enough just like really chill idle activities that you can do with friends and just enjoy together. Like you can go run around and do metas, but it's not the same. Like this game does group activities really well. And so to have this in the game worldwide in anything and in the guild halls to incentivize people to go and interact and hang out in those more, I really do think this is a big thing for the game, and I do think it's worthy of being in this expansion and being billed as something for this expansion, because they took it again to the next level. It's not just like they went, oh yeah, now there's fishing profession and you're gonna just go and harvest nodes and that's it.
Yeah.
And you know, like it's different.
Yeah. And plus, like the meme potential again is really awesome. Like imagine you're fishing and then the Quaddle shows up, and you're like, what? Leave me alone.
There's some. I'll call something damn big today.
And RAAVA, I mean, RAAVA, just like you said, there are so many possibilities. Like, what if a special undead fish is only available when Tequaddle is in the waters? What if weather conditions on certain maps, like the ice thing in, I was just on Biora Marches today. Like, these are all possibilities of what they could add in and continue implementing for the system, or the like seasonal events, like you said. This is not just a one thing. This is something that they can develop with the rest of the game. Any new maps that come out, any additional collections they want to add. There's so many possibilities with this.
And you can like, once it also pushes, like I'm pretty sure, like I don't know, they might do this where like there's an achievement where you can fish in every region or every map or something, and this will push like a lot of people to either go back to the old maps if they don't, or like new players to visit new maps that they might not have wanted to visit before. Like it's just it's going to add a lot to the game, and it's like it's gonna be cool. Like there's just so many possibilities.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the next thing, unless anyone wants to talk about anything else from skiffing and shit.
Otter had a little tidbit in chat. There was an NPC in the Labyrinthine Cliffs talking about starting a fishing challenge last year, right after fishing was announced officially.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, that's cool. That is cool. Thank you for that, Oscar Legend. Oh. Here we go. Elite specializations, more of them.
Oh boy, here it goes. Here we go. I'm nervous about one of them. This one will be.
It's Spectre though, so it's okay.
Yay! Spectre!
Yay. Actually, you know what? You know how I've said in the past that elite specializations are probably the thing I'm most excited about the expansion. I think this actually is different. Like for me now, this time I've said it. I think I've said it every single podcast, but I'm like, I keep forgetting about elite specializations because I'm just excited about so much else in the game as well. Like I think this time it's almost there's just so much additional stuff. There's like fishing and skiffs and new maps and camphor and turtles. And,
right.
Yeah, sorry. I've got to say the turtles specifically. I wasn't going to get my legs chopped off. Very specific. But like, there's just so much. There's so much. And then you go back and then you remember, damn, there is some really, really unique elite specializations which are coming. And Spectre is one of the leading ones which is just so unique and different for a thief. Where if you're a support player now, you're going to be jumping on Spectre at some point in time to really because of the reasons probably Kroof and everyone's going to say, because I'm going to let them talk now.
I mean, Shadow Priest vibes.
Yeah.
So good.
That's
Someone
a
had
very good point. Yeah.
Someone had mentioned it in my live stream yesterday.
Have you played Shadow Priest in WoW?
I have. Shadow Priest is a bit more damage focused. This one still has access to damage.
It does have damage though, yeah. But
it's got damage over time, but it has a lot of
description.
interesting single target stuff. But yeah, someone had mentioned that in my stream the other day, and I was like, oh my god, it is like a Shadow Priest.
It is,
but Spectre, out of the top 3, for the fact that Spectre is, in my opinion, the one elite spec that creates a wholly new form of gameplay and how people engage with the combat. Spectre is my number 1 for me. I think it's a bold move for ArenaNet to go into a play style of single target healing and support abilities. It's never been seen before. Huge respect and marks for that. And I think overall Spectre was just also really strong. It had a good sense of what it was, similar to Bladesworn, and the traits themselves felt very impactful. I will say that while I can criticize weak things, I equally criticize overpowered things, and I think some of the traits were maybe a little too strong, but I feel like they kind of had to do that because the single target was so new. People were like, there's already a lot of AoE, how do you outmatch that? So they probably front-loaded the traits a little bit too much, but
and
yeah, I love...
Expansions there's always that
Actually,
sneaky little bit of power sometimes with
I don't think so. I don't really think so. I think this set has actually been really tame. I think Path of Fire was the one outlier where it was incredibly overpowered.
That was really
that's
But
true.
I feel like the balance of this is fairly equal to Heart of Thorns. It doesn't feel like they're trying to do a million things with one elite spec. They're like, okay, so this one's going to be the support one, you got support. This one's going to be the damage one, you do damage. Path of Fire, I think, was like a little bit of a, woo, what are you doing? But this feels okay.
I like that. That's what we need to. That's your quote there. Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, what are you doing?
No, that's that. When Kroof says that, like that's the next level.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Very different. Single target healing, not something that happens at all, because there's no way of doing that. You actually have to target your ally to do that. And, you know, other than, I think, you know, if you're a guardian and you're throwing out the protection on like shield, the 4th shield ability, things like that, you know, you're not directly hitting people with things other than AoEs, and it's very different. And then for Thief, it's very different. Like, and then you think about wells, and you think about like there's still it's kind of wonderful how they've really combined a thief with a support, because you've still got the mobility and acrobatics in there of a thief, and then what they can do as well. So it's kind of awesome how they've been able to just have this, I don't know, this mix and be so successful. It is probably one of the most successful elite specializations, even if you don't play it. Just to acknowledge that.
It's good that they simplify it. Like the first beta week, you had like the thief could give quickness to 3 people, so it was making it very complicated on like squad standpoint or party standpoint, where you're trying to get those boons. Like So now that they've just made it one man, or like it's so much easier. And it's still fun. Like obviously, yeah, I don't know. It is a fun. I agree. Like it's just a fun class, and I'm glad they did simplify that, because like otherwise, like the 3-man thing was just so complex to wrap your head around, like in terms of like overlapping quickness for 5-man or 10-man and stuff like this. So it was much better. But it is really fun, and there's once again like a lot of people think, oh yeah, you just like place your whales on people and that's it. No, there's like a lot of like actual gameplay involved, and that's what makes it so interesting. Like it's, once again, I feel like all those elite specs are high risk, high rewards, or like the more you master it, the better you'll get at it. Like it's something easy to access, but it's also something difficult to master, but you get like a lot of rewards from mastering it as well.
I totally agree. And you know,
good.
we were talking earlier about like the idea of choice in classes, and classes that allow you a sense of like responding, be that, you know, momentum movement wise, be that choice wise, as in like, who am I going to target? How am I going to do this? What leads to this kind of efficiency? And like this move, I think Spectre is just like brilliant. I love this class. I think it's such a great subversion. Jeb, you always talk about like, you know, innovating or changing the way you look at a class, and the idea of taking that core concept of like, well, what does a thief do? What does an assassin do? What do we kind of conceptualize with that? Okay, well, like a hard hit on a single target, a stealth gameplay, high mobility, and then to subvert all of that and be like, how about single target, hard hitting heals? How about mobility? How about shadow magic? How about all of that stuff comes together to make a class that I think is truly unique, in the sense that like Mesmer is truly unique to Guild Wars 2, something that is a standout. And while yes, like you said, that there's some relations to maybe like Shadow Priest, Disc Priest in WoW, I do feel like Disc Priest wouldn't be the right one, but you know what I'm trying to say. I think that it
Kind of with the shield.
like sort of, yeah, like a little
Discipline
bit.
Priest is probably closer as well, actually, because it's still Shadow Priest, right?
yeah. But like, even with that, I still feel like this is so unique to Guild Wars 2 because of the context of how Guild Wars 2 does mechanics, and the way that they've adapted this to work for Guild Wars 2, and the chaos and the high momentum and the fast-paced action-oriented combat. This class is so exciting. I honestly think it's really exciting, and even if it's not your cup of tea or it's not exactly what you wanted, I still think it is a huge example of how we can continue to push the options for classes in a way that fits, that draws on existing lore, that has incredible aesthetic, and that like plays in a way that changes how you might engage with a role in this game. And I can't wait to play it and heal on it and try it. I'm really excited, honestly.
It means I've got to re-roll a thief, actually, because I've got a boring human, and I'm like, I need to play something that's not a human, because I made a human thief ages ago, and I was like, oh yeah, but now I'm reminded that like the human running animation in Guild Wars 2 angers me. And so I need to I'm probably going to make a char thief, and I'm probably going to just make Tibot. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make Tibot during the weekend, and I'm going to level it as fast as I can.
Darkbringer Tibble, Master of
something
Shadow
like
Magic.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's going to be cool. I might do that over the weekend. We're going to move on, though, unless anyone else has a thing.
Cool shade. They have a shroud, which is cool.
The shroud is very good, and it's very purple, isn't it? Purple's my favorite color.
Yeah.
So that's the real reason I like Spectre, because purple is my favorite color.
People forget about the shroud, but it's there.
It's okay. I mean, the shroud is, again, it's very interesting. It is a shroud, right? Like it's and we totally didn't mention that at all.
You get a second health bar.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a shroud, like it's and Spectre and ghosts, and you know that crossover with Necro. And again, when we're talking about Harbinger, and there's almost that acrobatic feel mixed over with Thief and NG. And then it makes sense. And like Thief is doing very much doing the same thing, like kind of crossing over with Necro, like very, like, especially name wise, like you could have been, Necro could easily have been Spectre. It could easily have been Spectre. It could, like, there's absolutely, I wonder if that, I actually wonder if there was ever a point in time where Harbinger was actually Thief and Spectre was actually Necro.
Ooh.
because that could work.
Don't get me thinking that.
Because it's a pistol, right? But the
They
thing is, then
probably
the pistol
wouldn't
is
have.
already a thing for Faith.
Well, they could just give like Necro offhand scepter or something. But they probably didn't want to
True.
because Scourge was already very support focused. But
Offhand scepter,
could see-
scepter. Yeah,
That
what
would
are
be
you talking about?
awesome.
That would be sick. Oh my god, now I want it. Man, that would have been so good. Can you imagine that? Like, I don't know. That was the sound effects as well. That's very good.
I liked it. Good Foley work.
Thank you.
yes.
Okay, I learned from the good old
Oh wait, we might need a second take of that. Yeah, we need the ADR.
Oh god. And now we've got the poop cloud class. I mean, sorry.
Oh, this is the one I did not want to have to talk about.
All right, let's move on. No, should I tell you what? For everything that we've said about it, I've actually heard a huge amount of hype for this in PvP, and I've definitely seen the PvP potential. There's definitely a brawler aspect. Problem is, I think this role is something that they already have in the game, and especially with actually all of the even core, druid, and soulbait specifically. I think I am excited for ranger players. I did like the trailer. I think playing it though it does feel a little bit underwhelming, and it's almost like I don't know. Like, do you know what I mean?
That's the thing.
It's just like
Yeah.
I don't know where this comes from. Like the influence, like the region we're going to. If we think about the opposites, and we're thinking about what Spectre is to Thief, what we're thinking about in terms of this Spec to Ranger, like, is it different? Is it unique? Is it fun? Like, is it fun? Is it graphically impactful? Like Rook's saying, you know, with like, and Chris was saying with Virtuoso, for example, and even like Willbender, like, even though it, you know, there are parts of it where like, I'm not sure, they're still visually pretty cool. Like there is that. Like with this though, it just feels like, I don't know. And yeah, please, RAAVA go, or whoever was going to talk.
Like it feels like everything is so novel in the other elite spec. Like you know, you have like it's so novel on so many aspects, and then you have like some kind of core ranger that looks like a snot monster.
Someone in chat did say they liked it. It doesn't mean you can't like this class, but like, what did you say just then? Sorry.
I love that. It just looks like a core ranger that got snotted on. Like Shrek just like sneezed on it. And this is the elite spec. Like, I'm sorry, like all the elite spec look amazing, but this one I just don't understand it. Like, I just don't get it. It doesn't feel. It feels like a ranger with.
You have all these novel elite specs, and then you have core ranger
With snot all over it. With snot all over it.
The only cool thing about this is you can control the auto attack of your pet, like that, and
which should not be the profession mechanic. That should be baseline ranger. That should be baseline ranger. What's going on?
That's exactly. So when they came out with this, the second beta spec, and they were like, okay, now we changed it a little bit. You can auto attack, and I was like, oh, that's gonna be so good on Druid, and it's like, oh no, that's only for Untamed. I'm like, how is that only for Untamed? It's what? There's
It's so weird. It's like there are facets of this that I totally agree just feel like they could have been things they announced as a basic update for all Ranger, and I would have been like, oh cool, that's great, that's coming in the expansion. I agree. And like then you just don't have anything else. I hate that I feel so strongly about this class, because it's gonna sound like when I talk about it that I'm not super excited about this expansion, because I am, and like I am so excited about so many other things. I think overall all of the elite specs, including Willbender, which yes, I had some critiques about the aesthetic on and like where they could have gone more, but at least there are still those visually distinctive things like that incredible spin kick and the punch down and the movement and all of that kind of stuff that really stands out.
I like that punch down.
Yeah, like I think all of that is still really standout. I hate this one.
Wow, all right.
I guess I find it frustrating because like maybe what really disappoints me with this one is just, and I know people worked really hard on this, and I hate to have that kind of,
we're
you know
not,
what I mean?
We're
Like,
never doing that, especially
Yes.
you. We're not. I don't think anyone thinks that we're
Yes.
hating on the devs and their effort. Not at all.
yeah, it's just that like the most excited I feel about this class is in the very last shot of this trailer when at the end they show the char that has the mask on. That's the Untamed mask.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, that mask is cool, and I wish the class felt like that mask looked, because like otherwise this just does nothing for me. Like there's the weird fungal pods. I think it has a connection to Echovold Wilds. Possibly something to do with the fact that like the wardens weren't affected and then they went berserk.
What it could have been,
so
right?
like I think that's where the lore tie-in is. They weren't affected by the Jade Wind, and then they kind of lost their senses to this madness because of the tragedy that had been affected to the forest and how they were connected
That
to
makes
it.
sense.
And I think that's what's happening here. But again, I talked about this when we first went over it. Do I feel any sense of that? Do I feel a sense of the Echovold Wilds? Do I feel a sense of the petrification? Do I feel a sense of really being like a berserk natural entity? I don't. I think the visuals, compared to something like the Jade Mech, when you look at that and that comes down on Mechanist and you're like, holy cow, like that's incredible. This does not do it for me. And I think the pods are ugly. If you're gonna do like, sorry.
Freedom.
Okay, well you are going.
If you're gonna do a spore class and you're gonna do a class that has to do with mushrooms, we have seen so much recently in D&D how you can envision that as like you know, like a spore druid, how you can envision that and still have it be something that's really interesting. I don't feel like this is interesting. All of it makes me feel icky looking at it, and I just don't like the vibe. That's vibe check not passed on this one.
Did not pass the vibe check at all.
And we can tell that we're all conflicted by it because we're so hyped about that expansion. And
like we don't want to be
it's
saying
so
this.
frustrating.
We're like, we
I'm
have to face the music, but we don't want to. We're like, everything is so good except you. But I think Untamed. Here's my feeling about Untamed. I think there is a blueprint there. They just it's almost like a building. Every other elite spec is like, they have the stories, they have the levels. Maybe some of them are a little bit short, you know, still under construction. I feel like Untamed right now, we just have the blueprint. It does not feel finished in the slightest. And I think visually speaking, that's another aspect. It's like, there's no sense that this is even in Cantha. Like, how is this about Echovold? How is this? We saw Tetra, the leader of the speakers, and she has like that awesome wooden headpiece. And I wanted more of that petrified wood element. Maybe instead of spores, like small like tree trunks grow and then they explode and they shatter with like shrapnel of wood or stone or something like that. It was a very strange direction. I see Mordremoth in chat. And I think that could maybe be a tie-in to explain the pod situation, considering Zaitan is used in the Harbinger. Maybe they were trying to go with like Untamed, tap into the magic of Mordremoth's aspect. That's not coming across. It's really not coming across in the way that the Harbinger did, and nor does it visually feel as menacing as Mordremoth with like the purpley grotesque vines, and it felt like really solid. This feels almost too gaseous, too spore-like. There doesn't feel like there's a lot of weight to it. And even when I look at the gameplay aspect of it, I think that this is like a tank. This feels like a true bruisery tank, and it's perplexed me as to why Taunt, the condition Taunt, is not even on one of these elite specializations. They have totally forgotten about Taunt.
What did you say?
Taunt.
Taunt?
The condition.
Is that an American?
To taunt somebody.
Oh,
to
wow.
I'm taunting
it's
you.
an American thing. Okay.
Taunt? Do you say taunt?
I say taunt.
Do you say taunt?
No, not taunt.
Taunt. Taunt.
What was that? There's no
Is it
O.
taunt?
Is it taunt?
There's no application of taunt.
You will
on
never
this
forget what
spec.
you say. It's just the American. Wait, how do you say it rather?
Taunt.
Taunt?
Like
Anyway,
I hear a barely
Taunt.
perceptible difference between those two.
AU. No, wait. You know, say it. Well, Kroof say it. You say it, and then I'll say it.
Taunt.
Taunt. You say. I say taunt.
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 You say taunt.
But but it is not an unrecognizable
You're
difference.
dragging out the last syllable. You're dragging out the last syllable, but it's like
I'm English.
Tunt.
That's what we do. And RAAVA's learning Australian English, so
Yeah, man.
just there.
Yeah.
I think both visually and gameplay wise, I mean, it really should have been the Warden Elite Spec. You
Yes.
should have gone Untamed, and you would have like had like that Tetra headpiece come out.
yes.
Like that would have been so cool.
Don't you make me sad right now. Don't do
A
it.
warden, like just like warden or shaman.
I'm sorry,
like a
crew. Please do
shaman.
it. Please do it. I do want you to say it. I'm just dying.
They could have just made you into a Warden when you shift into that phase and
Yeah, exactly.
and have that hammer like just start. You hit things and like spikes of petrified wood shoot out or something, and it just feels too.
Yeah, like 4
only
in like with that.
design weak.
Yeah, like 4 with the axe or whatever. I don't know.
Is weak. It
I'm
just,
so sad. I'm sad because you say it, Kroof, and I feel the hype immediately overtake me. I'm like, that's what that's it. That's what I wanted. I love my ranger. Like, that's it. They could have interpreted so many different ways with like the incredible, not only like influence and cultural inspiration, if you want to go more into something that again, you're like, oh, let's lean more into what we've drawn on for Cantha, or the lore that already existed with things like the Echovold Wilds. The Wardens are there. The Juggernauts are there. There are these incredible natural forces that like, that is what I wanted to see. And I loved your metaphor about the building because like you said, it feels like there is a sense of how that could have built from where we are, but like the visual narrative story, the concept, the gameplay, it does not, I don't know, it's not there for me. And that's not to say that people won't have fun with this and that there's not a lot of functionality for this, because I do think the class has stuff that it does. And of course, like you can still play and enjoy and love. For me, this just felt like a huge swing and a miss with the just absolute rich potential of this region to do something that would have felt like that's it. Like that's what I get from the sense of like somebody who's connected to nature in Cantha, and this is distinctive. Like it just doesn't get there for me.
Well, what about Mechanist? The best elite specialization in the game!
battle
Wind
to
of
fight
Dragons, hype it
alongside in
up!
combat.
Oh,
Calling in
energy!
shots.
Yeah.
Look at that fuel
Oh,
and
he's
energy
gone.
pumping
Okay,
through our
Jebro.
veins
Whether
for
it's
an
we've lost him.
amazing
Oh,
elite
God.
specialization, the
Adapt to
engineer.
any
It's flipping awesome, isn't that right?
I mean, it's not actually
Bravo.
embarrassing.
Oh,
I
right.
can't even imagine how you felt seeing the Mechanist. I remember when it dropped and we were all messaging you, Jebro.
I
We're
literally
like,
pooed my pants,
Jebro!
yes. I had to
I
change
mean-
many
Oh, yeah,
times.
no.
God. Oh my God, that's really gross. But damn.
You
gross, but
untamed
thank you.
yourself.
even
What?
Oh my god!
Did you say untamed myself? I mean, that's probably the most excitement. That's probably the most excitement that the Untamed's gonna have in this
Damn.
podcast. So yeah.
And RAAVA will never make it to partner level.
just for that.
I mean, please.
RAAVA, you
have
deserve
seen up on the
partner.
program?
You were you should be a partner. You should be a partner.
I'm
But
pretty,
even
I'm
for,
pretty
like-
sure you're fine.
Even our conversations about the potential for the elite spec for engineer, we were all talking about Golemancer or some type of
Yeah.
robot generator golem thing, and I was not. Engineer's my least favorite. Not saying I don't like it, but in the tier, my least favorite.
Wow, Creep is
I
fired.
was super enthused. I loved.
Oh, you do like it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said you
With
didn't.
Mechanist. No, engineer as a profession,
they
not my
don't like
favorite.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you're still fired.
Great.
How can you not like engineer? Actually, engineer leveling an engineer from core game is a pain. It's a bit of a pain.
mean,
unless you take
I feel
cuts.
like engineer, like it's the same thing. Like
If you're going to insult
it has
engineer,
this-
then just be careful.
no, but like it has the same thing as the Vindicator. Is it like it's very complicated? You have your kits, you have your F skills, you have like your it's a complicated class again.
Oh,
like
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
that's why I feel like a lot of people struggle with it. But they solved this issue with Mechanist. And like they made it simpler, but it's still super fun. And it's so cool when it drops, right? It just, you feel like a superhero when you see like your awesome like golem just boom, and that it's ready, and it has so many like use, like a protection use, like, you know, like it's defensive, it's offensive, it's healing, it's just, it has so much. It feels a lot like Firebrand, you know, in Firebrand where you have your F1 that's like the DPS, F2 that's the healing, F3 that's the block. It's that, but in NG, and it's really cool.
This class is like the entire thing. It's everything you would want from the new, like a new elite spec, and especially like a new elite spec that's tied directly to an expansion. And I love that, like, this just goes to show, right, Cantha as like a sandbox, I guess, of ideas in regards to like what can we draw on to do and reflect something about the story we're telling and give unique elite specializations. And I mean, like, honestly, they could have drawn these from anywhere. It doesn't have to be Cantha specific for elite specs or, you know, tied directly, but I do think there's something to be said about elite specs reflecting something about the expansion they were introduced in, and especially when you get the lore trainers around the world and all this kind of stuff, right? So for me, if we have other classes that either like reconceptualize things or are nods to the past, like the new Revenant one with, you know, our spirits there, this is Cantha of the future, and this is the expansion in an elite specialization, and this is like taking all those ideas and then combining them in a way that is fun and unique and makes me want to play engineer again, like another class that, like, I mean, I love engineer. It's my favorite. If theoretically it wasn't and I hadn't played it because I didn't find it very fun, now I would love to play it, but it's not a problem because I've always loved engineer, Jebro. So
What?
You're not.
So fired.
Jebro, how do you feel?
I mean,
boy.
it's all right.
That's fine.
If it's the main class in Guild Wars 2 you play, it's flipping amazing! Pump that trailer! Yeah! The power and the beauty of the Jade Tech mech. Yeah, exactly. That is a good line that came in on there. I'm kind of excited about it, yeah.
Jebro, we
okay.
give you permission.
Oh,
We give
okay.
you permission. Go free. Talk as long as you want about engineer. Run
Here
wild.
we go. I'm just gonna put the entire screen into me right now. Right, so it is the best elite specialization. No, I'm joking. It is though. It's pretty good. I'm excited. Okay, I'm very excited. It's mostly to do with the fact that it's the best one. So other than that, I mean, I don't think I really have to say much. I mean,
Damn.
I think Rook, you said it very well. Like it was. You said it very well. Wow, you put it very succinctly. I'll use English when I speak, because it is very encompassing of the theme of the expansion. It makes sense. It's a Jade Tech mech. I think if it was anything else, like if it wasn't a mech, or if it wasn't like it didn't bring in the Jade as some kind of power source for something, it would have been, whoa, this could have been just awful. Like it could have just been, I don't even know what they would have done outside of this, especially with all the technology. I think engineer had to be one of the main elite specializations where this had to click, and like, I mean like really well with everyone in some kind of way, shape, or form. It's about technology. It's an engineer. It's about, if you think about engineering, if you think about science, you think about other cultures, and you think about mixing that with your own. It's such a good way of like introducing it to this character, and it just is. It's a theme thing. It's such a theme thing. It's so important. It's just like, there's the culture. We're an engineer going into this new world, getting hero points so we can learn how about this technology and infuse it into our class. Like, I'm getting literal hype just burning through my soul right now. The fact that I'm going to be doing this as an engineer, like I'm going to be running around getting the elite specs. And I'm one of those players who won't be like, you know, I'm going to wait until I've got the hero points so I can have all the traits. No, I'm going to like, even the minor first trait, I'm going to be like, yeah, cool, I've got that. I'm starting to learn what it's like to be a mechanist, to get this technology, to like advance myself and even my mech, you know, it's going to be built along the way, because you're going to be able to see the changes, because you're going to get the mech. You're going to have the mech at the start. So what does it look like with nothing on it? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I haven't actually thought about that at all, which is even more exciting. It's perfect. But I will say this. pet classes are not my favorite. So there is that tiny thing. The thing is, I think they've done it very well, and it in turn is going to make Core Ranger a lot more fun as well, because they've really changed up the controls with, like, in terms of pet AI as well. Like Mechanist, because they've now got another class which has essentially is a pet class or pet subclass, elite spec, whatever. They've had to really fine tune and actually fix what should have been fixed on launch of the game. Okay, it's 9 years too late, but is it too late? I mean, it's done. It wasn't horrible, but you know, they had to work out all the tech with, like, the Jade mech was just running around randomly in raids and would just get destroyed. You know, so they had to reintroduce, you know, the fact that maybe we don't want the pet to die instantly, and we need to, like, you know, address that. And they did some changes. In PvP, there are some issues with it kind of wandering off at times. They fixed a lot of that in beta. The second beta, when we had all these specs together at the same time. But I think it's just interesting how this thing can be used, and what RAAVA says is very true. You know, the F1, the F2, F3, it isn't a book which gives you a ton of abilities, but there is a theme to it. There is something where, you know, this is maybe the more condition heavy thing. There's a supportive ability, and actually you can build it where 2 or 3 abilities are more supportive as well. You've got things like Alacrity. You've also got the weapon, which is so good. Like, we've wanted a mace for so long. We've got a shield offhand and a pistol, and we had sword with Holosmith, but like it still felt a bit odd, and it still feels a little bit odd. But mace feels so good. Like when you get this, you've got the third skill, and he sends out this little punch hand. It's just like that, like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. And I was just like, that's so cool. And the second ability is like, if you're on Asura, the animation is amazing. You do this little flip forward, and you just like get this. You used to get vigor. I can't remember if they changed it. And then the first ability is like confusion spam. And it's just a nice mix. There's a confusion condition in there as well. Really nice access to confusion. And I just like the mix with shield as well, because if you go into inventions, you become this person who maybe you want to protect your mech, so you end up protecting your robot, and you can give it protection, you can heal it so it can go and do the damage while you do the job of effectively repairing it. And it's just so cool. If they can do a thing where they get toolkit and tools like the trait line, so that you can fix your bot by just swinging or something, or just being near it, I would die. I would literally die. I know.
We need to resuscitate you.
Jebro,
sorry.
Watching you. No, you do not apologize here.
You tell us not to apologize. You don't apologize.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Watching your sheer joy talking about this is like an actual gift. I love it. We're all just here like you're a kid at Christmas, and you're telling us about your new Pokemon cards that you got, and we're like,
so true.
Jebro, we're so happy for you. Tell me more about this one. And what happens with the third attack skill? Oh, that's great.
Yes, it is.
It does the punchy thing. Aw.
I might put that on YouTube actually, but like it's true though. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's nice to have that feeling, isn't it? Though it's so good to have that feeling with something new, and when you don't get that feeling with something new, it sucks. It really sucks, and it's awful.
So sorry, Elementalist.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think.
Or no, Ranger.
Oh my god,
Ranger. I was like, no, I'm excited about Elementalist.
okay.
I thought we were excited.
But there is something, like, even if you're not excited for those things and then your main classes, there are things in the expansion where you can just get as equally excited as RAAVA is for Turtles, for example. And if you're on Twitter and you haven't followed RAAVA, then
Oh, thank you.
well, I mean, it's a lot, but it's worth it.
I think Mechanist. They knew what they were doing when they saved this one for last, because this was kind of the showstopper elite
I think it
spec.
was last time though as well. I can't
No,
remember.
Druid was the
Was it
final.
Druid?
Actually, if we look at Heart of Thorns, Druid was the final one, and the Path of Fire, they were all kind of just shown at the same time. But objectively, I think this is probably the best and most exciting elite spec. However, to play fair and to give a little bit of criticism, I am not a fan of signets with this. I understand why they did it, because you are losing the tool belt, but I find the signets to be extremely forgettable and not what I was expecting for signets in 2021, 2022. They feel very core signet based. And yeah, it's nice because Engineer never had signets, but if they really wanted to go with that Mechanist Engineer, I mean, hell, give him another batch of turrets, like fully revamped turrets when you're a Mechanist and you have like Jade pylons and structures that you summon.
They've got so much to fix with Engineer, really.
They've got so much to fix, but I
so
would
much
have
to
maybe enjoyed a little bit more of that construction idea or utilizing robots. But with that said, I do understand that the signets were kind of a necessity.
They feel like buttons, though. That's what I kind of felt like. I felt like I was pushing a button, and if I didn't push the button...
Some of them.
Like, I mean, there's some nice effects, though. The port is pretty cool. Because have you seen the animation of that thing? That port
it's
is
pretty
cool.
good.
Looks
The
so
portal one and the one that activates the bubble around the golem, those are probably the best ones, but everything else was kind of just like, you do a blast of damage around yourself, and I was like, okay.
True. Yeah, you increase your power damage or your condition damage. They actually combined some of the signets now. They combined port with power, maybe? I can't remember, actually. Or damage reduction, I can't remember.
Something like that.
They did do some nice survival stuff for NG. So there was actually, but should I tell you what? I went to a different Engineer streamer build, PvP players and raids as well, and like coming up with like there was this full alacrity build I was playing with, and then like Muck put it out on YouTube as well, and then there was like this really cool kind of support build that I was playing in the raids, I think with Kroof when you were doing Spectre and stuff as well. And then it was like, wow, I can tank with this now as well. You can do quite a lot of different stuff. And you can offer, it's not quick, it is alacrity, right? Yeah. And it was
like perma alacrity.
We've got alacrity now, yeah. Permanent and alacrity for yourself, they're gonna fix that for sure. But it was just, it is wonderful and fun, and I'm excited for it. Sorry, we should probably keep going because we're like 3:30 right now. Do any of you need a break, or are you okay, or do you need to go? Because I feel I kind of want to finish this order, but I realize the time is ticking on. Or are we just like EoD hype? We're good.
I'm in the hype phase.
Do you need a fight, like a couple of minutes break? Anyone?
I'm good.
Okay. Well, if you need to go to the bathroom, or grab a coffee or grab a drink, you can do that. That is fine. I love how
I did I activated my push to talk just to shrug.
And you didn't talk. Yeah, well, that was because you wanted to get the silence or phone click or something. I don't know.
What is going on?
The End of Dragons Echovold Wilds is next, which was on the 10th of November. Like my little remix there.
Can I share a little something I'm so happy about?
No, you can't talk during the podcast. How dare you? Of course you can.
Okay. Echovold Wilds. We were so on the fence about that live stream. We had like a lot of talk about it. It was probably one of the ones that I felt was the slower and less informative ones. I don't know. We just all kind of, at least our consensus from the podcast, I remember us being like, okay, well, we'll see. Maybe it'll be a little bit more later and we'll have an idea better. And I am so happy to report that with the End of Dragons preview that I got to just do recently, Echovold is actually pretty awesome. Like straight up, I really, really, really enjoyed being in it in a way that I wasn't expecting. The atmosphere, the music in that section, all the little details and like the lore. The devs were telling us that there's going to be so much in there if you're somebody who's curious about what happened to the Kurziks and the Luxons in the time since Guild Wars 1 factions. But there's also these really great new groups, the gangs we were talking about earlier, and all this other stuff. And the Fort Aspenwood event that we got to do in there, it was just super fun. Some new mechanics and all kinds of stuff they've put in for champion type enemies, and the atmosphere and the scale of everything. I am so excited to get to explore more. There did seem to be some verticality as well. There were these little jumpy things and stuff. We didn't actually get to go up a whole bunch, but I'm really curious if there is a lot more to that map than even the glimpse that we got to see,
Yeah, and there seems to be so many different mini micro environments within this map. You have the lush kind of forest that's regrowing, and then you have those kind of cathedral that looks Dark Soulsy, and then you have it's just going to look really awesome. It feels like it's like, you know, it feels like there's 4 maps in one, like most of it, like Kanang and stuff like this. So it just looks fascinating. I'm excited to go there. It's actually my favorite place.
Yeah, from watching the previews, as you'd mentioned, Rook, I was also under the impression that it left me wanting a bit more, or at least having a better camera experience of actually like looking up into the heights of the trees and then watching all the previews and having different camera angles while maneuvering through the Echovold Wilds. I was like, okay, I can actually start to see where this map is going, and I really hope that it's more expansive than what they showed on the live stream. But the trailer was really good. We got to see a lot of new Tengu models, and that's another thing about this expansion. This is when we first started to get a lot of more visualization of the Kestrels and the new Tengu models that seem to still be coming into the game, which is a lot of questions around why they're doing that, but it is visually so nice to see.
Yeah, I can't wait.
We've only got a couple of days. Look! Do you see that guy at the end? Oh, guys, sorry, person.
That's the warden.
Like that. Guess what that should have been, everyone.
The Ranger costume.
Together? Ranger! It could have been. Now, can you imagine, like, this stuff just growing out of them? They could have been untamed still. They could have just had that graphical effect. I think even just having that graphical, like, that effect would have just made it almost, like,
perfect.
just be okay.
Yeah.
It would have just been fine. And then it just, imagine that, and then imagine when it changes to your pet, like, it just fades over to your pet, and he's it would have been so good.
Oh, that would have been.
How good
It's
would
just
that
it just
have
hurts
been?
at this point.
It hurts. It hurts.
Oh, damn.
All of that aside, yeah, Echovold was one of the zones I was on, like, most on the fence about. And I do really think that, like, there's a lot to be hyped about in there, and that there's going to be a lot to learn and sort of look at. I'm still very curious, because there are areas that I want to see more of, where again you get that sense of actually being amongst trees, not like in like a little root cave and not in like, you know, a gulch. I really am hoping we get something like you are walking between the trunks of the massive trees and all that kind of stuff, which I haven't quite seen yet, but all of the like gothic architecture and the integration and the atmosphere and the color palette, it's good. It feels very, very good.
It's going to be interesting to see. I want to feel that. Of that walking between the city. Oh, you know what? There's a shot in this which I flipping adore. Let me go just grab it for a second.
I too love the Tengu, Jebro.
The Tengu are good, but there's this one shot which I actually really, really love. This one. And it's because it's got such a mixture of so many different technologies in one shot. It might sound like a really weird thing to be like fixated on, but it's
actually, yeah.
Can you see, like, there's the cogs, and then there's like the window in the back, and then you've got the actual cathedral building itself, and you can see over time the different people who have been through here, and then you've got nature as well and trying to take it back, and it's like, it's just so cool to think about, because it feels lived in. It feels like historic and old and broken, but also like rejuvenated as well, in through nature or through technology. And it's just, I think, like you said, Rook, like we did have words about the live stream, but I think it's because they harped so much on what Arborstone in that at the same time as well, which I think was okay, and I think was one of those moments where they allow the devs to talk about their passion quite heavily, and I think that's very cool. I think there's a time and a place for that as well sometimes, but I love to hear the energy. Like, the designer was talking about Arborstone, and they were talking about, but it was so intricate, and it was some of those details were just things I was like, I want to find this out for myself in the game. I'm sorry, like, I know you're excited, but like, I really just want to. That was a post-launch feature which would have just added to it, and could have been like, I feel like there was a lot of that in some of the streams, which may have been defeating of my own hype of just my own exploration and joy of finding these things, which is why I haven't watched Rook's video, which is why I haven't watched anyone's video, and which is why I didn't take up the invitation to do the preview myself, because I that is what I want to I have to have it on launch day. I don't know why, I've just always been like that. And I mean, I'm just very excited. This zone, I know what you're talking about, Rook, as well, the trees. I was thinking about, is it the redwoods in California or whatever? Yeah. Like that feeling would be very cool. And the Tengu as well, they're just looking good. Like I go back to that memory of the bowl cut one. What was the one you found the name of, Rook? I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, I don't remember.
The
He's
fluffy
so funny.
bird.
Cassowary? Is it a type of canary?
Is it?
Yeah, I think it was a canary. Yeah.
You Googled it.
It is Gloucester canary. It's a Gloucester canary.
Okay.
They're so funny. Oh my gosh, just looking at them again, I love them.
Can you
They're
link
so
it so I can get the picture?
Why do you look like this, birds? You
So
goose.
cute.
You big goobers.
Can you link it?
Yeah, let me find it.
Oh god, I need to show everyone.
It's just the big goofy
Hopefully we can
goober.
find it.
So good.
I'm not sure if it was in the trailer or it was on the when they were showing the sea, right? Oh, we're not going to see that probably, but I will release it into the wild very shortly in a bit. But what else? What was the next thing? Let me think about this. Oh,
You're so silly. Why do you look like this?
This
I
is
love
small.
nature. Nature's so weird.
it is.
Nature is such a bizarre thing.
And there's a blatant
all.
reason why they have that as well. And that's the funniest thing about it.
But I mean, I think it just goes to show that there is such an incredible level of detail going into this expansion. It really, honestly, genuinely, there's so much little tiny things like the type of birds they base different Tengu off of, the color palettes, the musical setting. If you tuned into that music stream, which we'll get to here in our recap of all of the, stuff that has led up to the release. I mean, even the details of the instruments, the musicians involved, all of these environments have these tiny little things. And it's funny because with Arborstone, I think that's another facet that, like, again, yes, I don't think we needed to see what we saw of it in the preview. I think it maybe even diminished people's, hype a little bit because it's kind of a weird static thing to show people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As opposed to if you are like selling it as a, do you want essentially a side quest that's going to have this upgradable area? You're going to get to see these things unfold, affect change, level up through this. You're going to learn more about the history of what happened with the Luxons and Kurziks here, right? Like, I am viewing it more as that kind of content. So many times we're like, oh, I love the main story and I love these stories in Guild Wars 2, but it's so easy to miss things. So having something that is like a guided quest experience where you get to watch stuff upgrade. I love in games where, like in Okami, you go through in the landscape, you fix it, and it's pretty. I like in Assassin's Creed, Ezio, everybody's like, oh, Ezio's so cool because he stabs people. And I'm like, I made his whole town beautiful. Like, I love those little upgrade things. So I do think Arborstone will be fantastic in that element. I just think that, the live stream itself did not sell me on it, but there are a lot of things to still be really into with it and really excited about. I think it's going to have a lot of momentum and a lot of tiny details that are just like so great.
Yeah.
Amazingness. Anyone else want to say? I've already moved on video wise, but anything else? Okay. Well, we are on Jade Sea, and you know what? I noticed. I was like, in every trailer, we've seen these. Like, they've been
Tetra.
very present. But we've seen it's Tetra. Like, it's Tetra.
Tetra hype. She can just hit me with your hammer, Tetra, please. I know you hate humans, but that's okay.
They're very like present in every single trailer. Is this like?
Well, the other Tetra wasn't in the Echovold one, but there was a warden.
But the wardens are, yeah.
I mean, we don't have confirmation that this is Tetra. Perhaps this is just another version of a warden.
Mm-hmm.
However, when you look at Tetra's structure and shoulder, and she does wield a hammer, it looks identical. We just don't have the front.
Hold up. Give me 1 second.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm just watching the trailer.
Don't mind me while I browse through.
What's your browsing through voice?
Through my notes.
In a mumblehead. Oh, through your
Through
nose?
my notes.
Oh,
My notes.
your notes, sorry, not your notes.
my notes. Okay, I might not be able to confirm it. they did mention that in the preview that the speakers are one of the major factions, that they hate technology, that there are wardens that compose them that are currently still at play. I thought I remembered them specifically mentioning Tetra, but they did?
Oh, wait. Finish your statement.
Oh, I was gonna say, I thought I remembered them specifically mentioning Tetra in the preview to us, which we could share, which would be like information, but I don't see it in my notes, so I don't want to say that is what happened without 100% knowing.
Oh, they confirmed Tetra during the character live stream.
Oh,
okay.
Well, there you go then. Yeah.
Then yes, I would say that was her, and I think they did mention. So that would be my guess, that would be her. Like, that makes sense to me.
It's the same model, I imagine, so.
Yeah.
Oh, there
But
you
I
go.
just love Tetra.
Information.
So cool. I think she's a character I'm most interested to actually see, because I almost feel like she might be a season 6 character as well, because I feel like the gang factions will maybe be more than just End of Dragons.
Well, they're moving away from End of Dragons, right? So,
They have to do
I mean, they've not really. Well, this is the interesting thing, overarching thing about End of Dragons and the trailers and everything we've seen, right? But there's not much emphasis on dragons at all, other than like the big trailers. There's hardly anything like other than maybe like even in the story. I mean, the story thus far obviously is about dragons, but like, you know, there's definitely the insinuation that there's going to be a lot more, which is exciting. You know, it's good to develop all these different storylines. Well, that's why Balthazar was good. I know how gods are almost like feels like a different version of just dragons, because it's just this like this being, right? But it definitely brought out more in the game. I loved Path of Fire story. Path of Fire story was great. Like, it's its own unique individual thing. Yeah, like the voice acting was good. Like the actual, like having the god there and this historic figure in Guild Wars 2, you know, literally for humans. It was just such an awesome thing. But like,
and the pacing was great as well.
Yeah, it was. There were some great story missions. Jade Sea. I'm going to pull this back. Sorry. How do you feel about that? It's very green. Is it the kind of green that you enjoy, though?
It's the kind of green that I don't really have any opinion on. I don't really hate it, nor do I really love it. I just hope that there's more variety of shades of green, and I feel like they would realize that. Hopefully. But it looks good. I love the nature areas, and even on the preview stream we saw like a little settlement for mining, and there's a bar like down below and you jump off a cliff, and it looks really, really beautiful. So I'm interested to see more and deeper into the Jade Sea. And we got comments that this is a very combat focused map. So
yeah,
I'm interested.
And what's really interesting is like it seems like there's the Jade Moth from the Fractal in there, right?
Yes.
Like you see it pop and I'm like, oh, I know you. You know, so that's interesting.
Yeah, this zone was probably one of the ones I was the most hyped from the live streams. Like what they showed and the things we got to see in that little cave you go into, that's like that little sneaky part of the map.
That's
and like
awesome.
all the events. I mean, yes, it seems like there is going to be something that unfolds large scale in this area that like is really exciting and very relevant story-wise, and I am just like so ready to get in there because I love the Jade. I think the green is good. I think the sea looks fantastic, and the like variety of landscape again, like those big mining equipment creatures and like, or the big like robots and all the stuff, the like more traditional kind of villages, the ways that you can see all this like level of history throughout. I am just a big sucker anytime you see fish frozen in the Jade. I just think that's so novel and delightful. So like even those little areas where like you go through and you can see where they've mined out those sections, to me that makes this zone so magical in a way that's distinctly Guild Wars 2. So I am like ready for this one. I want to go there and to get the siege turtle and the babies dead. I want them to.
Amazing. Yeah, this was the shot that I liked the most. This one with the wave. Like other than I definitely like the vibe, as everyone keeps saying, I should start to adopt this phrase. But is like in the chasm, like not in the chasm, in the cave, like you said. I love that as well. I'm excited to go in there. But this wave is very much like, and I like the wording they use is like a Jade Sea frozen in time, then literal wave, like frozen. Like even imagine like them being like, I wonder what a frozen wave looks like, and you just like you get these still shots, and then you're like, oh well, we need to still freeze it, so there needs to be this jade effect, and like thinking about the creative process around that, it's very exciting to think about. Like, you know, you've got to make this thing, it's just so cool, and they've just done it so well. And like you say, like I'm wondering about what else there is, you know, the creatures we're going to see in the jade, the people that might have just come out of this, you know, the dwarfs are clearly going to be in the Jade Sea for some reason. I don't see a dwarf somewhere, okay? Like, I'm just going to be sad.
Definitely no. But baby bubbles. Like, I just want to know where we're going to start seeing this connection. We have like those pieces of art with like, you know, Casimir and Jory, and then the tower and the jade and the you know, like energy behind them and the big dragon that's sort of spiraling up. So like for me, this seems like the zone where those two things would intersect, because you've got the ocean and you've got the source of jade, and the harvest temple is in this region. So like all of that together, I'm just sitting here going, this feels like this is going to be a big part, a big point in the expansion on this map.
Yeah. It's just so exciting. And it's in 3 days.
3 days.
Where are we at on that counter?
3 days. I don't even count today. I'm gonna say 2 days. At this point, we're closer to 2 days than we are 3.
I like Ian when Ian's streaming, and like RAAVA as well, and I'm still on the day before, and like you lot are almost on the day ahead, and we're just looking at time things. And like Ian the other day was like, we're 3 days away, and I'm like, it's first day, there's 4. What are you talking about? And
Don't
I was like,
count
oh
the
yeah,
day you're
Ian's
in,
there.
because you no longer have to wait for today.
Oh, they said
you
3,
just have
sorry,
to
yeah.
wait.
Yeah, but they were like an actual day ahead, because I think they're in, I can't remember where they're in.
But it all launched.
Yeah, so for us, it doesn't come out in February. It comes out in March.
It comes out in March for
Australians.
RAAVA, that's true. That's
You know?
true.
I think for everyone's sake, they should do it for the furthest time zone ahead. That would be great. Be
Sorry?
wonderful.
What did you say?
They should launch at the time it is for the furthest time zone ahead.
Yeah.
'Cause that means we technically would not have to wait as long.
So you mean Sunday? Launch it on a Sunday? That actually would be great if they launched on Sunday. I'd love that. I don't know why game releases don't happen on weekends. I'm like, I know people would like want to. I mean, I'm not saying Guild Wars 2 shit. I'm just saying that would be cool for everyone in the world. But obviously servers, like if you were launching, can you imagine launching an MMORPG on a weekend?
That's fun.
I mean, yeah, but yeah, I guess you'd probably be having to pay people overtime. I think that's probably why they do it on work
like
days.
Server queues and like spam. It's like, can you imagine like New World or Final Fantasy 14 on a weekend on launch? That would actually, the earth probably would have blown up, I guess. So. Okay, so let me go over to another thing. That was Jade Sea. We're getting closer to now, people. We're getting closer. That was 17th of November, and there's not much left, but it was the favorite. It was the one, the only. What is it, RAAVA? Do you think I'm going to say? What was next? You're going to get it wrong, aren't you?
No. This is the siege turtle.
Yeah.
Hey, you left us waiting in so much suspense.
No, I was actually, I think I was speaking too loud that it wasn't picking up on Discord.
Oh no.
Siege turtle. Ah!
Oh right, yeah, no,
Yeah.
it was. Okay. You're screaming. So you're literally internal screaming.
RAAVA's just been screaming for like the past 15 seconds straight.
Actually,
Vocal
RAAVA's been
cords
screaming the whole
shredded.
time. For like
Yes.
the last 3.5 hours, you've been screaming and then in between talking.
Wait.
Go for it.
The turtle's right here. Okay. So I was really sorry. I just
don't apologize. No, you're fine.
Jebro,
I'm allowing it. Shut up, Jebro! God damn it,
And RAAVA was never invited again. But no,
It's okay.
So
These haven't been either. So.
it's really cool because like it has First of all, it has 3 species of it in it, and it's like, sorry, I'm gonna go turtle like nerd, but it like has like the Galapagos and the Aldabra, which are like the oldest. You know that they can live over 300 years old, and they're fascinating. But technically, they're not turtle; they're tortoises. And then
tortoises.
Yeah, and like the third one is called a sulcata, which is an African species, and it's like why they have like those spikes on their little forefront like paws or whatever.
And stuff. Cool.
Yeah, but they're so cute and they're so well designed, and I really like because like maybe that wasn't ANET's intention, but those 3 species are actually extremely endangered. And like if it can like bring a little bit of awareness to those species and like have like kind of some understanding for them, and like people are like, yo, those turtles are really beautiful, I'm going to go and see like what they look like in real life, and like you get to learn about those turtles, and they're so fascinating. Like they are so fascinating, even on a biological standpoint. Like we're actually studying them because they can live upwards of 300 years cancer-free. So a lot of scientists are actually studying their proteins and how like their DNA works to try and see what is like, how can you live that long without getting cancer, without getting genetic mutation that alters your DNA. So sorry, I just went nerdy.
Oh, that's cool.
It's just
yeah, you're fine.
I love this
Carry
talk.
on.
It's just really cool. Like I just hope that like they fall in love with the species and they go and check out like Galapagos and Aldabras and maybe try to contribute to conservancy a little bit because they're really endangered now.
Oh.
Yeah, and they're
That's beautiful,
so
Rafa.
That's cool. That's good information.
I mean, they really like. They always seem to just get the essence of the creatures they're trying to depict so well.
Yeah.
Like when we were talking about that during that live stream, the animations, like I was just so blown away. The little like turtle leg walk thing that they do, and like it's just so perfect because that really is like you can see the direct actual inspiration from real animals, and it does give you this sense. And just watching them hurtle around, I have to say, it's actually, when we were doing the Fort Aspenwood event in the preview, there are like these wall-mounted cannons for the siege turtles that like you have to take down, and there's NPCs that are on them so you can get on if you don't have one yet. But like because you're trying to like build up momentum on them to keep it at like max power, it's so funny when you are just like fighting in the field and then a turtle just hurtles past you across, like it's just like out of control, spinning out, like trying to just keep the momentum going. Honestly, they look like so much fun, and the level of detail and care is just apparent like from top to bottom with them. And they should totally do something with the conservation and try and like do a charity initiative, because that would be so cool. That'd be really great.
That would be really cool. Like I know that WWF is doing a lot of like stuff for turtles actually at the moment, sea turtles, but like it could be really cool. Like it's just such like turtles and tortoise are so underrated, so that's why I just love that they like put it such at the forefront of the six-pack, and it's just so well done. And like I don't know if you've ever watched like movies where you have like animals that are CGI'd, and like you can definitely tell something's wrong because of the movement of that animal. And like for this, it's like so well done, even underwater. Like it's just so well done.
It's like all of them, really, right? You know, like from the raptors kind of ramping up, also just stopping, how it kind of skips a tiny bit and like jumps, or even just still animations. Any mount that's flying or gliding, or you know just all of them. Yeah, like the mix between. I guess it's interesting about that old with the new as well, because again, like thinking about the theme of Camphor and thinking about turtles, and you think about 300 years, like you're saying, about how long, and then you think about, you know, I know we raised these, but essentially, you know, this is obviously something that's been going on for a long time, well, since, you know, the Jade has been around. But then you think about like turtles being old, and then you think about the technology, they're mixing the old with the new, and it's just cool. Like it's just cool, man. Like, you know, it's just flipping cool. And it's cool that they brought these things in from Guild Wars 1 and all the artwork they had in them in games specifically, and changed the look of them really quite a lot. If you go and look at it's because obviously the Jade are like, because of the differences in technology, and adjusted them. And I kind of felt bad for them in Guild Wars. These structures were horrible. But like even that evolution of technology, and they've still used them, but it feels like in a different way now. And the two-person mounts. It's the first two-person mount in the game.
I really enjoyed the time with the Siege Turtle. The one thing, the underwater combat was a little weird at times.
Feels engineering. If you know engineer, it's like that.
It is exciting that we actually have a mount that is able to go underwater. I know the skimmer can do that as well, but go underwater and actually use their combat abilities and sink to the bottom of the floor. It might open up future design for underwater content, but also just giving a new perspective to the existing underwater zones.
I think you do sink.
Yeah, you sink and then you walk on the floor.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said if they could sink.
Oh, no, in the future, for future content, maybe doing stuff with that. Even in the trailers that we saw, there seemed to be like almost like a
there might
valley
be in the story.
or like a trench. Yeah, where like the sea turtles are walking in a path, and it seems like really formed. So I think there is potential here for some more nuanced gameplay, but of course, underwater combat is more of a side thing. World vs. World, all I'm gonna say is I would love for Siege Turtles to come into World vs. World.
No, yeah.
I hope to imagine one day. Imagine Dragons.
Imagine it would just be like these turtles coming out of the water, like in one of those shots, like and you've got like these turtles just coming out of people and just firing and stuff, and you've got new shields and like I don't know.
And it would be so cool to have as another aspect, another layer to World vs. World experience of like a whole armada of Siege Turtle going underwater and then they come up on the shore, or even having you have your basic cannons on the walls. What if you can upgrade that to be a Jade cannon or an Amber cannon?
Have
different cannons.
That would be cool.
So and then you could have the siege, like they could reinforce, like you were saying, Jeb, like shields, like there could be extra shielding or like additional things on the doors. And if you have the siege turtles, you could take them down in a more concentrated way. Yes, I think it opens up a lot of possibilities, and figuring out how they're going to implement it. Like they've talked a little bit about that, like they didn't want to just throw them in without like actually considering a lot of stuff. But I do think it would make total sense, and it would open up a lot of fun things that could be added. So.
The devs need to start watching the podcast. They watch this podcast. They definitely do. I don't know who. So I know some people do. We had Nick in here earlier. I know we've had Josh in here. I know a lot of people watch, like, who talk about on Twitter. They just don't announce they're here. And I know there are people here who are talking in chat as well, who are devs, who don't want to be known. So you never know. And they're not here now, I'm just joking. But like they are sometimes.
Who is it?
Who is it? But like, yeah, I mean, these are all just, we have the luxury of just fresh ideas, and they do talk to us, and they do kind of, watch stream and stuff, and they take kind of points from people sometimes. I remember they changed something to do with the inventory because Aurora Peachy was sad about it on stream.
The trendsetter.
There was something that happened there. I did that. That was I know that was a long time ago. But there's like PvP specific balance because of different players talking about things and talking about things in chat. So there's definitely that does happen. Depending on how quick that happens, sometimes it all depends, and things take a while to get done. But that's just the way it is. Okay, next thing. Let me think. Anything else we want to say about turtles? Or in general? Go donate money to turtles now.
Part of their body.
Yes. Save the turtles.
There you go. 29th of November was the rewind for the elite specializations, because it had been a while. I think it was the 29th of November. That's when they had the elite specialization beta for everything starting shortly after that. So there was this as a reminder to get us hype about that, and we had the turtles. Let me just quickly show that thing. So there's not really much to talk about. This was a minute trailer. It is pretty cool. The music's good, and they're just showing all their league specs and their bits and bobs from the trailers all mixed together, which was cool. It's just a cool reminder of what was coming up. But yeah, then the beta was cool. We all get to play that, and we got the TURLE man as well, which is awesome.
We did.
Yeah.
I looked at all the stats of people. You know how they release the stats of how many people have ridden, like how many times you've ridden the tour. I was the highest. I haven't seen anyone higher than me.
Of course you were. Of course
Oh wait,
you were.
you could find out your own stat?
Yeah, like you would get an
Gosh.
email and it showed which class you played the most and stuff, and like how
I
many
missed
times you
that
ride.
email.
Like it was like I
Let's
went
find it.
into raids, and the moment I would enter Puff Wings, I would like climb on my turtle and bring everybody with me. I was always on that turtle.
I love that you love the turtle so much. It makes me so happy. I mean, like, it honestly was so fun. Like, it's such a small thing, it seems like, to be able to travel together with someone or like work in tandem together with someone. And yet, like, I think although many of us may enjoy our own private time in MMOs as well, like there is something so great about like having an experience with somebody and coming together with somebody in an MMO space. And the Siege Turtles let you do that. And it's just like, it's very, very fun, and getting to actually try them in game. I mean, already it was just a blast, and like people could hop on and we were just goofing around. And you know, like I know people as well, like I think, was it Lara who did a Siege Turtle race, like a foot race, which was like hilarious. I think there's so many fun things that you can do with these.
Yeah, like in Kadim, like there's when you arrive at the Kadim platform, if you jump into the emptiness below the platform, a bubble like brings you back up to the platform. I jumped with my turtle, and it was just like a bubble and the turtle.
Really?
It
Oh,
was,
nice. I don't know if I've done that one, actually.
it was so good.
Amazing.
And I would like, there's this thing where usually like someone who kites on Kadim jumps with their raptor towards Kadim to start the fight, and then you get dismounted. And I was like, jump on my turtle, I'll take you to Kadim. And it was just really fun.
We tried actually spawning a bunch of siege turtles, and we were in Hollow Chains, and we all tried shelling Desmina before jumping onto the platform.
Oh, nice. Good idea.
And we did actually get some damage off, and then
really?
some people had difficulty like jumping at the same time, and they fell to their deaths.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult thing, but you can maybe get a little head start of the damage.
Okay.
It's not going to be game changing, but
Yeah, I was
there's
gonna
a
say,
possibility.
like maybe, you know, some random rage strat.
Just min-maxing. Gotta get down
Yeah,
to the
completely.
second.
You're already trying to get that going. I see your ways. Okay, the next trailer, sorry, was the Guildhall Isle of Reflection, which was actually, let me just double check. 1st of December. Boom. So they were on a path forward. Hardcore path forward. Why isn't our Rook?
I just need Rook to tell me all about the capture event.
I would
tell you.
I would say, can you maybe do it in a DM? 'Cause I don't want to know.
Well,
But,
I
like, you
mean,
can
I
send
do.
us if it
I've
was
already
fun.
seen it, but like, how did you feel like the experience
That's your feelings,
was?
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I felt pretty good about it, honestly. It feels more like an actual structured quest as opposed to like, I mean, I actually really think capturing the guild halls is fun. I think it's a really unique thing that like many other games just don't have, right? So like, previously with a lot of the other ones, you'd like go and there'd be like waves of enemies, right? And you just have to kind of fight your way through them and then jump around between the hotspots. In this one, it feels more structured. I won't like spoil any specific details, but like you have a handful of mini bosses. You have other things. There's like a flow to it. There's a story and a greater story that's like a part of it, and then a big like sort of final boss that you confront. And to me, it felt like there was good variety between them. We had a big group doing it in the preview, and it did not feel wildly difficult. You know,
Okay.
like it was like the final couple encounters were probably the spiciest and had the most like punishing mechanics. The rest of it was pretty streamlined. But they did confirm that this Guildhall capture mission will scale down to 1 player. So like, if you want something like private housing, literally you can go and like make a guild and just capture this. Now, like how hard it'll be in comparison from like 1 player versus, so like, you know, I don't know how many we had, 30 something, more than that. I'm not totally sure. But like for me, where we were at with our group with the scaling, it felt fine. It felt manageable, with a little bit of spice and a good story kind of around it. So I thought honestly it was a lot of fun, and it was like an actual journey you got to take together and something you could kind of remember together.
I find it unfortunate that a lot of the capture missions are non-replayable. I think if they wanted to put more guild content, maybe have like a weekly challenge where you like Mordrum or the people in Cantha try and invade again to try to retake it, and you have to kind of defend it.
Yeah.
But I always really enjoy taking guild halls, so I would like to see these things maybe be considered to be replayable. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, that would be cool actually.
I
Like
mean,
have
even,
a
like-
weekly like
Yeah.
I don't know event.
Even like we talked about in the past, I feel like they could integrate some of that technology to do something. I mean, I'm sure the furnishing items and stuff cause some issues. I don't know, but like to do something where there would be some sort of like weekly defense of your fort or your base or your, yeah, it would be really fun. But I really enjoyed it. Isle of Reflection is also gorgeous. Like, oh my gosh, what is it? And I mean, I did YouTube videos on these, so if anybody's curious, you can go see, and I gave a rundown of like what I could share from the devs and all that kind of stuff, and a cinematic tour of the hall. It was far more beautiful than I even thought it would be, and I love the atmosphere of it, and it's just like really stunning, and I think people are going to be able to decorate it in like a really, really fantastic way, so there's a lot of good stuff with it that honestly I think is worth getting excited about, as well as like some of the stuff that they're just putting, little things that I think are just going to make guild halls, again, like fishing nodes. There's fishing nodes in this, and they're being added to all guild halls. The scaling capture mission, while it's not going to be something that they're implementing for all of the guild halls right now because of the way like the original encounters were designed, it's just not the same. They are thinking about maybe doing it for the future, where like the other guild halls would also have that scaling capture mission so that you could do that, but they'd have to like rework a variety of things, it sounds like, from my understanding, on those other ones. But like as of right now, you can get this, you can decorate it, and with like Alliance World versus World stuff, you know, there's like the war room there. I really hope they keep adding on to the features for guild halls, because they need a little love, and there's ways I think at this point to make them like even something that again would scale to like a single player, so that they wouldn't have to implement like single player housing if they really don't want to. Like they could just make use of what's already there that you can decorate and improve on that and make it so that guilds can do it as well. Like, yeah.
Well, have your own home inside it. I'd be able to build like
That would be cool, like your little house. Yeah, I
a
like
little
that.
field outside somewhere. I don't know. Thank you for the raid as well. Fiona, awesome. Welcome, peeps. Hope you're all good.
Love to see you.
Okay, I'm gonna mix us back over. Gonna take us back over now. So that was the 1st of December. Then we also had, then we had the beta, and then that was it for a while. Like it was.
Well, we had the holidays in there, right?
We had the holidays, yeah. But then the next trailer, the big trailer, is February. So we've got January is always a slow month in gaming anyway. But we've talked about this before. There could have been a little sign, maybe, just every so often. Little reminders here and there, but then we had the big trailer. It was a good comeback into like, you know, whoa, there's this thing happening. Did you know this expansion? I feel like there could have been just a little cheeky, I don't know, maybe even another beta to try. Or just like something. I think there could have been something. I don't know what it would have been or what it could have been, but they came out with this big trailer, which was great. Like the trailer was awesome. I remember I was talking about this in depth quite heavily, and then the streams kind of started to pick up again. What do you reckon? This trailer? The trailer was good, right?
Really good.
Yeah,
Really
we discussed
solid.
it. Yeah, isn't that the trailer was on last time, right? Or no? I'm confused with all the
It
trailers.
might be.
The trailer
That's
was.
the
Yeah, I think
Canines.
you were.
Yeah.
Or wait, was it the Kining stream?
Yeah.
I
I think it was
because
Kining,
the
yeah.
cat death happened and we all lost it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the cat death. I remember that. Yeah. That was on the live stream. We're not talking about actual cast dying. Jesus, that would be awful.
Oh dear.
That
But
was,
this gameplay feature was really strong. It showed us kind of a summary of things that we already knew and showed us some things that we've never seen before. Overall, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really strong, and it was better late than never. It was the proper time to actually release it to start to generate more of that hype. So good trailer. Very reminiscent of Path of Fires and even Heart of Thorns.
Yeah, and it threw all the elites in there as well, and it was just like, yeah.
The hype was real at this point.
All new CG, and it was a good reminder that this is actually a thing. Like everything, every feature was in there. Is this the features trailer? Yeah, gameplay features trailer. So there's, and then they started to show us more things. Like they started in the live streams. They started to show us the events. Like this was around this event. We saw this event specifically. I know it's a little bit later. Sorry. But like we started to talk about Timey and also the tech that they had on their legs as well, and like prolonging life and all that kind of stuff. So it was very interesting to see the trailer. It was good. It was like, you know, we're on the train. We're the platform's gone, like it's in distance.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. We're there. It's just gonna take a bit.
What was the end tagline for this one? Because I think this one's different from the others again.
The future of Cantha is now, right? Is that the one?
Yeah. That's right. They're all looking up, and then there's all the things and stuff, and then
Future of
there's
Cantha is now.
before it's too late.
Yeah, there's some good snippets in this one. We actually finally got, like, I think some of the like most concrete story beats that we've seen in any of the trailers.
Yep.
We got like some context with the characters, and that shot at the end of all of the characters together, I think really gives us a visual identifier of like the major NPC characters we will be interacting with and championing this cause alongside. So I love seeing that kind of shot, as well as just like, I mean, because at least before this, I hadn't necessarily felt like I understood how, yes, like Timey and Gork, like it all fit into this. I just didn't I was like, I guess they'll be there in the dragons and they've been researching the dragons, right? But like seeing everybody here in this kind of way, and then with some of the stuff they've more recently released as well, and with like remembering from Anka, like how Goric and her worked at the Thamanova power reactor, I was like, okay, hold on. It's coming together. I'm starting to understand the cast that they have and why they're here. And then those little glimpses of things like the event with that big undersea creature. Like, I am genuinely so hyped because there are those big knockout showstopper moments that I look for in Guild Wars 2, and especially in like open world events. And like when the scale is so big in this game. So I was just like, this is when I think I really let myself be full on hype for the first moment. Like I was like, it's really happening. It's really coming. Like it's really going to be a thing. And we are going full force until we're there February, you know?
Once again, it's so close. What's the number on that counter that we have? It's like 3 days away.
It's like 3 days away.
There is two full days.
No. How many times have we said it?
Oh, I don't know. There is no counter. There is no actual counter
track.
unless someone did. I should piece of paper would have been helpful, or like anything, I guess. Let me go back. Let's see. And then we are pretty much we're close to being up to date. Wow, this has gone much longer than I thought it would. Oh no, there's loads. There's new Kainang, there's Jade Bots, there's Ender Dragon soundtrack. I mean, actually, there's only like 3 more. Let me just pop us into new Kainang. I can drop these in while we're just talking about Guild Wars 2 anyway. But new Kainang was cool, and this is indeed this was the one where you were with us the last podcast you were on, RAAVA. That was cool.
That was really good.
Yeah, it was nice. So the sea was cool, and the night-day difference was cool, and the whale. Do you remember the whale?
The whale, yeah.
Purple whale.
All the details in Kainang City. This is one thing that like I am genuinely so excited about with this map. It is like unbelievable. Like when you see in this trailer that's playing right now, all these different areas, you have to put in your mind that this is a map. Like I don't know how this all, like I can't necessarily say how it all goes, but like in the preview stuff that we got to do on that balcony where they showed the Jade technology demo, and like the Jade Bot preview, like that part of the city all the way up at the top literally overlooks the like ruins of old Kaineng that they started that live stream in.
Yeah.
And then from there they went through that like facility, they went into like those parts of the city, and like theoretically, from what I have seen, you can literally just start down there, like, and work your way up through the entire city all the way to the upper top tier of it, which is like a scale and scope on a map with this diversity of different areas, influences, like the you know, top parts being the most affluent, those bottom parts obviously being infested with like Zaitan minions. Like, it is massive and it's incredible because we just don't get to see maps like this in MMOs that focus on a living, breathing city. Like, you have a little zone where you go in and you hang out, and then maybe you can do your vendors and then you leave. But I honestly can't think of almost any other MMO right now that has a map with a meta and with these events and with all this other stuff that is literally just a cityscape. And like, from the bottom to the top, being able to just go between it and explore everything. That's something that is so special. I cannot wait to see it all. We've only seen these little glimpses, and I just want to go and I want to fly on everything and try all the Jade technology in there, and I want to use the little things and try to find the secret stuff that they said was inspired by Breath of the Wild. Like, there's so much stuff. I can't wait for Kaineng.
And you have to do that while eating noodles.
Yes, you must get some noodles. Ooh, I need to go get some noodles to prepare. But especially in the context of this being an actual city and having meta events, it's almost like taking Divinity's Reach, expanding it exponentially, and then making it a combat zone. That will feel very different, and different for expansions are oftentimes a good thing. It creates a more bespoke area, and so the areas that we've seen, people have talked about the coloring of the Jade. I can kind of see it. There's a little bit of a dilemma with like, do people prefer it in the night? Do people prefer it in the day? I had seen some people say that during the daytime, the lights in the windows are still on, and that creates a weird aesthetic. So maybe there's a couple details here and there with the overall lighting of the city that can be improved on. But I think as a whole, it's extremely impressive, the things that we've seen. And there is enough diversity from the purple holograms and the constructs and the people. I feel like it'll still feel very fresh and new every time that you go in.
I saw a question in chat that I wanted to mention, and Kurv, I agree, absolutely. I think I loved the phrasing you used, bespoke. Like the bespoke map feature, like the bespoke element of this expansion. I think that's so great. That's a really fun way to just phrase it. But I see the question in the chat about seeing the map preview. So people who were able to participate in the preview were able to share the map. And while we weren't allowed to share anything except for that like zoomed out version of it, a lot of people maybe feel as though there was some disappointment there, I guess, because Cantha's shape is essentially the same as it has always been as a continent. You know what I mean?
What?
I mean, it's the same, but I will say this. The zones that I got to preview during this did not feel small. If anything, they felt bigger than almost, I mean, maybe this is just coming off of Living Seasons. Maybe this is just, they felt enormous. And like there is a lot to explore in them. So we didn't get to really preview everything, like, right? We didn't get to go to every corner of the map. There's a lot that they want to leave in store for you to discover. But I would not worry too much. I really do think they put a lot of love and care into these maps, and the zones are meant to be very large and have a big encompassing kind of experience to them that like has so much, there's so much to do.
Especially with meta events. If you want a cinematic meta event for 4 solid maps in an expansion, you're gonna usually need to have a little bit more breathing room, whether it be during width or verticality. You need some of that space. So I wouldn't be too worried. But yes, I did see some people maybe be a little bit disappointed, but sometimes it's not all about the size. It's about the content.
You're right. It's about the quality.
That's how you use it.
That's how you use it. It's how good it's used. And they're using it real good, this expansion, from what I have seen.
Good Lord.
I love you.
Jesus.
I love you.
Flipping hell.
We couldn't avoid that one.
This is not me. Just saying, people.
It's you, Jebro. Embrace it.
It's been 4 hours. We've been really good.
We have been so good, and you have imprisoned us here for so long in our hype bubble.
We have to make ourselves laugh a little bit, Jebro. This is torture.
Yeah, it is torture.
It's not. It's really wonderful.
It's really I love how you're just like, it is wonderful. It's okay. It's fine.
No, RAAVA's point earlier about us getting more and more hyped the more time, it's just true. Like, talking with all of you is so exciting. Yeah, I would not worry about it, right? This is the thing. Cantha as a landmass, I don't think was ever going to change in the sense that, like, suddenly there would be 50 parts of it that we never saw before. Like,
and we'd get magical English accents, yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes. I shifted character for a second, Jebro.
Thank you.
But yeah, I think the maps really show a big diversity of range, and the way that they're designed shows a lot of implementation of the lessons they've learned from both Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. So I think there's a lot to discover and a lot to enjoy. And if anything, I'm even more excited because, like, the way they have expanded the world map and it's all one thing, and like, you literally makes me even more excited about them expanding parts of this map that we haven't even seen yet in the game. Like, the fact that it literally has expanded the geography, the amount of space we have, they have just added on to it. Again, like, Cantha in and of itself, they're working within the constraints of like what already existed, but for the future horizons of Guild Wars 2, like, the sky's the limit. Like, not even literally. You get in a spaceship and go to human Earth.
Oh, Boots would love that.
Home? Boots is home. Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing.
Gonna be so cool.
Bots, happy, good, yes, boom, hype, woo. Yeah. We good?
They're so cute.
Yeah,
This is the hype. This is the hype. We're doing a dance for anybody who's audio.
Are we talking about the bots?
Jade Bots, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, these
Like,
little creatures are so cute.
And the thing where you can like have pretty much use it like as a to take like epic like, you know, photos and like videos and stuff. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, we're hoping they expand on that, I think, a little bit, because it sounds like it is potentially a little bit restricted in areas. I think if you're gonna, it's a big tease to have that feature, and then to have it in what I feel like is a very small amount of places at the moment. I think, like, but I understand it's difficult tech to get where you can just pop it out anywhere and just be like, whoa, this is cool.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about this earlier. So for everybody who doesn't know, I mean, the great thing is that Jade Bots are customizable, so you're going to be able to put a whole bunch of like things you select that are crafted by jewelers into them to boost your gaming experience in a way that you want. And like, they've shown skiff speed increase, health increase. They've shown breakdown, salvage useless junk automatically. We've seen. I don't know if anybody else is there. There's a lot that they've put out there that are going to, again, be customizable things, and they've said that they are looking into and or would be interested in adding more in the future as well. So you can do all of that. You can craft it with a jeweler. Then yes, there is this photo mode, and it's so exciting because like right now it is tied to these terminals that are only going to be in Cantha. And the like recharge batteries are only in Cantha. We were talking about this on the Lightbringers, and we had, I think it was Nick that was also adding it a little bit after that stream.
I think it was the person on.
Oh, it was Ben.
His name.
You're right, it was Ben.
It was Ben.
Ben was hanging out with us, and Ben was, filling in a little bit. Like, it does sound like right now it is going to be Cantha, but they've mentioned multiple places, multiple times that like, hey, now that Cantha's opening, this technology may make its way to many other places in Tyria. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them implement that. I would love the bot to become a freestanding photo mode, because you can go into it, you can go first person, you can take pictures freely with it and position it like it were just like a literal camera that you were using. But I also understand why they're playing it safe, because can you imagine like a world boss and like everybody's trying to get screenshots of it and like just dipping into their little bots, and they're just like swarmed around. Like, how do you even deal?
Yeah, it would be so good.
But Yeah, right now we have nothing like, right? Unless like sometimes you can use vistas, you can use first person mode, but it's clunky. But as content creators, it's really difficult unless you use stuff that are not like legal. It's like, it's really difficult to get like cinematics and stuff of like one of the most beautiful MMO like I've ever seen personally. Like sometimes I just want to make that video on this class and I'm like, oh, I would love to just. So it's better than nothing. And like, remember, gliding wasn't up in Corteria before, and they brought it to Corteria very, very fast after Heart of Thorn. So I'm sure it will bring it out as soon as we can. Like, and that will be really cool. It's better than nothing.
It still amazes me that we can't go into first-person mode on mounts, especially with sky scales and griffins. That would be like the perfect opportunity to get at least environmental shots. But if they really wanted to expand this, just give the Jade Bot another mastery track like a few months after launch, kind of what they did with the skimmer, and then just have a photo mode, because there is a new mastery toolkit button at the very bottom of your weapon swap. So just have that, like, you click on it, you go into the menu, you select like photo mode, and your Jade Bot comes out. I feel like that would be a great way to do it, to not limit it behind a terminal, because those, if you can't actually get them to place anywhere you want, it's very, very restricting.
Okay, sorry. We're doing all the things on the side. Okay. Yes. Dance away.
But it's so cute. It's so cute. It's not a
good.
thing that will have, it won't be out permanently, but I would love to see a Jade Bot miniature.
It does. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. I think that should be a thing, isn't it? I mean,
Should definitely be a thing.
they don't exist in the world. Essentially, is what we've been told.
I love them. Their little animations, the way they look, their little faces, their little tiny hands. And so skippy hands. Just like they're so cute.
And it pushes the skiff. It's just
perfect.
It's just really cute. Like the big black eyes, too. It's like,
Yeah.
it's just
they
so
do look good.
cute. You know what's cuter? The turtle!
oh my gosh.
I mean, it is cute.
Sorry, I just...
We. It's okay, Rob.
You know what?
Okay.
The turtle is on the Carl's Jr. Cup, so maybe I will have to.
True. I will send you a wombat. I'll send you elbow pics. I'll send you my soul.
the
Just give me a
elbow pics.
cup. I'll love you.
That sounds very, very brave to send me elbow.
Kisses.
You don't know what Chris gonna do with them. Chris got weird with those elbow pics. You gotta. Might be worth it though.
What's next on the menu, Jebro?
What's up, Deb?
We've been doing this for 4 hours, okay? The brain cells are gone. I just want my turtle, and I'm a hype
We
mess.
did the music stream. The music stream we watched, we listened to, and it was cool. It was very
So
good.
good.
It was great, amazing. Music sounds fantastic. Everything is great. Love the instruments. Love the performers that they have integrated in, and the focus on Korean music. Awesome.
It was the last live stream before the launch, and now what is the rest of the things? I don't know if we need to talk about that much because it was very recent for us, and we'd have a full podcast about it. If you want to go watch that and our thoughts on that, McLean's obviously a flipping genius, and everyone else that works on it, please go check it out. And then we had the story thus far. Now, it might be helpful to play this. I don't know if we want to... I don't know if I need to... Oh, no, I will. I'll just have it in the background. But it was good. Shall I play this? Play it for effect and get some hype going. Should we do that?
Yes.
We won't talk during everyone's okay. I'll do it like a little full screen thingy. Or do you want to stream? Do you want to see our faces while it's going on? Or do you want to just have the video? What do you reckon? I'm going to let you choose.
Stream's like, please, we're so tired of looking at your faces. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah,
We need a little
Palate
change of
cleanser.
pace.
tell us, chat. We're letting you have a decision.
Also,
here.
does this logo look like a deeper red than before?
Oh, good question.
I think it's because it's on the black background.
That could be it. But also in the most recent trailer, it looked deeper. I don't know. It looked crisper. I don't know. It could
I
be.
do
a
like the
thing.
touch that they used at the start of the trailer, the original, like the classic logo, and then at the end you get like End of Dragons. Like I like that's just such a little tiny visual detail that again is like the story so far, but without even having to say a word, you know?
You like all the faces. We'll keep our faces. Okay. All right. We won't talk during it. But you get to the full hype of the story thus far. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and we'll be back talking. But you can watch it, and you will be listening to it audio-wise as well.
Research log 428. Latest results still inconclusive. Elder dragons awaken, consume magic, and leave nothing but annihilation in their wake. This is the way it's always been. The dragon cycle. Unimaginable suffering through the ages. Countless lives shattered. And instead of uniting, some capitalized on chaos. Some of us fought back. Heroes across Tyria banded together. We came from different corners, but shared a vision of a better tomorrow. Not everyone made it. Then came hope from an unexpected place. Aurene, who we raised from an egg. With the prismatic dragon on our side, we have a chance. A chance to finally break the dragon cycle. We've slain 5 elder dragons. But what's the right path forward? Every elder dragon death has made the whole system more unstable. There have been many theories. We tried to keep balance by replacing them, but that turned out to be impossible. We're running out of time for answers. I'm running out of time.
That end bit was sad.
I know, it gets me.
Rip.
But wow, Crave. I actually don't. I've got my own theory as well. What's gonna happen? It doesn't matter. But like, the really good trailer. Like, I want that trailer in the game. For new players who come into Ender Dragons who do go there and just go straight there, and they go straight there and they have the option. Like
just like play. Yeah, I like that actually. That's a really good idea.
Yeah. Do you want the story so far? Like, this is the story. It's just wrapped up in a nice little bow and blah blah blah, etc. I talked about this in the video I did the other day, where I literally was talking over the top of this. I was just like, there is a disconnect at times through the story. The only reason is because it is confusing about how you get the story. Like, you get the story by buying the expansion. You got core game story ends, and then you've got the living world. The living world season 1 doesn't exist. Like, it just doesn't. You've got a video which is like this. Like, that was funny. Scarlett was there when I pointed to it, which is good. It's not the experience, but that's okay. But like, at least they fill in a gap somewhere. Then you've got to get the living story with gems, right? You can't. There's no other real way to get it. You can't. It's not bundled in with the expansions, right? I don't think so. I don't think they've ever done that either. I think there was an offer maybe where there was like they bundled it together for a bit. But I think that's the only thing where I'm like, damn, I wish that was really in there for expansion. I wish that was like You bought Ender Dragons, and $15 extra, you get everything.
Unexpected place.
$15, like anything. $10, $20. I know it's a lot of content, and I know like you can get it, like, because people are gonna want to go do that, and they'll give it away for free. And I know they gave it away for free recently to promote it, but
Break the dragon cycle.
in all honesty, their promotion isn't great. Like the market, like the only people who would have known about it were players who were new at the time. Like there was no one, there was nothing coinciding with End of Dragons as a thing that was coming at the time while we're doing this as well at the same time. So there was opportunities missed, and that's my concern. This trailer on its own is amazing. It is so well done. The editing's good, sound, the narration is so good. It's a beautiful trailer. The artwork as well as using all the footage in the past, even from the core game, is such a good way to round it out in 3 minutes. That is not easy to do. Like, we've had like almost 10 years of story. They just packed it into like flipping 3 minutes? That's kind of ridiculous. Like, picking out the really poignant parts of the story, like, and that are most important. There's obviously a lot missing, but giving us a roundabout idea of what's going on is really, really awesome. So I just said a lot. What does someone else think?
Rook, you have big shoes to fill.
No, I just talked. I don't know if it was of any substance.
No, for Rook's pre-show, I bet.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
We gotta wrap up the story again.
Well, it's like, it's a different beast too, right?
Yes,
like,
yes.
there's a difference between like, and I know you're just teasing, I don't like this is, yeah, but like, the difference between like literally blow by blow recounting the narrative and then doing something like this in this trailer, which is like more of a, what is the general biggest sweep that we need to know about what's happened and where we're headed, as well as creating those visual nods that like show the journey we've taken. I'm so impressed by the combination of things in this. Like, even that moment where they said like we had the idea of replacing the Elder Dragons, and like the crystal that's behind it is that orange that Vlast was, and I was like, why are you still hurting me with this boy that could have been? Like, why are you doing this to me? And then all these other things, you know, like these just little great details that tie the whole thing together in such a way that, again, it's like you don't necessarily need to know every single beat to have at least a general idea of what we are doing, why we are doing it, and where we are going with it. So like, Jeb, yes, please, I would love it if they put that in there. That would be amazing. Like, have that be something that people could choose to watch before they jump into Cantha proper. And yeah, I love this. I think this is such a great summary, even if it's not like you're going to understand every single thing that happened and every role that the characters have played in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Solid.
it's incredible. Like, it's incredible that they managed to do this in 3 minutes as well. It's just like, it's the perfect, like, when I came to the game, I think the like latest Lion's Arch was just about to be put into play. So I saw it for a couple months and I had no idea what was happening, who Scarlet was, and all that stuff. And also, as a new player, when you start an MMO, like, story is not really at the forefront type of thing, you know. It's really hard to get into it. So yeah, putting this in there with like that like length, with like the attention span of gamers, it's perfect.
I like that additional comment, with the attention span of gamers. Especially in February, where our attention span is literally like everywhere. Like, there's so many things. Like, Elden Ring came out like yesterday, or today, sorry, officially. Yeah, sorry,
Officially. I think this trailer was really smart to do. It was really good. I agree. It would be nice to have something akin to this in game. They've done it with season 1 when you go talk to the Priory in Lion's Arch, and because this is the end of Dragons and it's the finale of the Dragon storyline, having something to at least recap it for newer players is really smart. They got good shots. They hit the good beats. They actually they gave some character to Taimi instead of just having Taimi's voice actor, W. Derry Barry, just read a script. It was informing us about Taimi almost as like a slight prologue to the actual expansion. Is like, okay, what's Taimi thinking in this moment, and how is she grappling with the Elder Dragons, and also her own standpoint in the story and who she is as a character. So that was really good. There was one shot between Ritlock and Logan, which was very funny. It is the one shot that is the most out of context when you understand.
Not?
It is, because it has nothing to do with the dragons.
Yeah, but like they were talking about like savings. There was like it was the words though. It went with the words.
Yeah, the words.
They were very
it goes with the
literal.
words,
They were
but
very
when you
literal
know the
sometimes.
dungeon, you're like, this has no reference to the actual
Yeah, I know.
dragon
It's the
storyline.
dungeon, right? Yeah. Wait. Which one is it?
It's a little comical. It's Citadel Flame. It's a little comical
yeah.
if you know it. But it
I
does
mean, it's
fit.
also a little comical because Logan, with his beautiful flowing romance novel locks and his little tiny frail human arms, it's like holding. I actually love this, and I think it's perfect in the video. But I've seen a lot of
He's
people
very
who are like,
strong, Rook. How dare you?
I'm just saying, that's a lot of char to hold up. And like, I still ship these two canonically, so like, I'm sure they figured. I'm sorry. Ignore
Rook,
me.
are
I'm
you
not gonna
okay
say
there?
anything else.
What's going on? What's happening?
I've been a little spicy today, and I apologize, Jebro.
Not
for,
really.
What?
you know,
I think
I'm not going to say anything else that's spicier.
Actually, you are going red. I think there's a tiny bit of red there. I don't think I've ever seen
red.
you.
Look, I'm just saying, Snargle Goldclaw is a gift to us all, and these two.
amazing.
If they're real as a ship, they've had to figure some things out. So like, maybe he's figured out.
I mean, apparently Ritlock's fur is very soft.
Quickly, fan Rook. Everyone, if you got fan
So I'm a little
emotes in the
flush.
chat.
I'm a little flush right now.
Fan.
No.
Wow, the words almost came out of my mouth. So, other than a very warm, I don't know what I was going to say, feeling from the expansion, the trailer to the last far one thing, Magic. Yes, I would like it in game. Throw it in game. Just throw it in there. Option. Would you like to see the story thus far to give you a clue of what the F is going on? That would be cool. Let's do that. If it makes absolute sense, let's do it.
And then when you leave that, you get your turtle.
Wow.
RAAVA wants a turtle immediately. No wait,
Wow.
no build.
Yes,
You might
like
have to
it's
play a bit.
fully
No, might have to
grown.
play a bit to get your turtle.
RAAVA. RAAVA, I'm
You sound
happy
like
to
Sylvester
confirm.
Stallone just then. I was like, what's going on?
Our brains
Adrian.
are
I'm happy.
What the-
They're gone. They're gone. I'm happy to confirm. No gold cost for turtles. It will take you, once you get to the place where you can get turtles, take you about 3 to 4 hours to get and unlock and upgrade the turtle.
There you go.
Marry me.
Marry me.
Okay, right now.
I'll do it. I mean, I'm an ordained priest, so let's go.
I'm an ordained minister.
Oh, you are as
Yes.
well. Okay, let's do
I
it.
yes,
Join.
say yes.
This is okay.
You can love turtles. I can love dragons. It's a match made in heaven.
What if there was a turtle dragon? Oh, wait, what if
I
the,
need to sit down.
What if
Wait,
the
what?
deep sea dragon
Hold on.
is a turtle dragon? Or mother's a
on.
turtle dragon? I don't know.
Oh my gosh. It would be like our love child.
Imagine a skin for the turtle that's prismatic like Orin.
Oh my gosh, don't get my hopes up. You can't do this to me, RAAVA. We got to get back on track. This trailer was great. It was a wonderful summary.
Nice
There's nothing
trailer.
weird
I'm gonna
about how Logan can heft up Ritlock in it. There's nothing. It's just a great piece of story that you should watch and you should enjoy, especially if you'd like a little recap or feelings about stuff.
If you would
Also,
like a
yes,
little
I-
feeling. Like,
feeling a little
just a little
feeling
one.
this weekend. Watch the trailer. And yes, I'm actually glad that we got to see a little bit about Timey leading into this too, because she has been one of the few characters that we haven't seen as much in a lot of these trailers, I feel like.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
it was nice to get a little bit of something with her and a little bit of an acknowledgement about her chronic illness and a little bit moving forward with what we can expect for her. So
Very true. Mid-podcast yoga? Stretching,
I can
yes.
take us I can take us through a
Good
sun
for your back.
salutation.
Okay.
Are we ready to move on to the final trailer of the things?
final countdown.
The act. That isn't the official music.
DMC a copyright strike.
I'm gonna show the trailer without voices. Here you go, peeps. On February 28th, the wait is over. Accolades trailer. Here you go. like at the end there, they've got the Jade Bot like dancing with the cat. It's just like,
We didn't harm any cats. Look, we're being treating.
Yeah, no, the cat's good.
maybe they put that in there because of that very
I
reason.
think so.
Yeah, it would actually be funny.
There's just one thing I want to point out is like you have a shot of the turtle and then you have a shot of the Jade Maw and it looks like it's a, and I think that's me.
Do you think you're the Jade Maw?
Like, yeah, it's just like, yeah, give me the turtle.
Oh, you are
That's
saying
good.
that is you right now.
Good.
Yes.
That's good. Yes, no, it's
That's very pretty.
It's so hype. It's so hype. I love seeing everybody like this is what like the players have been waiting for, the action, everything about this game that shines. It's so worth it. It's I'm just so excited to be in it already. 3 days. 3 days.
Yes.
You're gonna die in 7 days.
Oh, no.
Franchise. That's a different franchise.
If I'm going out,
Anybody playing Dead by Daylight?
at least we will have all been given the chance to play End of Dragon. So
Yeah,
I'm good with that. That's
exactly.
fine. I'm fine. Yeah.
No, and the music makes it so hype as well. Like, holy crap. Like, it's just so good. Like, you have no choice but to be like,
The music is out of this world and straight
Yeah.
into Panther. It's so good.
and
It
the,
is
like,
incredible.
the editing. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. I've been listening to that like theme on loop, just like going. Just like I can't like, and I'm like I alternate between going like na 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 na. Yeah, this is gonna be so good, and then just sitting there and like I know it's so good. And then there's a moment where it'll strike me that like this is literally something we're gonna be listening to in game soon, and then I feel like my chest get all tight. I'm like. No, 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 no. I'm so happy. Oh, yeah.
It's interesting that they're going with like this black background instead of the white one that they were using in the early promo. It's a lot of, it's like Deep Sea Dragon? Maybe like the white is like the prismatic Dragon Orine. This darker black background is like Deep Sea Dragon. I don't know. I'm reading into a lot of these things, but my brain is also consuming
maybe
health.
it's just, you know, gamers are like, yeah, I like dark mode because my eyes. I don't know.
I mean, that's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. The white, you're right, because it did give this, like, I don't know, clean, bright aesthetic. If, like, that, I feel like ties into a lot of what we've seen even with Cantha. But having it turn darker, it does give more of a sense of, like, imminent mystery or, you know, intensity, or like you were saying, the depths with the Deep Sea Dragon. I definitely get that sense too, and it is interesting that they shifted it, because it did seem like that like bright white aesthetic was something that was kind of inherent to what they were doing.
I think we're at a point now where we can just be damn excited for the fact that we've got an expansion, the third expansion coming out in Dragons for Guild Wars 2 on the 28th of February. If you're in other places around the world, the 1st of March.
I think it's so wild that we were already supposed to like have finished this expansion in 2021. That's so wild.
Oh yeah, right? Like we would already be there. Like there's no way. Can you even imagine?
No, I'm
so
glad
it's
as
been
much
delayed.
time
Yeah.
as people need. Just I like this.
Yes, this is
My
good.
stomach.
This feels right. This feels like
Yeah.
the right time for this to be happening.
I think the final tick in the box was like the preview from like all those ANET creators. Like it's just like you're just like it, like me yesterday watching like all those tweets. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like everybody was saying, oh, I don't think it's been like a great job at hyping it up. I'm like, what do you mean? Like it's just been like crescendoing, and it's just like, yeah. I think it was so
Getting better
cool.
and better.
I think there is. I'm not going to talk about the marketing side of the game much because I don't want to destroy the hype. But I think there's something for. I think they've done a great job with the people that play the game already. I think that has been good. I think there's always room for improvement elsewhere.
Improvement for sure, for sure.
Well,
but
like-
there is hype.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, RAAVA's totally right. And like
The most hype
honestly,
probably we've had.
when you think back to like Path of Fire, and then you look at this, and even just this stream revisiting the journey from like announcement to now, there really has been so much. And like there are points of any journey like this where there's going to be learning experiences. I'm sure they'll want to adjust for the future, but like the hype is real and it's there now. And I'm so ready, and I cannot wait to see everything. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of stuff even that we're really glad that we didn't have in some kind of cheeky way spoiled for us, or like, you know what I mean? So like, I just can't wait to actually just be in there already and playing this game. I'm so ready. I'm here for it.
I think we're going to see on Twitch as well, we're going to see launch day, you're going to see a lot of people you don't see normally. I think that's going to happen.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be a lot of kind of big streamers coming out. They've been paid to kind of come over and stream the game, which is good, which is going to give it some eyes. Definitely, if you can, I would say support those streamers that you've been hanging out with a lot of as well, and also go into those channels and spread the awesomeness of our community and show them what we're like, and maybe they'll want to stay rather than buggering off after a couple of days. But like, not salty at all. You're all awesome. Let's do an outro. I'm gonna keep this music going in the background. We're hyped. We're excited. Things are happening. I also want to do a quick little thing. We're gonna do an outro. I actually want to show you something very quickly first. Everyone that is.
What is that? Is that a rain stick?
Is that the didgeridoo?
No, that's the didgeridoo.
Oh, it's the didgeridoo. I forgot.
Like,
Yes,
I'll
you
do the hype song real
do.
quick.
Do the
Hype
thing.
song,
Do the
hype song,
do
hype
do do.
I'm not that talented. I'm not that
Yeah, can you do the whole
I want you
thing?
to play the whole opening for End of
Yeah,
Dragon, the
please,
whole theme
right
song.
now.
Okay, so you'll see me
Again.
pass out on the floor because I need to breathe. I don't know if you can hear
Oh,
it.
it's
though.
not.
Does it pick
It
it up?
caught up
Yeah.
a little
It
bit and then it comes
starts,
up.
yeah.
Kind
Yeah.
of just
Starts, let
looks
it
like you're
stop.
blowing
Yeah.
into a big
We
tube.
got a little bit of that. It's
A little bit.
We got a little bit of
Record
that
it,
new
and
hawk
I'll play it on the
energy.
next episode. Yeah.
Let's do
Giving
it.
very new hawk. You know, very like Heart of Thorns.
Oh, that could be
Yeah.
your intro. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, I want
Let's go.
to do a little thing, a little bit of focus shift here.
Okay.
Because I want to say thank you to someone who's very awesome, Malchemist, who has done some amazing work, not only for me, but for other people, has created this amazing and awesome image of Tibble holding the apple for the Lightbringers, and that logo on the banner is the logo for our guild, which is in the game. We are the Lightbringers. We are on EU. We are on an A. We are a community that is trying to be inclusive of all of the peoples, everyone from LGBTQIA plus folks, people who think about mental health a lot, depression, ADHD, people from all walks of life who might not be maybe feel in the game that the game is maybe not for them at times and they feel left out, and there isn't a community for them. We are basically trying to gather loads of people together in a hub where they can just join together with others, and we've got loads of content creators who are interested in running events, who are interested in just hanging out. There's people who want to do readings in the actual Discord. It's not just about Reader Geek is something that they want to do, and this is something that other people have had sparked interest in, like Rook and Kroof and RAAVA and Malchemist and loads of other people. And I needed some artwork, and Malchemist made this awesome image, and it will be also an emote on this channel very soon as well, which is going to be unlocked tomorrow. And yeah, so if you want to join us, if you're listening audibly, I will try to pop a Discord invite in the actual description. If you're in the chat right now, !Lightbringers, fill out a little form. It's just so we can make sure that we're just getting the people we would like to see coming into the guild, the kind of ideals that we hold and everything else. But talk to us, and we'll get you in. And obviously there's a Discord as well, which has been set up by Reader Geek and also Rylus. It is flipping awesome. You only get alerts if you opt in. It's all opt-in stuff, so you don't have to think about opting out. It's very awesome in that way. We're trying to be considerate of your time and obviously your life and everything going on, but I just wanted to kind of sell the guild a little bit there. And EoD, we're kind of launching that week, and the idea is that we get some events going and some other bits and bobs. There's my spiel on that.
I just joined.
Excellent.
Yes.
There you go. Flipping RAAVA's in there right now as well. I wanted to just showcase the work that Malchemist did as well, because that's our logo for the Discord server, which is very cool. And I'll use that probably, and the guild, that is the guild actual banner in the game. Oh, it's good. Okay. Awesome.
I love it.
It is lovely. It is lovely. There's going to be evolutions and stuff. I know everyone's busy with EoD, but I was like, why don't we just launch the Discord now? It's just Guild Wars 2. It's just a Guild Wars 2 thing right now.
And it might be like so good, like for new players who are a bit lost and stuff, to have this Discord as a resource. Like, hey, I'm trying to do this, I really don't know, or can someone help me with this hero point? You know, it might be like one of the greatest thing you've done by, like, you know, just launching it right now to help out new players, or to help out players who might get overwhelmed, because it happens with X-Pack where there's so much going on and you're lost and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna give up because it's too much. So it might be extremely helpful.
Absolutely. There's no like level of player like that. You don't have to be like some massive hardcore player. You can play the game once a month or whatever. Like, there is no level. And we've got people who want to do raid trainings and stuff like that, but it's chill. It's not going to be like this thing. Even if we just do a boss a night or whatever, like there's people I know that want to do that kind of thing. So, and I'll do fun stuff. We might do some PvP. You never know.
Paying 500 LI to enter guild.
Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen.
I'm good too.
You're good. I mean, I'm good as well. I'm okay.
5K baby. No.
Other than that, I just want to. I know it's extending the podcast even more. But yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of an outro.
It's 5 hours.
It has almost been 5 hours. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, everyone.
How dare you?
I'm so sorry.
How very dare you make us talk about this game we love and are so excited about for so long. Jeez.
Oh my god. Oh my god. And Guck, I have no idea what you're absolutely talking about. I'm just banning you because you're just being silly. You're just doing it on purpose. They're doing it on purpose. They're trying to get a rise. So I want to just say that they do think about that kind of thing, and they literally are in Seattle, and like I've even talked about this with them in the past, talking about land rights and whatnot. Thank you everyone for being amazingly awesome and for just doing all the things. 5 hours closer to the expansion. That's very true. That is very, very true.
That's right. 5 hours closer to the expansion.
Must have been itself.
What if I didn't even see? Yes, I know. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream. Regarding the war, obviously, Ukraine, Russia, and we're all here, like in our communities. When we're streaming, if you want to come and talk about that, I'm very sure I can talk to everyone. Say everything you want to express and talk about that, you can do that. And just know that, you know, we're thinking about you and everyone that's around those areas, and just everyone's involved in it at the moment, because I think everyone feels pretty useless right now in terms of that. And we're with you and like everyone else, and the support is there, but like, you know, go and talk to people, use your support systems. If you don't have them, go and click that guild invite, come shout at us about stuff, because I will gladly do that. I know all of these peeps are streaming at various times. I'm pretty sure one of us is probably live most of the time, actually, in all honesty.
Probably.
Yeah, and just be
RAAVA's
safe.
got the night shift.
Yeah, RAAVA's got the night shift. But otherwise, we can do an outro. I was going to play music, but apparently that's going to happen. There we go. RAAVA, welcome back. Thank you for joining us this morning, which was, now it's almost afternoon for you because it's been that long, I guess. Is it
midday?
It is midday. Sweet yes, on Saturday. Thank you very much for joining us. Tell us all about the things you do and the stuff, and your level out of 10 for expansion hype. This is the last episode of season 1 of the end of LightBringers.
Okay,
what?
I'm gonna start with the level because that's the hypest. 42 because it's the meaning of life.
Ooh.
There you go. Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy, if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's the best.
My name is RAAVA. I just changed my name on Twitch from RAAVAlicious to RAAVA. I live in Australia. I'm a cancer scientist. I work in clinical trials. I am very passionate about what I do. I try to help patients who actually have no other treatments, so I try to put them into trials to try and give them a little bit more time with their family. And I openly discuss this on my stream. If you have any questions about cancer research, I'm an open book. Also have a YouTube channel. It's a YouTube.com/RAAVAlicious. I am 64 subscribers away from partner, so we're very close to that. And yeah, I have applied for Arena Partner, and I'm hoping to get it because like that I get to like be even as cool as you all lot people that are
You're
amazing.
already cool.
Okay,
my
you are
friend.
already far cooler than us, I would say. Far cooler.
And I just
Okay, far cooler.
I just want to add one little thing. I want to thank you all for welcoming me into this podcast. It's really amazing. I have a blast every time. It feels very comfortable. And Jebro, you're very incredible at organizing this and like putting it in such a really, really good way. Like it's so awesome. And it just like is very professional. And congratulations on 40 episodes because it's such a good podcast.
Tea.
Yes.
Full tea.
Yes.
Thank you. That's very
Well,
kind
RAAVA,
of
it's
you to
very
say.
easy because we love you and you fit in immediately, and we love you very
Yeah, you
much.
do,
You're
absolutely.
great to be around, and you're hilarious.
Sometimes Boots comes in here and it's like, ooh, we can cut the tension tonight.
It's true.
So
Love you, Boots,
awkward.
wherever you are. Hope to see you again for another round of hide and seek.
There's no context there at all. I don't think we need to drop
Hide
it.
and seek stuff.
Oh,
You can
okay.
get gold.
Right. Okay. Uh-huh.
Kroof just, I got this mental image of Kroof like human hunting boots. It's just like hiding.
But like, if no one knows who Boots is,
I'm a
it's
bounty
just-
hunter.
It's just Kroof hunting shoes.
Oh my gosh.
It's like,
I'm just
there's
like-
a boot. It's like,
I'm going up north. I'm like, where's Boots?
I sense Boots. I'll find him.
go to Kroof's void. That's right. Kroof outro.
Hi, everyone. Do I have a specific question that I have to answer?
No, the hype. The hype question.
Oh, the hype level. Okay, so
10.
I'm gonna be objective. I'm gonna say a solid like 9.5. I always leave a little bit of room for myself, to not get overly hyped. I like to stay somewhere on Earth. That's kind of a lie. But hi everyone, I'm Kroof. I do YouTube videos, and sometimes it's about Go Wars 2, and sometimes it's about Lost Ark. I'm gonna be branching out into other MMOs too. I'm here on Twitch. I stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. Not usually, but because End of Dragons is so close, I will. And I might be streaming on Monday, which will be cool. So thank you so much for inviting me. I had a lovely time.
Awesome and amazing to have you here, my friend. As per usual, you've been here for many, many episodes. Awesome addition to our podcasting family. Pardon me. It's a bit of a burp there. Rook as well. Do the outro, you legend. Sorry, I didn't know if you heard that. I was the stuff I wanted to talk about. I was like,
No, I
Rook.
thought you were praising me, but you were just covering for your
Oh no, I
burp.
was. I was doing that as well. I was doing that, but I
What a way to
burped
do it.
during it. I think that was the hype exiting my body. Quick, let's end the show. We've been here for 5 hours. It's been a long week.
Yes.
Sorry. Carry
It's
on.
okay. Sorry, I just burped a little. I hope nobody heard it.
What, did I?
Oh, if we
did
did
you
a burp
as well?
contest, if we did a burp contest, I would sweep the category. I would sweep.
I have no doubt. I didn't actually burp. It was a lie. Sorry, Jebro. I was
Oh,
just
that
making
was
a
me.
goof off of
Oh,
what you
okay,
did.
fine.
That was all you. You were the only burper today. Hi everyone. I'm Rook. You can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Rookery. So Twitch, YouTube. And we usually try to have at least one video go up on YouTube a week, sometimes more. You can usually find me reliably Wednesdays, Thursdays on my channel streaming, and then Fridays, Saturdays I'm on podcasts. So I'm on the LightBringers podcast. Thanks, Jeb. And Eighth Right Radio, which is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast on Saturdays. And we added bonus stuff. We have a bunch of hype going. Sunday, I'm going to be doing a giveaway stream and getting everybody hyped as we lead up to the expansion. And then, yes, there is so much going on. So pre-show, End of Dragons, launch day live stream. I will be your host again. I am like so incredibly, it's like I just can't even, it's been so amazing to work with ArenaNet. I cannot say enough good things about the people I've worked with and the opportunities I've had because of them. I'm so grateful to get to also just create content alongside all of you, because honestly, like, my gosh, like Kroof, I was referencing your videos as like I was like going through stuff like initially when I made this. Like Jeb has been cheering me on, like, oh my gosh, in every single facet. RAAVA's so sweet. RAAVA, I remember you messaged me and we were talking initially and you were just so kind. You're just the kindest human being. And you were so
like, where did that go?
What happened?
I'm
no.
so honored you followed me. Sorry.
Oh my god, don't be honored. I'm honored that you're in this space making content. All of this to say, it's just like incredible to be a part of the history of End of Dragons in this small way. But there will be many other things, many other people streaming as well. So check out all of these wonderful creators as they do content for End of Dragons. And you can catch me live 9 a.m. CT, 7 a.m. PT, 10 a.m. ET, 1500 UTC. I think that's everything. I think that's the main bulk of everything.
Wait, what time are you on? Are you supposed to be on an hour before launch?
Hour before the actual live stream.
That's
so
8 a.m. Pacific.
Probably.
7 p.m. 7 a.m.
No.
Pacific.
8.
7. Yeah,
'Cause I
7.
think it launches at 9.
No, 9 a.m. Hold up.
Did they give
9
us the
a.m.
time?
is the launch.
9
Oh, yeah.
a.m. CT is 9 a.m. CT is when I go live.
Okay.
So that should be 8 for us.
Always a disaster. Time zones are the worst. Yes.
Australian time.
No, it's 7 a.m.
Oh, it's 7.
Yeah.
Interesting.
'Cause
Then
there's
there's an 8 to 9 gap.
No, 8
No.
to 8 is the. I
It
thought,
goes. Okay,
aren't
here,
the
I got
doing
it.
their own stream?
I got it.
I don't
Yes. Okay. I am the pre-show entertainment to the launch day live stream. So starting at 9 a.m. CT, you will be getting a fun history talk with me. There will be goofs and good times and a new Cantha segment. And then at 10 a.m. CT will be the official Guild Wars 2 live stream, which has a bunch of giveaways, all sorts of stuff that's going to be happening during all of this, and all sorts of stuff that's going to be going on. And then the official launch of the expansion is 11 a.m. CT. So convert those times yourselves or check out online the actual blog posts that happened about it. But yes, and I had the pleasure of getting to do some preview stuff for End of Dragons. So this weekend, if the hype is unreal, you can watch those videos over on my YouTube channel at Rookery, ROOKURI, for previews of Kainang City, Echovold Wilds event, and then the new Guild Hall, Isle of Reflection. So there's no like story
Nice.
spoilers or anything like that in there, but a little bit more information from the devs and a whole lot of hype. That's it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a day. That's gonna be early. I've got school as well, so I have to go to school. I'll be
Drop
streaming.
out.
Okay, please go and check out Rook. Go and do the things. I will. Yeah, do it. I'll be there. I'll be there for sure. And I'll be logged in the game, waiting, ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. I am Jebro. I am the host of the LightBringers podcast. Twitch.tv/Jebro every Friday at 12 p.m. Pacific. I think that's 2 p.m. CT. We might as well go with that now. Because we've been talking about CT a lot. CT. We've got the LightBringers Guild, which is going to be launching during End of Dragons. Soft launching, just going for chatting, hanging out, all the things. We're going to be doing launching events. Make sure you get involved in the guild. Make sure you get on with the things, get in the Discord, all the stuff. I will be having the Ballathon this weekend, which is great timing because it's the end of the month. That's what we always do. It's basically to support me in doing this and being in school, being a graduate student while I'm counseling kids and adolescents. It's to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and to keep this showing going and all the stuff. But we've got tons of Guild Wars 2 skins. We've got gem codes. We've got loads of stuff, loads of sub giveaways when we hit gold and stuff. So come and join us. Otherwise, if you're not watching live or listening live or whatever, go and check out the stuff I do. Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, on mostly Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. Podcast is always an awesome time for these awesome, amazing people. It is End of Dragons. We're here. This is the last episode. Season 1 of the LightBringers is done with 40 episodes. If you've enjoyed the podcast, think about supporting that wherever you are. You can see those links as well. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for watching or listening for 40 episodes. If you've been here from the very beginning, it's been amazing to have you. 40 episodes is amazing for a show to keep going. over the last year and a half, 2 years. It's been an amazing ride with these awesome people, my friends. Thank you very much. Boots, who is missed, but he's been here so much, and everyone that's been guested on our show as well. Thank you so much as well. It's been awesome to have everyone, all the mods and everyone who helps keeps this running, chucking all the polls in the chat. There will be season 2. Season 2 will literally start after a week. You don't have to wait for there to be a season 2 for too much longer, because it's just going to be next week's episode. But guess what? We'll be playing Ender Dragons, and we're doing the things. Enjoy yourself. Have an amazing rest of your day. Get hyped for the expansion. I've got music. They haven't. They don't know why I'm shouting. We'll see you next time.
Don't forget your turtle.
Don't forget your turtle. There you go. See you next time on the LightBringers. Thank you very much. And take care and be safe, please, everyone. Be safe. See you soon.